The moonlight was gentle as its hazy yet bright light scattered down. Talking and laughter filled the lakeside, and this as something that they did not experience for 2 years. The little guy and Qingfeng were incomparably happy and lively here. "Grandpa Chief, your sickness should be curable now." The little guy ran over, and his smile was extremely pure. He was happy, because the little devil wine he brought back could cure the village chief's injury. If not for the fact that he found the immortal spring, little devil wine and other heaven-defying things, he definitely would have pleaded for the Willow deity's help. The Willow deity's goals were probably set rather far, and might even be outside the 9 heavens. Even though it was protecting Stone Village right now, that did not mean that it was concerned with the natural lifespans of the villagers. In its eyes, this was not something unusual. "I feel like there is a lump of fire burning within me. The condition of the mysterious injury I got back then in the divine storehouse seems to have improved, and that disease is on the verge of disappearing." The clan chief was extremely emotionally moved. So many years had passed, and he had long given up on looking for a cure. He never would have thought that this child would actually bring back this type of divine wine, giving him hope. "Grandpa Chief, drink a few more cups. You don't need to fear becoming drunk, because I'll help you dissolve the medicinal properties," the little guy said. Curing the clan chief's illness was always one of his most heartfelt desires. "Okay." Shi Yunfeng laughed heartily and began to drink with delight. He celebrated with the people around him, enjoying the night to its fullest. Multicolored light surged, rising from his pores. A layer of mysterious brilliance covered his body. The little guy quickly took action, striking the clan chief's body according to the ancient methods written in the true primordial record. It broke apart the medicinal effects, helping the village chief cure the strange disease. The villagers were all shocked. They all looked in this direction and carefully observed, because all of them wanted the chief to become well. The divine wine was extremely effective. The old clan chief drank another cup, and his entire body seemed to have ignited into flames. It was dazzling as the light blazed, submerging his body. Pipa sounds were emitted. The little guy continuously slapped his body, and there were all types of symbols at work here. The markings entered the old clan chief's body, and that was Shi Yunfeng's opportunity to strengthen his body. Chi finally, a dusty haze surged, gushing out from the old village chief's mouth. It made shishi sounds in the air before slowly disappearing. His old illness was eradicated. The divine wine's characteristics took effect. An incomparably dazzling rain of light scattered down, surrounding him. His scars were healed, and his flesh became nourished. It allowed his weak condition to quickly strengthen. "I have truly been cured." The old clan elder stood up and felt as if his age lessened by 20 years. His body was brimming with energy, and his flesh was shining. Symbols flickered, and divine light surged, immediately seizing the luck between the heaven and earth. Shi Yunfeng, who was normally calm and unperturbed, suddenly had water in his eyes. Back then, among his dozen or so brothers, he was the only one to survive. However, his body was riddled with a demonic illness, and only today did he finally break free. The villagers exulted and rushed over together. At the lakeside, the atmosphere became even more enthusiastic. Not long after, another dozen people collapsed from drinking too much. This was because they were too happy, and so they began to drink slightly more. Chong, chong. Streaks of multicolored light flew across the night sky, creating kangxiang sounds. Precious artifacts flew out one after another, inserting themselves into the grass. Ah! So many precious treasures. Pai Ho, the snotty baby, and others' eyes immediately stood up straight. Even Shi Linhu, Shi Feijiao, and the others stood up, all of them rather stunned. Their cultivation periods were profound, and they naturally knew what was what. These precious artifacts were all unordinary. "Are you really giving it to us?" Ermeng was originally going to collapse from intoxication, but now his eyes were completely round. He immediately becoming clear-headed. "Didn't I say that I was going to give you guys a gift? Of course I'm not joking." The little guy laughed happily, and he seemed completely pure. Everyone was both shocked and happy. At the same time, they were shaken. This scarlet sword belonged to a fae, and it was refined from a blood-colored tooth. It is incomparably sharp, containing powerful symbols. As for this beast horn, as soon as it's blown, the woo-woo sounds it creates will shatter a person's body, and it is something that I obtained from a child of the Stone Country's martial imperial family. This piece of beast skin. The little guy introduced them one by one, informing them about the formidable power, the unique characteristics, as well as his own experiences with them. There were more than 10 of them, and all of them were his spoils of war. The moonlight scattered down like water. The group of youth and adults fondled them admiringly. They were obsessed with the items as they gently caress each and every precious artifact, cherishing them greatly. Stone Village had 2 ancestral devices. They were extremely powerful, but unless a great disaster happened, they would not use them. Those were passed down by their ancestors. Now, the little guy immediately brought back more than 10. They were all unordinary, and so they naturally made them excited and joyous beyond belief. This was true for Dezhuang, Pihu, and the others in particular, because they could finally touch a precious artifact. The villagers were all drunk. The little guy gave these precious artifacts to them, and when he turned around to look at the village, he could see that the spiritual essence here was dense and that the planted medicines were all unaffected. Their growth were all good. Qingfeng, let's plant the immortal peach tree, he called out to Qingfeng. After entering the 100 shattering mountains, he received this great harvest, and it was the divine medicine he dug up. After seeing that the spiritual stalks they planted were fine and growing well, he became completely reassured. He decided to plant the peach tree here as well. Yeah, what is this? The villagers were all alarmed. This is a silver peach tree. In the future, it might evolve into a true divine medicine. It is about to succeed. The little guy explained and talked about its origins. The precious tree radiated light. Even though it was only the thickness of a wrist and was half a person in height, it was extremely upright and strong. Regardless of whether it were the branches or leaves, they were all silver, and it was as if a silver flame was burning. There were 2 silver peaches on the tree, and a faint golden color decorated its surface. They appeared exceptionally bright and resplendent, as if they were sculpted from the most delicate divine jade. In addition, they possessed a rich fragrance that far surpassed spiritual medicines. Plant it at the center of the village. They dug up a large hole. This time, they dumped in an entire beast skin pouch full of golden silk for the sake of nurturing this sacred silver tree. It really is about to mature. Even though it isn't a divine medicine yet, it still far surpasses those spiritual medicines. Dezhuang, the snotty-nosed baby, Pihu, and the others were truly drunk. They surrounded the silver tree and began to jump and shout, appearing extremely happy and excited. Even Shi Linhu, Shi Feijiao, and the others were extremely excited. It was just one thing after another today, and even if Stone Village didn't want to grow more powerful in the future, it would still be difficult. With these spiritual medicines here, it completely turned this place into a pure land. It was deep into the night, and people began to scatter off and return to the rich-smelling village. There was another group that were directly knocked out by the lakeside. Early the next morning, the little guy was woken up by the loud movements happening everywhere. He rubbed his eyes and quickly rushed towards the clan chief's courtyard. Qingfeng followed closely behind. Child, yesterday among the descendants, there was still one that was alive. It was a chicken, but it actually turning into essence and bore into the ground. No matter what we do, we can't catch it. Hushin and a group of people were trying to catch the chicken, and they were so tired they were gasping for breath. When the little guy heard this, his heart immediately jumped. Yesterday he was too drunk and was too careless. He even took out the octatic treasure chicken from the heaven and earth pouch. That chicken fled? Second Baldy and the others were startled. They all began to run, and even Hairy Ball jumped over. It bared its fangs, showing its dissatisfaction. It's still inside the village. However, if we leave a chicken running around, it won't be good for the village. It's better if we catch it and stew it, Hushin said. Don't, it absolutely must not be harmed. The little guy quickly blocked off this group of large ants. He was really scared that they would get it in their hands, and by that time he wouldn't even be able to cry even if he wanted to. "Where is that chicken? We brought over the precious artifacts, so it can't run anymore." Shi Linghu and the other robust males all moved out, and there were many people involved in this affair. "Don't move recklessly." The little guy quickly stopped them. Following that, Second Baldy's saliva began to spurt out as he quickly began to explain what the octatic treasure chicken was. After hearing about it, the people began to stare blankly one after another. "What? The egg it lays is comparable to a spiritual medicine? And after half a month, we can get one?" Everyone was shocked. "That's why you can't hurt it. I brought it back in preparation of raising it. Even the Great Stone Country's imperial family only has one," the little guy said. What was the most worrying was that this chicken might have fled. After all, it could escape through the ground, and there was nothing they could do about it. "It didn't escape. It's over there." Qingfeng's small voice sounded as he pointed towards a direction. The little guy turned around and noticed that the fellow was currently lying at the base of the willow deity. It was incomparably content, and had a face of infatuation. Even when it saw the little guy, it didn't get up. It had a look of laziness as it lied there without moving. The reason was because it knew that the little guy was aware of its origins and wouldn't hurt it. It was not as dangerous as that group of valiant women because if the chicken was caught by them, it most likely would have been cooked. "You aren't escaping?" The big red bird was surprised. The chicken had a look of disdain and shot at a glance. It was as if it had a higher status than the big red bird, and then it became extremely sincere as it worshipped the willow deity. The big red bird was absolutely furious. No matter how you looked at it, it was an expert, yet it was actually looked down upon by a chicken. It immediately threw itself over. However, after it raised its head to look at that sparkling willow tree, it withered, no longer daring to act impudent here. "Don't be upset. Their race has shook the lands since the archaic era, and its family background might not necessarily be lower than yours," Second Baldy said. The big red bird was extremely angry, and almost slapped Second Baldy. Just like this, the little guy and Qingfeng returned and lived for a while. Every day they would cultivate, and then they would hunt and pick medicines with the villagers. Their days were extremely cheerful. "Gachi, Gachi, little bro, what are you chewing on?" Qingfeng was curious. Recently, he always saw the little guy grinding his teeth on something. This hateful pagoda took my pure-blooded precious medicine. It's not giving it back to me." The little guy was upset, because he had spent these days researching the small pagoda. He used all his strength to shake it, but the heaven-swallowing sparrow's wing, Xianxia's claw and other pieces disappeared without a trace. The small pagoda was only an inch tall, and it was transparent. It flickered with light and possessed exceptionally beauty. During the great battle, it received great benefits, swallowing the pieces of precious flesh medicine that were sliced off by the ghostly grandpa. "Harry Ball, come and give it a try." He was at wit's end. The little guy beckoned for Harry Ball, because he wanted to see if it could change anything. Harry Ball turned into a streak of golden light and scuttled over. It was extremely sensitive and immediately noticed that the small pagoda was not ordinary. It immediately began to gnaw on it after it got its hands on it. Kengchi Kengchi. In the end, the golden thing chewed for a long time without any results. It directly threw it down and bared its fangs. Its eyes were glistening with tears as it soundlessly pointed at the little guy, accusing him. Meanwhile, its other small claw was holding its mouth, rubbing its mouthful of snow-white teeth. It was feeling an unbearable pain. "There's nothing we can do. Both of us failed to do anything to it. Stupid pagoda, it didn't show any response at all. It really took my pure-blooded, precious medicine." The little guy howled in grief, and he felt as if his heart was leaking blood. Second Baldy and the big red bird were both waiting impatiently. There was flesh from pure-blooded creatures there, so both of them were hopeful. As a result, nothing the little guy did worked. The little pagoda did not show any response, and the stuff inside did not come out. "It shouldn't have been digested by it, right? You gnawed on it these past few days, and I've constantly seen bits of powder fall off. I just feel as if something's not right." Second Baldy said. The little guy immediately cried out miserably, using all of his strength to pound the small pagoda. Return my pure-blooded, precious medicine to me. In the end, there was no way. The little guy bothered the willow deity to see if it had a way. The reason was because the heaven-swallowing sparrow, Xianxia, Southern Meteor Divine Mountain, and Mount Yi's creatures were extremely world-shocking. Their blood essence could definitely be used for his 10-year-old baptism. This pagoda appeared again. The willow deity carefully stared at the small pagoda. After looking at it for a long time, it surprisingly spoke out these words. Willow deity, does it truly have an extraordinary origins? The little guy asked. It appeared during the Archaic era and appeared in the Ancient era as well. It possesses an unrivaled divine might. Currently, it is sparkling and translucent, and since it was so small, it's almost unrecognizable. The willow deity was serious as it spoke. The little guy's eyes became round, and his mouth was wide open. This tiny pagoda isn't even an inch tall but actually possess such an amazing background? That's too shocking. Following that, he thought of an important question. Exactly what era was the willow deity from? Could it be that it personally witnessed the things it spoke of? If this was true, then this thunderstricken lightning would truly be terrifying beyond belief. Willow deity, did you personally witness this in the past? The devilish brat carefully phrased his words, but how could his intentions not be noticed by the willow deity? The charred black tree was quiet. 10 or so green and lush branches danced in the wind. It was peaceful and without movement as it replied. It was something I heard. The devilish brat's large eyes moved around. The opposing party's response was a bit too ordinary, almost as if it wasn't willing to say too much. It made him rather suspicious. What kind of thing was this small pagoda originally? Why does it have such a past? He asked because he wanted to know more. Those years are too far in the past, and they are difficult to trace back to. Knowing too much won't help you much, and might even put you in danger. You just need to know that it is a formidable item. It is a precious artifact that possesses a truly unrivaled divine might. The willow deity replied. It was extremely serious, and its words carried a hint of prestige. It warned him with a serious tone that there were certain things that were not good to dig too deep into. Otherwise, it might lead to a life-endangering calamity. The little guy was in a difficult situation. He truly didn't find this small pagoda dangerous at all. Was this sparkling and translucent small pagoda really going to take his life to silence him? It lost a large portion of its body. The pagoda is several layers smaller than before. Right at this time, the willow deity once again spoke, saying, its form is a bit different. When this little guy heard this, he was immediately shocked. He placed the small pagoda in the center of his palm and carefully looked it over. There were only 4 layers, and it was extremely beautiful and bright. He didn't notice any imperfections, and it did not occur to him at all before that it could have been damaged. No wonder even the willow deity didn't recognize the small pagoda when he returned to Stone Village. His form actually changed. Soon after, the little guy recalled what happened within the 100 Shattering Mountains. The small pagoda once used phoenix fire to refine itself, trying to restore its body and improve its condition. Second Baldy and the big red bird's saliva were spilling everywhere as they stared at that small pagoda. If it wasn't because of how savage that devilish brat was, they really would have stole it. Harry Ball was like a thief as it jumped onto the little guy's shoulder and slid down into his wrist. It once again hugged the small pagoda, but this time it did not bite it, because it had done so not long ago only to hurt its teeth. Ching Feng was extremely happy and felt glad for his small big brother. With this kind of supreme treasure in his hands, if he was able to use it in the future, he would be able to defeat anything before him. In the end, they once again returned to their original question, the little guy asking for the willow deity's help. He wanted the heaven-swallowing sparrow's wing and the Xianxia's claw, but they had all been devoured by the small pagoda. It seemed as if it wouldn't release it no matter what, making him extremely unreconciled. It might be too difficult to do so. It has absorbed the essence and used it to refine itself. In the end, we might only be able to extract a small amount, the willow deity said. The little guy was discontent. He once again began to chew on the small pagoda to vent his anger. Those were pure-blooded creatures, blood essence and precious bones. The inherent value contained in them were too high, and any small portion released into the world would instill great waves. Second Baldy and the big red bird were tensed up. They really wanted to try the taste of a pure-blooded creature, but they also knew that the chances of that happening wasn't high. Rustling sounds rang out and some white powder fell down. They looked like snowflakes, and this sight made the little guy cry out miserably. It was obvious that the small pagoda was digesting the bone essence and was spitting out a portion of the leftovers. These are the bone fragments of pure-blooded creatures, and can be used as medicinal primer. It is priceless. Second Baldy spoke. This time, the amount of powder was great, making its eyes light up as it quickly used something to catch it. A willow branch reached out and wrapped itself around the jade-like small pagoda. It gently swayed, and an array of symbols spread out. In addition, a strange and mysterious sound was emitted. With a putong sound, 2 pieces of flesh fell out. They were extremely huge and were several thousand jin in weight. Essence energy surged, and it was as if 2 divine depositories appeared. Second Baldy and the big red bird's eyes immediately reddened, and they really wanted to jump over. The little guy was also stupefied. There was clearly a mountain-sized wing and claw before, yet why was there so little left over? The heaven-swallowing sparrow flesh began to flicker with dark light, and the Xianxia's flesh burst with scarlet multicolored light. They were both extremely shocking, and there was a fluctuation being emitted from them that made people feel intimidated. Fetch 2 jade containers. I will help you refine them. The willow deity spoke. The little guy snapped back to reality and quickly took out 2 sparkling jade containers. They were both sculpted out of the highest quality jade, and could be used to store precious medicines as well as other valuables. 2 willow branches were lowered. They stabbed themselves into the pieces, releasing dazzling multicolored light from the green and lush branches. They were filled with auspicious and peaceful energy as they emitted waves of sound. These 2 tender branches interweaved, appearing mysterious and unordinary. In just a split second, the pure-blooded creature's flesh were practically completely refined, turning into the most foundational essence. The flesh lost their luster and became like dried-up fossils. However, there was a single drop of black jade-like liquid rolling. This was the concentrated form of the heaven-swallowing sparrow's blood essence. On another branch, a drop of scarlet liquid was flickering. It was like a blood diamond, and was extremely brilliant. Several thousand jin of flesh quickly lost their luster. Even though there was still a large amount of divinity and primal force contained within them, the willow deity did not continue refining them. A willow branch wrapped itself around the small pagoda. It continued to sway, and in the end, there were 2 pieces of several thousand jin flesh that fell. They were the southern meteorite Divine Mountain and Mount E creatures' flesh. It was clear that they weren't originally humanoid creatures. From the pieces of flesh that remained, they could see what the original bodies were like. The willow deity used the same method. It extended 2 emerald green branches that entered the 2 pieces of powerful flesh. The refinement began, and the divine liquid was extracted. The little guy quickly lifted up the 2 jade containers, waiting in expectation. The willow branch was brilliant and carried an endless amount of diving might. It could even refine the flesh of pure-blooded creatures. It seemed like in just a split second, a golden drop of liquid appeared on the tender branch. The dazzling drop rolled down the branch. On the other branch, a drop of pure white liquid appeared. Waves of radiance rippled outwards from it. The 2 drops of liquid emitted magnificent multicolored light. Their divine characteristics undulated greatly, and it was as if they penetrated through space itself. They flew out, shocking everyone. The liquids dropped into the containers, leaving behind a precious hazy splendor. The little guy was joyous. He was incomparably happy as he looked at these 4 small jade containers. This was concentrated pure blood. Its divine characteristics were terrifying, and from time to time lightning would be emitted too. It was a shocking sight, The big red bird and second Baldy were completely stupefied. Even Harry Ball's eyes were round as it carefully observed. Even though there were only 4 small drops, they were countless times more valuable than a pile of precious medicine. This refined divine liquid was a type of concentrated essence. 10 archaic descendants weren't even comparable to the 4 small divine liquid drops in the small containers. If these were out in the open market, it would definitely create chaos. Second Baldy and the big red bird watched keenly, but they knew that these drops had nothing to do with them. They had already heard the willow deity say that they were going to be used for the devilish brat's baptism, and so these were merely the preparations for that event. Second Baldy swallowed its saliva, asked while looking at the several gene of lusterless flesh. "Do you still need this flesh?" "I do not need it anymore," the willow deity spoke. Without waiting for the little guy to say anything, the big red bird and second Baldy both got up and pounced. They moved as soon as the willow deity spoke, disappearing like a wisp of smoke. "Where are you guys going?" "Go look for Hushin so we can make a large feast for everyone," the little guy shouted from behind. With a so sound, Harry Ball chased after them. It directly jumped on top of the meat mountain, waiting for the barbecue. "Will the willow deity help Qing Feng carry out a baptism too?" the little guy asked. "Let's allow him to refine his body first," the willow deity replied, but did not actually refuse. In the following days, the little guy spent all his time refining his body and cultivating his symbols. He wanted to adjust his body to its peak condition. The willow deity had already said that he could carry out the baptism soon. Hong Long Long, the field began to shake. The little guy began to run while carrying a 100,000 gene boulder. The scene was a bit terrifying. The ground was being cracked and the crevices extended outwards. In the end, his feet directly caved into the ground. "Weirdo!" The big red bird was a bit scared after seeing this. Was this still the strength of a human? This was just a child, yet he was carrying a mountain while running. This was absolutely terrifying. The little guy emerged from the ground. He ran far away and carried back countless giant boulders, placing them on the plains to replace the earth there. Then, he once again began to carry 100,000 gene boulders to train his strength. But in the end, it didn't help him at all. When he ran, the rocky ground would all develop cracks and split open. Couldn't support his terrifying strength. He left this place and entered the primitive mountains to cultivate. He directly leapt from one mountaintop to the next. Smoke and dust soared into the air, and each time it was as if a giant was displaying its might. The mountain peaks were split open by his 2 legs. When Stone Village's hunting party saw this sight, they all became dumbstruck. Why did this child seem like he was becoming more and more scary? No wonder he could bring back so many heaven-defying things. Qing Feng was also constantly tempering his own body. When he saw the little guy, he was speechless. When he found him later, he said, "Little big brother, you can enter the void god realm again. 2 years have passed already." When the little guy heard this, he nodded. His heart was ignited, because he always wanted to enter again. "What? Void god realm? I want to go too." After they returned to the village, Ermeng Pihu, Snot Baby, and a large group of people were stirred up after hearing the little guy ask the willow deity for this favor. They all began to clamor about. They never exited the primitive mountain ranges, and would at most see a few villages within the great mountains. They truly longed for the opportunity to encounter the outside world. "Let me take a look first, and then we can go together and stir up more trouble," the little guy said. He wanted to discreetly take a look at the situation. The willow deity was not opposed to this. It had always wanted the little guy to sharpen himself there, but unfortunately, last time he was too crazy. He only entered for a single day, yet he completely threw everything into disorder. Even the void god realm couldn't handle him anymore and expelled him. "Child, go and take a careful look at the situation. Later on, Uncle will go with you as well." Shi Linghu and the other group of robust men also looked forward to this event. The little guy immediately got a headache. He nodded soon after. No one knew just how strong the willow deity was currently, but 10 of its green and lush branches suddenly rose. They directly pierced into the heavens, and symbols began to densely occupy this area, creating a door. The little guy sat under the scorched black tree trunk. He didn't feel as if his essence energy was being separated from his flesh, but rather as if his entire body completely disappeared from his original position as he stepped through that gate. Multicolored light was flickering, and the sound of thunder roared within that gate. "Ayo?" The devilish brat immediately began to shout. He felt extremely emotional inside. The primal chaos mist was hazy. The little guy quickly ran forward, directly charging through the vast ruins. He entered from a different place than the ancient country's people. He needed to pass through these ruins that were filled with debris and ancient remnants in order to enter the true starting ground. Only then would he have access to the various great heavenly paradises. "Void God Realm, I've returned," the devilish brat shouted out loud. He felt excited, and he was extremely stirred up. Broken pillars and destroyed walls littered the area. Rubber and debris covered the ground, telling a story of sorrow and joy, of the end of a glorious age. Was this a world where deities became deities, or was it hiding something else? Collapsed divine mountains appeared one after another. The mist of primal chaos curled up, boundless and without limit. The little guy hurried along, his black hair fluttering behind him. He was as fast as lightning, his speed extremely quick. Finally, he reached the end. He stepped on top of the golden passageway. Multicolored light flickered, and he disappeared from his original position and arrived at the starting ground. "Who is this? Why are you squatting on the passageway? Do you really think you are the devilish brat, and want to pry out 2 pieces of symbol bone? Do you have nothing better to do? You can learn from anyone, yet you try to copy that fellow." After coming to the starting ground, he immediately began to squat down on the large limestones to carefully observe. There were several precious bones embedded within, and he felt as if they were even more brilliant and splendid than before. Of course, he wouldn't dig them up again. He had already been expelled once before, so he definitely didn't want to be permanently expelled from this place. He was just reminiscing a bit, thinking about past things. He was currently squatting while in deep thought as he tapped the large limestone. His strange posture naturally drew the attention of the people nearby. People began to point at him as they chattered. The little guy did not reveal his true appearance, and wanted to understand the circumstances first. "Hello? Youngster, don't truly think of yourself as that devilish brat. With the way you are acting, you are basically asking to be beaten up." When the little guy heard this, he was at a loss. He stood up and looked around him. The starting ground did not have many changes, and was the same as before. Did the devilish brat come? He asked the question even though he already knew the answer. How would he come? He died at the heaven-mending pavilion. This is the result of being too lively, throwing away his small life as a result, someone said. Not necessarily. It's not like his corpse was found. So how could you guys be so sure that he died? Someone argued. Yeah, right. He's undoubtedly dead. Think about it, with his nature, if he was still alive, why isn't he already here in the Void God realm? 2 years and 1 month has already passed. So his restriction has already ended. At the starting ground, people came and left. It was extremely bustling, and when the matters regarding the devilish brat were brought up, many people became interested. Quite a few people began to discuss amongst themselves. Someone sneered. With only himself to rely on, do you really think that he can escape from the heaven-mending pavilion? He was turned to ashes a long time ago. Rumor has it that even their old ancestors were killed off. Even though his natural talents are terrifying, he's only a small child. It would be extremely hard for him to survive. Io, aren't you from the 4 great clans? I recognize you within the human mountain that the devilish brat created 2 years ago. Why are you still in the starting ground? Why didn't you leave yet? With your cultivation, shouldn't you be able to enter the higher levels of heavenly paradise? Someone mocked. Did you not hear? Regardless of whether it is the 4 great clans or the great powers that have hostility towards the heaven-mending pavilion, they all came to the starting ground today to await news. Rumor has it that there were a few that escaped the heaven-mending pavilion encirclement, making the large clans rather uncomfortable. As a result, they spread out their people and searched everywhere. The little guy was astonished. The Void God realm wasn't peaceful either, and was more complicated than what he thought. Even though the battle at the Heaven-Mending Pavilion had already concluded, the aftereffects had not yet disappeared. The waves created did not calm down. When he thought of that battle, he immediately clenched his fists tightly and felt extremely uncomfortable inside. So many of his senior brothers and sisters died in battle, and their blood dyed the pure land red. As for the elders, practically none of them were able to survive. For the sake of escorting the disciples out, they gave up their lives one after another to resist the great enemy. The little guy squeezed through the crowd and walked towards the distance. He silently thought about everything alone, and only after a long time did he calm down. He once again changed his appearance, using Harry Ball's precious technique to adjust his height. He now seemed like a bamboo pole and was quite different from before. After that, he cleared his throat and said, "The devilish brat didn't die. I just heard someone say that they met him. He was just trying to see what the reaction would be." But in the end a group of people rushed over. They all carried murderous intent as they shouted at the same time. "Where is he? Who saw him? Tell me. Where is that savage youth? And when did he appear?" Their voices sounded urgent, and all types of symbols moved about their bodies. It was clear that they were unsatisfied and about to forcefully take action. The little guy could feel several different types of bone texts instantly. There were people from the 4 great clans, and there were also individuals with a hazy mist surrounding their bodies. It was likely that these were the Rain Clan's people. Other than these people, there were still men from other powers. They all gathered here as well, and it was obvious that there were people from the Tuoba clan and others. Back then, various schools joined together to destroy the Heaven-Mending Pavilion. It was not just Tuoba family, Rain Clan, Western Tomb Beast Mountain, and 4 great clans. There were still a few other extremely formidable powers. A strange glint flashed within the little guy's eyes as he laughed coldly inside. These people were truly souls of the dead that had not yet dispersed. He ended up encountering them even within the Void God realm, and they were looking for him even here, trying to eliminate any remaining roots. It seems like there are quite a few people who felt that he was still alive. As a result, they spread out their search everywhere, hoping to find some clues. After all, the natural talents he displayed were too terrifying. Even some of the large ancient powers feared his survival, as that might lead to great trouble. "Quickly speak. Where did you obtain that information? Who was the one that spread the rumor?" The tone of these people were not good. They immediately used threats, their voice carrying cold-killing intent. In addition, even more people began to gather. They were all full of killing intent and bad will, and the only thing on their minds was finding out the devilish brat's whereabouts. The little guy directly stated that this was something he heard, and not something that was definitely true. "Less useless words. Hurry up and tell us," someone from the 4 great families shouted. "Don't mess around, or else you might lose your life." The Rain clansmen were even more direct. It was 2 old men. One had a bird on his shoulder, and the other one seemed rather devious and lowly. They were the ones quietly discussing these things. The little guy said, "What? Bird Grandpa and Coin Elder? Go, look for those 2 old things quickly. They are always at the starting ground, and never went to any of the higher heavenly paradises." This group of people directly rushed out like a gale of wind. Even though a small group rushed towards the little guy to capture him as well, he took advantage of the crowd to quickly disappear. Back then, because these 2 individuals sold out all types of real and fake information regarding the little guy, they became rather infamous. As a result, many people knew who they were. The little guy was a bit amazed. 2 years had already passed. Yet these 2 old things still haven't left? This was truly a bit queer. Coin Elder was the type of person where one could tell with a glance was rather lowly and shady. He was currently going for a stroll when he was suddenly surrounded by a group of people, almost receiving a beating. Bird Grandpa was not far away, and upon seeing this, he immediately made himself scarce. In the end, before he could even take more than 10 steps, he was stopped. He had a similar group of fiends targeting him. "Youngsters, don't act recklessly. This old one's identity isn't normal. If you all act rudely towards me, then your clan instructors will blame all of you. Coin Elder had the appearance of someone great from the outside world. The group of people all rolled their eyes and looked at him with disdain. They all sneered. Was this old thing not scared of getting beat up after putting up so much bullshit? If not for the fact that they wanted information from him, they would have cleaned him up already. Everyone, don't act impetuously. If you have something to say, then say it. Bird Grandpa was also gesturing with his hands, not allowing the people to get closer. Less nonsense, you two swindled so many people back then. Right now we have things to ask you too. You guys better not lie. Someone spoke in an extremely fierce manner. Speak. Where did you two discover the devilish brat? The Rain clansman interrogated in a domineering manner. Devilish brat. Coin Elder's high and mighty look immediately changed. In the blink of an eye, his two eyes began to spin around before he quickly reacted, saying, if you want information, you need to first take out 100 coins. Furthermore, he quickly added, it's 100 coins per person. I won't publicly announce it. Whoever wants to pay, come up and make the deal quickly. The little guy was absolutely dumbstruck as he watched from the side. This old fellow was truly lowly. He was clearly being surrounded by a crowd and he knew absolutely nothing, yet he still dared to peddle out fake information. He was truly an old shameful person. You old cheat, how many coins did you cheat us during the last 2 years? You still want to swindle us? Someone immediately became furious. The information is reliable. If you guys don't believe me, then there will naturally be people within the darkness that will sell it for a higher price. Don't start regretting later. Coin Elder spoke unyieldingly. I'm going to skin you alive. Someone was going to take action. However, that individual was stopped. The people turned around and looked at the bird grandpa that seemed a bit more simple and honest. Old fellow, what about you? 1 piece of information for 200 coins. Bird grandpa responded calmly. Motherfucker, you crazy old thing. After asking you for information, you also want to charge us. In addition, it is also double the price. Everyone became furious. The information I'm selling is real. That fellow's information is fake, so mine is naturally more expensive. Bird Grandpa also spoke in a composed manner. Coin Elder was discontent as he said, you old thing, you dare slander me. If we are going on the basis that whoever's price is higher is offering the truth, then I've decided that I'm going to sell my information for 300 coins. Pay! You even dare to pass off fake information as real. You are only a cheat. I treat everyone fairly. Bird Grandpa gave him a look of disdain. Nonsense, you are the old swindler. The two individuals began to argue with each other. They puffed their beards as they stared and picked at each other. Everyone became stupefied. When they caught these two to interrogate them, not only did these two end up raising the prices, they even began to fight and argue with each other. It simply made people go mad. Enough, are you guys finished? Hurry up and tell us where that devilish child is. Where did he hide his body? Tuoba clan's people showed up. They were extremely domineering and were absolutely fed up with them. Bring the coins over. Even if there's one missing, we won't tell you. The two old fellows shouted in unison. The little guy was speechless. These two old fellows didn't forget to cheat others even in this type of situation. They truly weren't people of good character. Truly acting recklessly. There was someone who burst with fury and couldn't take it anymore. The individual forced himself forward and directly took action. Peng, however, even though he came fast, he left fast as well. He wanted to teach Bird Grandpa a lesson, but in the end he was sent flying by the bird on his shoulder. The individual crashed into a mountain far away and spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone was shocked and couldn't help but take a step back. This was definitely an expert. In addition, it was a bit excessively powerful. At this moment, every single person's faces change. They no longer dared to act blindly without thinking. They suddenly understood why these two fellows were able to do as they pleased until now without anyone acting against them. It turns out that they were quite difficult to deal with. Behind the crowd, the little guy had a strange expression on his face. These two fellows weren't ordinary after all. Afterwards, he began to laugh. Maybe he could pull these two fellows in and do business with them. The reason for the devilish brat's return this time was not purely for the training of his body. He wanted to create a gargantuan disturbance and pay back his debt of blood to his enemies. He was going to deal with the ancient schools that destroyed the heaven-mending pavilion. With his natural disposition, he naturally wouldn't immediately fight with these great enemies directly. Just now, he had already tested the waters and calculated everything. He was going to sell out information about his own appearance, making the large school pay an enormous cost in coins and precious bones. He hoped that the other party would be enthusiastic and use these gifts to welcome his appearances. Originally, he wanted to do all of this solo. He was going to change his appearance each time and sell out information to the various large schools. Now that he encountered these two old fellows, he felt that he had to let go of his previous plan. After all, his relationship with these two was still not too bad, and these two old fellows' shamefulness was not simple. They seemed to be able to keep things under control, and the most important this was that these two were habitual criminals. Towards extortions and swindling, they could be considered experts, as they were simply too proficient at dealing with them. The little guy didn't waste any time and quickly transmitted his voice. In secret, he told the two individuals a few things, quickly and simply communicating with them. In the end, the two individuals became immediately stirred up. Their eyes brightened and began to emit green light. They cleared their throats, shaking the entire starting ground. The surrounding people were so frightened they couldn't help but take a few steps. They feared that the situation might turn back if these two old individuals went crazy. "I've decided, state your prices. You can only use precious bones or archaic descendant precious blood to exchange. In addition, they must be from a sufficiently valuable species. Otherwise, don't think about doing business with us. Let's say it like this. We know where the devilish child's body is, and we also know that he is training himself within the void god realm. It is definitely real news. If it is fake, we are willing to use our own lives as compensation. In addition, we have to add that you small fry shouldn't come and be an eyesore. It is better if your clan race's masters come directly and exchange with rare treasures. Otherwise, we have nothing to say." When one of these fellows said something, the other added something as well, continuously complimenting each other. They declared a sky-high price, and their conditions were harsh as well. However, they vowed that their information was definitely real, using their own heads as vouchers. Soon after, the starting ground began to boil with action. The devilish brat didn't die, and was about to appear again. In addition, news quickly traveled to the higher-level heavenly paradises, triggering a huge tempest. When they were completely finished with their cocky speeches and their mouths dry and tongues parched, the two old fellows squinted their eyes and gave each other a glance. They began to quietly mutter when no one was around them. "This devilish brat's heart is truly dark. He suddenly emerged and wanted to make people exchange for the information with precious treasures. Truly too shameful. The youngster's skin is too thick, and his heart is truly dark. He's clearly jumping out on his own to get vengeance, but he's making it look as if others are begging him to. What a cheat! Are you guys talking about yourselves? I feel like the descriptions are rather appropriate." The devilish brat darkened his face and argued pointlessly. "That child didn't die within the heaven-mending pavilion?" Various powers joined arms to surround that area, and there were numerous experts there. Even after such a bitter war, he was still able to escape harm. News spread, and they quickly proliferated from the starting grounds to the higher heavenly paradises, triggered a huge wave of commotion. At this very moment, the starting ground was bustling with noise. Everyone was in discussion. Some people believed, and some people coldly laughed, unconvinced. Regardless of whether it was the four great clans, Rain clan, Tuoba family, or the ancient families, they all had people rush over to seek confirmation. The more they heard, the more restraining fear they felt towards that savage child. If his natural talents really are as terrifying as the rumors say, then he won't just be the ruler of this desolate region when he grows up. He'll definitely show disdain towards even supreme experts. He absolutely must not be allowed to grow up. Do you not know who those two old things are? They are two frauds, and have tricked so many people already. There were also people who felt that this was not that big of a deal. At the starting ground, all sorts of things were being discussed. However, not everyone believed the rumors. "Wei, what are you youngsters saying? This old one treats everyone fairly with absolute honesty. A paragon of virtue," Coin Grandpa retorted, seeming like an honorable person. Bird Grandpa sat on the other side, appearing rather calm and easygoing. He did not say much, but the bird on his shoulder casted a sidelong look as if it held everyone in disdain. These two old fellows swindled others quite a bit, and those who did not know of them were fooled after seeing their relatively older ages. However, there were many people who were familiar with them at the starting ground, so quite a few people were looking at them superciliously. "Old things, if you two dare to cheat us in this serious matter and we find out that these are empty words, it will be difficult for you two to escape death." Finally, there were experts that rushed over. Their faces were cold as they spoke with powerful tones. The look in their eyes were like torches as they stared at the two individuals and threatened with this warning. "If you believe, then you believe. If not, then that's up to you. I don't want to lower myself to your level, so it's best if you get your clan lords to personally come. I promise that they will be satisfied," Coin Elder said. "Who do you think you are? If you were just being swindlers here, then that is that. However, you actually want to deceive true ancient families. Be careful or you may lose your heads." Two people walked up with their hands behind their backs. Their eyes were fierce as they spoke imposingly. "You're trying to pick a fight with us? What kind of person hasn't this old one met yet? If you aren't satisfied, then come at me." Coin Elder seemed to have erupted in anger. He carried the appearance of a powerful individual and was more feisty than a younger man. The people who came sneered, and with a wave, a group surrounded the two. Symbols flickered, and with a wung sound, precious techniques were brought out, enveloping this land. "You better speak, or else you will have to take responsibility for the results." It was clear that they came from a large powerful, and naturally did not want to purchase the information. They directly used forceful methods to try and suppress these two old men, coercing them to speak. "Using strength to approach this old man? Your actions are affecting my business?" Coin Elder appeared extremely discontent and clamored. "Ruining my livelihood is akin to taking my life. I'll fight you guys to the death." He roared loudly and threw Bird Grandpa, who was next to him, outwards. In that split second, there was absolute chaos. Bird Grandpa was furious and no longer acted calm and collected. The group of people's precious techniques smashed over on the spot. All types of symbols flickered, making this area extremely brilliant. Bird Grandpa turned around and didn't face everyone, facing Coin Elder instead. However, that bird on his shoulder instead soared into the air and faced the enemies. Hong, a streak of fiery light dropped down from the sky, as if a sea of primal chaos descended. The bird was extremely terrifying, immediately turning this pace into a lake of raging flames. The group of people cried out miserably as they directly turned into human torches. They began to roll on the ground one after another before backing up and fleeing. Even though their lives were not in danger, their bodies were practically half-roasted. The one that led those people looked even more like processed coal. He didn't carry the slightest bit of arrogance anymore as he trembled from the pain. Only by relying on the support of others could he even stand. The most intolerable thing was that the two old men ran off to the side and began fighting with each other. The two didn't pay any attention to their group, and all of this was done by a single bird. Did heavenly logic even apply to these old bastards? The group of people were in grief and indignation, and even though they wanted to cry, no tears came out. In just a split second, those two old fellows that were fighting immediately became equivalent to fiends in their eyes. After witnessing this fight, everyone gave up on their plans of using force. These two old fellows truly weren't worth provoking. Their strength were deep and immeasurable, and most importantly, they were lacking in moral sense. However, because of the current situation, their words seemed a bit more truthful. Quite a few people began to feel like maybe these two truly did know the devilish brat's whereabouts. This old man is putting his head on the line, so the information is definitely true. That little bastard is hiding within his little nest, and I can get him out. However, this is on the premise that the information is exchanged for symbol bones and precious blood. The two old fellows made solemn vows as they pledged towards the sky. It seems like it really is real. I have never seen these two act so serious. They aren't cheating us this time, right? Otherwise, the commotion they stirred up is a bit too great. Many people were moved and began to get the feeling that their information was most likely real. This time, even more people came. The starting ground had a stream of people moving about, and many great powers sent out their experts to find out what really was going on. Of course, not everyone here bore hostility. Many of them just followed where the crowds were, because the baby that angered both the heavens and the people alike was too unique. Now that his period of exile was over, no one knew just what kind of crazy storm he would stir up. The return of the devilish brat to the Void God realm is truly something to look forward to. Hee haha. I truly want to see what kind of performance he will give us now that 2 years have passed. I hope the 4 great clans, Tuoba family and the others wage war within, and it'll be even better if the Western Tomb Beast Mountain's archaic descendants hurried over as well. If archaic divine mountains like Mount E and Southern Meteor also dispatched their pure-blooded creatures, once they travel from the divine lands through the mountains and rivers of the Great Wastes, it would be even more amazing. News traveled outwards at an inconceivable speed, quickly reaching the higher heavenly paradises. It attracted the attention of countless people. It was easy to see that after 2 years, the starting ground once again became the gathering place for a storm. It triggered a shocking wave of sensation. Is what you guys said true? The two old fellows truly have guts, actually daring to brazenly sell this kind of information. They must have some kind of power backing them. First, these two are quite strong and aren't easily pushed around. Second, it's quite likely that they truly know the whereabouts of that child. The Rain Clan's people discussed among themselves. Their hatred towards the devilish brat was bone deep. Within the 100 Shattering Mountains they lost so much, and now they even let him escape during the Heaven-Mending Pavilion War. There wasn't a single moment where they didn't want to kill him. Won't we find out if we just take a look? So what if we bring a jar of descendant blood? It's not like we have to make the deal. We can just wait until the people around us start discussing the result. The Rain Clan's people decided to join in on the action. In addition, several of their important figures were the ones that went. The Tuoba family was an ancient family that had existed since a long time ago. They experienced prosperity, decline, hiding, and revival. Currently, they were extremely powerful, and there were also some people discussing this in their clan. I will personally go and see what is going on. It is just a child, so there is no need for us to involve everyone. However, we can't allow him to truly mature. A few of the clan's youth began to speak. Their statuses were high, and all of them were powerful candidates qualified to be their clan's successors. As for the 4 great clans, then were even more furious. They were all incomparably resentful, because that devilish child had been a thorn in their sides all the way until now. He showed them defeat and humiliation again and again, making their hatred towards him difficult to dissolve. Their bodies were piled up within the starting ground into a human mountain, becoming the target of others' ridicule. Within the 100 Shattering Mountains, their clan's restricted individuals all fell, and their outstanding youth were all killed. It was truly a great hatred. The news spread, and it was not limited to the Void God realm. It reached the ancient countries within the real world, and quite a few people were shocked. A massive storm converged, and more people began to pay attention to this matter. The clamoring within the Void God realm made it so that the place could no longer calm down. In the end, experts from powerful races arrived one after another, walking out from the golden passageways. Only a short period of time would pass before another great clan would appear, creating a huge sensation. More and more people began to hide their identities, not wanting others to recognize where they came from. After all, there were some things that had to be done that weren't all that glamorous. The starting ground was packed with people, making this a huge deal. Many people wanted to see some chaos and came here to join in on the fun. People rushed over from the various heavenly paradises within the Void God realm. This place was like a jungle as new faces showed up one after another, shoving and bumping into each other. Scarlet Cloud's prince is here. Someone immediately became shocked. Scarlet Cloud's prince was extremely well known within the higher-level heavenly paradises. He was a formidable young expert. He was from the 4 great clans, and his Scarlet fan was lost here 2 years ago. Back then, his younger brother carried it to kill the little guy and take his treasures. After angering the little guy, he was forcefully suppressed, leading to the calamity that the 4 great clans eventually faced. Things are going to get lively from here. Everyone was in expectation as they revealed excited expressions. Those are the great princes of the Tuoba clan. They really came here undisguised. Several people walked over, their ages all around 20. Their auras were unordinary, and their expressions were stern as they walked silently. These were the ancient family's elites. Soon after, Coin Elder and Bird Grandpa were surrounded by people. A group of individuals who had high statuses appeared, and they were all unordinary. However, the surrounding people could not walk forward because they were blocked by a few experts. They cleared up a large area there, and the mood immediately became tensed up. It was clear that there were experts that hurried over from every clan. In addition, none of their statuses were low, and as they faced the 2 old fellows, they wanted to get to the conclusion of this. There's nothing to discuss here. This old man has already said everything that should be said. Use archaic descendant blood or precious primitive symbol bones to exchange. You truly want to exchange for precious blood? A middle-aged male asked expressionlessly. Cold light flickered within his eyes. Correct. Fine. As long as the information is real, we are willing to pay. The middle-aged man laughed coldly. Killing intent pervaded the air as he placed a jade jar on top of the stone table. Purple light flickered within. The jar was filled with purple blood, its reflection even making the jade container transparent. Purple multicolored light surged, as if it possessed life. A dense purple mist curled up around it. It truly is precious blood. It is extremely rare and simply too precious. The people were shocked. Within the darkness, the little guy was extremely happy as he clenched his small fist. Coin Elder and Bird Grandpa were both calm and collected. This time, they didn't act out of greed, and they didn't even bat their eyelashes. They sat there steadily without moving. Speak. Tell us the circumstances. The middle-aged man spoke. He was someone from the 4 great clans. I will tell you alone. Is anyone else going to bring precious blood to exchange? Coin Elder calmly spoke. Are you messing with me? The middle-aged male was furious. No, I am not. So many of you came, and each great power brought a jar of precious blood. Place all of them on the table, then I'll tell all of you. Bird Grandpa spoke. When everyone heard this, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. This was simply too much greed. It was just a bit of information, yet they wanted so many jars of precious blood. Was there even any other profession that could make more at once? You have to understand that a jar of archaic descendant precious blood was already priceless. It was enough to make people risk their lives, yet these 2 actually wanted numerous jars. Those who want the information, walk up. If not, back up. Coin Elder spoke and then added, there must be at least 15 jars of archaic descendant precious blood on the table, or else we won't speak. He spoke extremely boldly. A jar of precious blood was enough to carry out several baptisms, and when used appropriately, it could prove to be extremely vital and affect their entire life. So many people came. If you all were sincere, 1 person a jar would truly create a small mountain, Bird Grandpa said. Even though he was exaggerating, there was still a bit of truth in that statement. There were experts from all the various powers here. If a jar was offered up by every clan, then it would be similarly impressive. The people here all sneered, feeling as if these 2 truly messed around too much. If this continued, things could turn out bad for them. If they didn't have real news, then they would inevitably bring popular indignation on themselves and get attacked from all directions. Old ones, be careful not to create self-immolation. A young person spoke and then took out a jade container, placing it on the table. Blue light flickered, and the liquid inside was translucent as it flowed with brilliance. "Count me in as well," the scarlet cloud prince calmly spoke. He took out a jar and placed it on the stone table. It contained scarlet liquid that shot streak after streak of scarlet multicolored light. A haze curled up around it, and mist was scattering about. An elder walked up and placed a jar on top of the stone table. Golden liquid shone from within, the descendant blood within it shocking everyone. Rain Clan's people? The little guy's heart jumped as he made this judgment from the individual's aura. For the sake of dealing with this clan, he studied the bone text and became extremely familiar with their auras. "Is there any more?" Coin Elder spoke. During this entire process, he carefully inspected everything to make sure that he wasn't being cheated. There are times where it's better to just take a life. Forget about ordinary people. Understand that there are ways where even a supreme, pure-blooded archaic beast can be killed here. Someone else threatened before placing a jar of precious blood onto the stone table. This made the little guy shiver a bit inwardly. They were truly concealing their urge to murder here. There will most likely be a huge battle. These people weren't easy to provoke, and they were all prepared inwardly. Otherwise, how could they say these words? However, he wasn't scared at all because he had enough hidden trump cards that could suppress all the various experts. In the end, the various ancient powers all expressed their intentions before offering up a jar of precious blood each. The little guy's eyes turned red. It was obvious that these people's hands were bloodied from the heaven-mending pavilion war. They were going to move out again today to get rid of him. Senior brothers, sisters, and elders, I will first get back a bit of interest. The little guy clenched his fists. In the end, there were 15 jade containers piled up together on top of the stone table. They flickered with brilliant multicolored light and were incomparably splendid. The liquids were all transparent and sparkling as divine splendor curled up around them. With a ow-low sound, the little guy directly pounced over. He broke through the limit and seemed to possess unrivaled power. He directly soared up before dropping down from the sky. Following that, he made a sweep and directly snatched the tableful of precious blood into his bosom. He shouted noisily, "Mine, mine, all mine!" The little guy's movements were swift. A beast pouch was opened, and the pile of sparkling and translucent jars were collected in one motion. It was quickly moved to his back, his speed making people stare blankly. "You dare!" One of them erupted into fury. With a raise of his hand, an expanse of heavenly sand appeared. It quickly formed stars and rumbled as they moved. Large heavenly bodies appeared one after another, surrounding this area. Everyone became overwhelmed with shock. Just how powerful of a figure was this? He brought such a precious artifact with him and directly laid down a formation, immediately trapping his opponent. The little guy was shocked, and he felt a tremendous pressure. However, he was happy and without fear. Multicolored light emerged from his entire body, and a pair of Kuan Peng wings appeared on his back. They immediately trembled before erupting with a flourishing light. Hong! The divine wings shook, and a great star was smashed apart. He once again charged forward and moved his wings. The surroundings area rang out with rumbling sounds of destruction, and the great stars that were circulating about were blasted apart. Everyone was shocked. What kind of formidable precious technique was this? It directly destroyed a powerful precious artifact with such ease. At the same time, various symbols dropped down as densely as raindrops. They were extremely dazzling, and it was as if the words of a divine incantation were materializing in the sky. With a chi sound, the little guy left behind an afterimage. He was not hit, and with a flap of the Kuan Peng wings behind his back, it allowed him to travel without touching the ground. A single movement would shift him 100 zhang out, making him simply too fast as he escaped their encirclement. Devilish child! When he stopped, many people were alarmed. They all recognized him and revealed shocked expressions. They didn't think that he would truly come to the Void God realm and prove the rumors true. He's still alive and trying to steal from the tiger's den. He truly came to this place. The starting ground immediately erupted into commotion. Many people came to this famous location purely for the sake of seeing the youth that once angered humans and gods alike. They were now able to see his true self. After the heaven-mending pavilion war, skeletons covered the ground and blood dyed the pure land red. Not many were able to survive, yet he was actually completely unaffected. Everyone discussed passionately, filling this area with chatter. This result went against everyone's expectations. At the crucial moment, he personally jumped over and seized the entire pile of precious blood. Quick! Transmit news outwards that the devilish brat appeared. He revealed himself within the void god realm, and is going to fight a great war against the great powers. Send a report to the clan lord. A huge event will unfold here, and a decision must be quickly made. We must report to the princess. She loves this type of activity the most, and if she misses this, she'll definitely start blaming people. Movements immediately happened in all directions. The information was spread out in the quickest way possible, and not only was the void god realm shaken, even the great powers and ancient countries in the outside world became aware of this. The number of people entering the void god realm shot up. The people that came later suffered, because there was an extremely large number of people rushing towards the starting ground. So, didn't I say that the information was true? You all didn't want to believe it. Coin Elder stood up and then suddenly shouted, "Return my precious blood!" Bird Grandpa stood up and rushed towards everyone saying, "To honor the agreement, you all had to exchange with precious blood or symbol bones. However, now, they aren't in our hands." Who still paid attention to these two's cocky words? Their eyes were all red from anger after seeing the little guy. Groups like the Rain Clan and For Great Clans charged murderously together. In reality, the devilish child's eyes were more red than theirs. If not for the pile of magnificent archaic species precious blood, he wouldn't have held himself back for so long. Much thanks to you all for this great gift. After welcoming me so enthusiastically, I think this will be enough for several baptisms. These are truly precious. After hearing the devilish brat's words, the group of people immediately clenched their teeth. All of them had the urge to vomit blood. They would rather throw away the precious blood than give it to him. Kill! They charged up, all of the experts from various clans moving simultaneously. They brought over the precious blood, but they weren't actually going to carry out the transaction. It was all a front, after all. Was there anyone that dared to lust after their items? However, the target personally came and directly stole them, catching them completely unprepared. Everyone felt that this savage child was too daring. He was fully aware that a group of people would go after him with ample preparations, yet he still showed his face. He was a bit too bold. Chi-chi sounds penetrated through the air. Streak after streak of sparkling threads interweaved, forming a heavenly curtain that enveloped the starting ground skies. It was a sparkling and translucent net that was extremely gorgeous. Divine flame silkworm. Everyone cried out in surprise and saw that it belonged to one of Tuoba family's princes. In his hands was an inch-long scarlet silkworm, and it was something that he spat out. A well-known creature among archaic descendants. I didn't expect to be able to see this type of creature. Many people widened their eyes as they looked towards that direction. The divine flame silkworm's entire body was a gem-like scarlet red that was almost transparent. It carried a bright red luster, and a flame was curling about its body. It seemed harmless, but it was actually a vicious creature that would kill without a second thought. The silk that it spat out was incomparably tough and durable, and even precious artifacts would find it difficult to break through. It curled up in flames, and could burn a person into ashes in an instant. It was extremely terrifying. The transparent divine flame silk spread out like a web as it descended, surrounding the little guy. It was about to capture him alive. "Let's see how you will escape," Tuoba family's fourth prince sneered. This wasn't simply the precious artifact of the divine flame silkworm, as it also underwent the clan's refining. There were many mysterious symbols added, making it difficult to break. Hong! The little guy shifted horizontally. His body emitted light, and an ear-splitting sound was emitted. He withstood a large amount of symbols and avoided this large net. "The net is inescapable," can cover the heaven and earth. You won't be able to get away, the fourth prince from Tuoba family shouted. The divine flame silkworm within his bosom released a vicious look. Scarlet light surged and an even greater mass of silk was released from its mouth, completely sealing up the area in front of it. Even the others halted their steps, no longer daring to move forward. They stopped their attacks in fear of getting caught up in it. The dense and brilliant great web ignited with a great blaze, the heaven overflowing flames terrifying everyone. The little guy stopped and calmly waited for the web to fall. Then, he reached out and caught the silk thread. A golden vortex appeared in front of his body and continuously revolved. Restrain! Tuoba clan's fourth prince shouted, his eyes filled with a frantic radiance. He never thought that his opponent would be so brazen as to commit suicide. Could it be that he was actually going to destroy the divine flame silk? Fiery light radiated, and the brilliant scarlet-red silk tightened. It wanted to bind the little guy and cut him up into ashes. At this moment, however, the golden symbols around his body became increasingly dazzling. Those vortices rotated, swallowing essence energy from all directions, completely devouring the flames. This? Everyone was startled. Wasn't this a secret passed down within the Peng race? Based on their understanding, this was likely the Kuan Peng's precious technique. It's the golden spiral ripple technique. It's the heaven-mending pavilion's precious technique. But the one he's using seems to be more terrifying. It contains the secrets of the Kuan Peng. An elder was terrified, and his expression changed greatly. When the golden vortex refined the flames, swallowing those endless symbols and resisting the fiery silk's attacks. Meanwhile, the little guy's two hands fiercely pulled, and with a kacha sound, the sound of breaking rang out. Heavens! What am I watching? He tore apart the fiery silk. Just how terrifying is his divine strength? With a body like his, he could definitely lift mountains and move seas. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. Many people cried out in surprise. The devilish brat's performance was too shocking. He destroyed an utmost powerful precious artifact with his bare hands. One has to understand that the silk was extremely tough and durable, completely unlike other weapons. With a shio sound, the devilish brat turned into a golden light as he rushed over murderously towards Tuoba family's fourth prince. When the people saw this, they all rushed in to stop him. The reason behind this was that they all knew that the devilish brat was unrivaled in bravery within the starting ground. He was definitely not someone that a single person could deal with, so they all tried to stop him. With a honglong sound, a vast body of water appeared behind the little guy's back. An overbearing wave roared like thunder, the billows seeming to submerge the heavens itself. It was constructed out of symbols, and its power directly sent a group of people flying. The most terrifying part was that a great black fish appeared within the sea of water. Its size made people tremble, as it was vast and obscure. With a fierce sway of its tail, the black symbols flickered before landing on everyone's bodies. Ah! Many people cried out miserably, and the ones with relatively weaker cultivations were immediately scattered into pieces. The more powerful individuals quickly avoided it, but even after doing so they still spat out fresh blood before staggering backwards. Kuan Peng, the legendary giant bird of the sea. It's a divine Kuan. The people were overwhelmed with shock. This type of precious technique actually appeared, shocking people to the extreme. With a Peng sound, the little guy dropped down from the sky after sending a large group of people flying. The ocean waves rolled over and over, imprisoning the Tuoba family's fourth prince. With a single step, he caused the people to roll about on the ground. He caught that divine silkworm. Tuoba's fourth prince was scared and furious. However, the little guy didn't even wait for a reaction before stepping down. He directly splattered apart, dying here. The fine hairs on everyone's bodies stood up. How powerful was this strength? He could directly trample one of Tuoba's princes to death. Dying within the Void God realm would inflict a serious injury in the real world as well. Their strength would suffer a huge blow, and their essence energy would be affected as well. At the very least, they would need several months of self-cultivation before fully recovering. The effects of these injuries were great, and can cause problems in an individual's essence energy. The unluckiest ones might even lose their spirituality, creating huge problems for their cultivation in the future. The little guy picked up the divine silkworm and carefully looked at it. The divine flame silkworm revealed an ominous look. Symbols interweaved all about its body as if they embers were lighting up. They were extremely hot as they tried to burn the little guy to death. At the same time, the silk it spat out was even more terrifying. It wanted to wrap him up and refine him. The little guy could tell immediately that this type of descendant was untamable. His hand exerted force and directly pinched it to death. Then, he placed its corpse into a bag, because it was precious flesh medicine. Everyone became dumbstruck. This was too savage. That was a rarely seen powerful descendant. He actually squeezed it to death. What an abnormal person. The group of people were all in fear. Was there really no one who could control this youth? The group of people took out their precious artifacts and rushed forward. They even activated formations to kill him in their traps. "It's you?" Suddenly, the little guy became angry after feeling a familiar aura. He sent a person flying with ease and charged into the mist with thunder-like power. Suddenly, he lifted up a person with a pung sound. His eyes began to shoot flames. The individual was a white-clad youth, roughly 14 to 15 years old. Symbols circulated about him, and a hazy mist curled about. It was the Rain clan's genius, Yufeng. "You thankless wretch, bringing your clansmen to the heaven-mending pavilion to kill everyone. You bite the hand that feeds you. Today, I will hack you apart." The little guy was furious. He tore off one of his arms and threw it away. He did not immediately kill him, but instead started to violently strike down. Yufeng screamed miserably, and the sounds he made were no longer like that of a human's. The Rain clan's people were all angry as they charged up together. As a result, a streak of lightning appeared. Magnificent lightning blazed about the little guy's body as rage consumed him. Behind him, a vast body of water surged, and a huge black fish rose. With a hong sound, the Kuan Peng precious technique merged with the lightning and crushed down on every direction. This was simply an unrivaled power that swept through everything. The Rain clansmen cried out miserably, and they were all blasted apart. People were sent flying in all directions. They would explode and turn into a bloody mist. This type of divine might and oppressiveness shocked everyone. They simply couldn't believe that this devilish child slaughtered a group of experts. "Yufeng, Rain clan, you all are a group of scum." The devilish child went mad. The Kuan Peng behind him appeared, emitting the sounds of wind and lightning. It erupted with golden light, and whenever it smashed into people, there would immediately be flesh exploding. Bloody mist filled the air. He unleashed a massacre, killing the people from more than a dozen clans. They were all great powers of this world, but in the end these experts weren't a match for him. They were all slaughtered until they shouted miserably. They all howled endlessly in anguish. This area became chaotic. The little guy went crazy after thinking about the bloody tragedy that happened within the heaven-mending pavilion and unleashed a massacre. This was not merely a few people but rather a group of experts. They all came from different great powers, and even though they were grouped up in an unspoken alliance, they were still slaughtered in a chaotic manner. The little guy didn't waste a single extra ounce of strength. His movements were quick and fierce as he leapt like a rabbit and swooped down like a falcon. An absolute massacre unfolded, and blood would blossom from time to time. He killed everyone in a clean and efficient manner. Each time the Kuan Peng wings flapped, there would inevitably be people smashed apart, crushed by the powerful symbols. Meanwhile, the lightning radiance about his body interweaved, engulfing in all directions. As a result, many people were turned into processed coal before falling down. How can we permit such vicious actions? "Lay out the formation," the Rain clansmen shouted. They couldn't tolerate his vicious actions, because they lost 20 to 30 of their men just now in a split second. More than 10 pieces of beast bones appeared and released multicolored light. They began to spread out, arranging themselves in all directions before fixing themselves in the air. As a result, a hazy radiance began to envelope this region. Under normal circumstances, a few pieces of powerful precious bones were already enough to lay down a formation, yet the Rain clan used more than 10 pieces. This was one of the most complex killing formations they possessed, and they were employing it to deal with the little guy. Ash-colored flood dragons rose from all directions. They opened their mouths and spat out divine radiance, scattering down a rain of light. Chi-chi sounds fell incessantly onto people's ears. The rain of light looked like streaks of electricity as it covered the sky with divine swords. The scene was extremely terrifying. Every single one of the symbol bones represented an archaic descendant. They were all the bones of flood dragons, and after gathering together, they became incomparably powerful, displaying an unrivaled type of suppression. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. This should be the flood dragon suppression formula. More than 10 pieces of vicious beast bones had been previously refined to merge together into a great formation. Even if a legendary pure-blooded vicious beast appeared, they would most likely still be suppressed. This place was engulfed in wind and lightning. Ash-colored flood dragons soared, and a hazy mist moved about as the dozen or more flood dragons collided together. They formed a great formation that locked up the heaven and earth. Everyone was startled. How was this type of murderous technique supposed to be defeated? With the strength of over 10 descendants, this was a powerful method that could kill even individuals with extremely great cultivation realms. The little guy did indeed feel the pressure, and even his body began to feel rather sore. The dozen or more vicious flood dragons began to smash about as they twisted their bodies one after another. Soon after, a rain of light scattered down and shot towards his body. Hong! The devilish brat erupted into movement. What kind of person was he? He truly broke through the cultivation limit, and under the power suppression of the starting ground, who could defeat him at the blood transformation stage? He was simply unparalleled. His body fiercely shook. Symbols erupted, directly blasting apart the several flood dragons surrounding his body. He used his unrivaled physical strength to tear apart these descendants with his bare hands. In the blink of an eye, fresh blood was scattered everywhere. The broken corpses of flood dragons fell, and the little guy was like a demon king as he unleashed chaos within the formation. He swept everything before him, and whenever he soared up, an ash-colored flood dragon would be torn apart with a movement from his hands. The scene was incredibly bloody. Everyone was shaken. Just how powerful was his fighting strength? He could kill descendants with his bare hands. Could it be that he was a pure-blooded creature himself? As for the devilish brat, there were too many rumors, but how many people actually personally saw him in action? Those within the 100 Shattering Mountains should be familiar with him, but those restricted individuals had all been killed by him. Each time the little guy killed a flood dragon, a crack would appear on the primitive bones. As the battle became increasingly fierce, the Rain clanmen's faces become increasingly ashen as well. He was a bit too terrifying. He is definitely comparable to Ear back then. If the two were of the same age, it would be a battle between giants. Without the power of the dual pupils suppressing him, it would be difficult for such a battle to reach a quick conclusion. Ear not only has his dual pupils, he still has other unrivaled methods, so that might not necessarily be the case. In the blink of an eye, the Rain clan's important characters quickly made a comparison between the two. The little guy's power exceeded their expectations, making these clansmen a bit scared and upset. Hong in the end, the little guy's two hands moved, and a purple swan and eye roared. It was larger than a mountain, and as it rushed out, lightning interweaved. It swallowed all of the ash-colored flood dragons in one gulp. Kacha, the dozen or so symboled bones immediately cracked apart. The powerful precious artifacts were destroyed and ruined here. What? Not only were the Rain clansmen trembling, even the others felt their hairs standing up. This was a bit too unrivaled and powerful. Peng, the little guy, soared and rushed forward. He quickly took action, and the purple swan and eye that still had a hint of gold charged forward. Lightning radiance flickered about the mountain-sized swan and eye as it threw itself at the Rain clansmen. Ah, no! Those people cried out miserably. With the swan and eye precious technique released, there was nothing they could do. After undergoing a transformation, The technique far surpassed what it was like back then. Burnt bodies appeared one after another on the ground. There wasn't a single one that survived after being pounced on, all of them directly dying. Within the ancient country in the real world, more than 10 people cried out inside the Rain clan. They all spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and there were even some whose foreheads began to crack and continuously leak out blood. As a result, their minds received an extremely terrifying injury. The Rain clan residence was greatly shaken. The clan's experts unexpectedly suffered injuries at the same time, terrifying many people. This was the result of being killed within the Void God realm, and such a result might leave behind repercussions. Within the starting ground, the little guy had unleashed a bloody slaughter in all directions. In the end, the Rain clansmen all fell with only Yufeng remaining. He was lifted up by the little guy and then cut open. This time it was not just a single arm, but rather his entire body directly being torn in half. The blood was a deep red as it splashed high into the air. When paired with that child's young and tender face, it made people's hearts tremble. Wasn't this simply the cost for attacking the heaven-mending pavilion? If this child were to grow up with his natural talents, it was quite likely that another world-shockingly great power would rise up from the ruins. This was what was on the minds of many, making their hearts trembled. Rumor had it that he was on par with pure-blooded beasts. Could it be that this was true? Kill! Someone shouted out loud, and a scarlet divine needle shot out. Multicolored danced about with dazzling brilliance. What? Soul-shattering needle! Many people cried out in shock, their expressions changing. This was truly severe. Within the mortal world, there were none who didn't fear this, because the needle's origins were too powerful. The little guy quickly evaded and did not meet it head-on. He dodged to the side, and as the scarlet radiance danced about, it was as if the needle came from a poisonous scorpion straight from hell. The bright redness was a bit terrifying. Soul-shattering needles are demonic artifacts refined within the Void God realm. If one is struck by it, then not only would they be exterminated here, their souls in the real world would also shatter, causing them to die. Bird Grandpa spoke softly. Many people entered the Void God realm to train their minds, because the results of their training here carried on to the outside world. There were many heavenly paradises within the Void God realm, and the higher regions were mostly occupied by the great clans. The natural resources were abundant, and there were many precious materials that were suited for cultivation there. Within the heavenly paradises, there were symbols and descendants that originated here. The 10 or so jars of precious blood they brought here today were obtained within this world. The divine flame silkworm that Tuoba family's 4th prince possessed was also caught like this. It was originally an inhabitant of the heavenly paradise, only that it was later tamed by one of the clan elders and have a part of its interior symbols refined. Soul-shattering needles were extremely famous within this world, and rumor has it that these were refined from special materials that contained a portion of this world's laws. As a result, it was exceedingly terrifying, and once struck by it, one would undoubtedly die here, and their real body would have trouble escaping this disaster as well. However, these treasures were exceedingly rare. After so many years, there truly hasn't been many rumors of people discovering them. These had all been accumulated from the past, and were almost never seen nowadays. It could kill the void body and destroy the real body at the same time. As a result, it was known as a demonic artifact. Tuoba clan is worthy of being called an ancient family. They can even take out this type of item. Someone cried out in shock. The individual couldn't help but take steps backwards. The little guy retreated. He did not recklessly face it head-on, but rather carefully observed the situation. Scarlet multicolored light flickered, and that divine needle flew over again with terrifying woo-woo sounds. It pierced through everything in its way, and when the little guy threw out a 10,000 gene boulder out, it was directly penetrated by the divine needles. So powerful! He truly became apprehensive. This was a demonic artifact after all. If he wasn't careful, he truly would pay a bitter price, as this endangered his life. Tuoba family, thank you for your great gift. In the future, I will definitely return it to you, the little guy shouted. His two hands made some movements, causing purple lightning to dance about. They formed a cauldron that was rather simple-looking. This was creation through lightning, which shocked the onlookers. His actions were simply too shocking. Lightning represented destruction, and those who successfully pried into its sliver of life force would then be able to create through the lightning Tao. Even though he wasn't at that level yet, what he was doing now was enough to shock everyone. The little guy's hands moved about, forming a cauldron. Lightning flickered about, massing together to form lightning from the ninth heaven. Then, with a fierce vibration, the scarlet soul-shattering needles were collected by him. A wong sound rang out, and a divine ring appeared behind the back of his head that emitted purple chi. The little guy sat down and faced the purple cauldron. He began his refining. "You want to steal these enchanted needles? Keep dreaming." Tuoba clanmen shouted angrily and moved out together. They activated their symbols to try and reclaim the precious technique. In addition, the other great powers people no longer spent time dreading what was happening and quickly took action. How could they allow him to just sit there without attacking him? This was an opportunity. However, a humongous black fish emerged from the boundless sea behind the little guy and swayed its tail. A tremendous black wave was created, immediately sending all of them flying. "Quickly, recollect them," everyone cried out. Tuoba clan's people began to feel anxious because they were starting to lose their connection with the soul-shattering needles. The precious artifacts were seized from them and quickly refined. They were now on the verge of receiving a new owner. Everything was finished. That purple lightning turned into a small cauldron, and all 12 scarlet divine needles glowed brilliantly as they became motionless. "Sacrifice!" the little guy shouted, and the space between his eyebrows lit up. Symbols dropped down and wrapped itself around the demonic artifacts. He was about to gain control over them. "Flee!" Many people's expressions changed. At this moment, they became incomparably fearful. It was because the owner of the soul-shattering needles have changed, implying that the devilish child could now truly kill them. Regardless of whether it was the void body or their real body, they would both die. "Dealing with you bunch won't even require the usage of these." The little guy got up and looked at them with disdain. He already understood the strangeness of the demonic artifact. Upon usage, it could kill the individual's body in the real world. How could he use it on these people's bodies? This was a truly great murder weapon, and could be used to make any expert within the Void God realm cower in fear. Upon penetrating and killing someone, it would immediately explode, making it unable to be used twice. He had already decided that unless they were upper-level figures, he would not hastily use this as it would be too wasteful. The little guy leapt over and blocked off those large chunks of limestones because he did not want the golden passageways to be activated. These people all wanted to escape the Void God realm, but they had to go through this path. However, the devilish brat would never give them the chance. He attacked and fought fiercely with the experts from different clans. Fresh blood dyed his clothes red, and no one could stop his attacks. "You all disappoint me. There were only a few killing formations and soul-shattering needles. Not even enough for me to have some fun," the little guy ridiculed. His body was dyed in the blood of everyone here. Hong. As the battle reached its conclusion, the little guy put away his scorn and used all of his strength to release the Kuan Peng precious technique. Black waves engulfed the heavens and earth to deal with those killing formations. Many of the great powers used their most powerful formations. Primitive symboled bones filled the air, causing brilliance to overflow in this place, suppressing this region. However, it was a pity that within the starting ground, regardless of how exceedingly great your cultivation realms were, how world-shocking your precious artifacts were, or even how powerful your great formations were, they would all be suppressed. They all ended up restricted to the scope of the blood transformation realm. The great ancient family's methods were truly terrifying, and the force they used could even kill a pure-blooded vicious beast. However, they still weren't able to do anything about the devilish brat. This was because he even pursued and attacked a Zhujian horned dragon and many others in the past. He could even kill an archaic beast youth. He truly possessed an unrivaled power here. Blood flew everywhere as people were slaughtered within this battle. The experts that showed up suffered extreme losses, not a single one of them still alive. Those that moved against him were all killed, and the ground was dyed in red. No one knew just how many experts came to spectate here. The children of the ancient country's aristocracy, the ancestors of the ancient great powers, they were all dumbstruck and couldn't speak for a long time. How long this all take? All the experts from the great powers were wiped clean without a single one left alive. Within the real world, shouts rang out from every clan. They were incomparably furious, and many of them coughed out blood after suffering heavy injuries. Even several months wouldn't be enough to heal their injuries. A lump of hazy radiance dropped down from the sky onto the starting ground. It surrounded a precious object that fell in front of the little guy. At the same time, a stone tablet appeared. It flickered with brilliance, and there were several small characters that lit up on it. He killed his way up to a new record. Is there still reason within this world? After killing so many experts like the incarnation of a devil, he still can obtain a reward. The starting ground broke into commotion, and everyone was in uproar. What kind of object is that? It seems rather terrifying. It shouldn't be some heaven-defying precious artifact, right? News naturally began to spread. There was no lack of disciples from the great powers within the crowd who weren't killed, because they merely didn't make a move just now. They slipped away and returned to the real world to report to their superiors. What? After killing so many of our men, he was still able to establish a record and obtain a mysterious object? Hey! Within the real world, many people from the great powers were angry to the point of coughing out blood, making their injuries worse. Was there still heavenly reason in this? What was a stepping stone, and what was grief and sorrow? These events simply used their bodies to explain the answer to these questions. I'm going to die from anger. Hey! These people continuously coughed out blood. Some people who fought even had thoughts of suicide. Needless to say, during this battle, all of them became fodder for enhancing the devilish child's fame. During this battle, they all began to feel grief. There were more than 10 great powers there. After all of their experts moved together, they were slaughtered by the devilish brat alone. That demonic land was dyed red with blood. The worst part was that this all happened under the gaze of everyone. Even if they wanted to hide what happened, they couldn't because everyone saw what happened. This was simply too shameful. How could they endure something like this? Inside the Void God realm, the starting ground immediately began to erupt with commotion after a brief moment of silence. The people here were pushing and bumping into each other, and they were composed of experts from all different ancient countries and great powers. They were originally attracted to this place because of its reputation and wanted to see what the devilish brat was truly like. It was quite obvious that what they saw today far surpassed their expectations. Their trip truly wasn't made in vain, and they were able to gain quite a bit from coming here. They were able to see a battle that was fierce and bloody to such an extent. The devilish brat felt no qualms about being someone who angered people and God alike. He eliminated all of his opponents in one battle without letting a single person go. His shocking attitude and efficiency deeply shocked everyone, overwhelming them with conflicting emotions. The news spread out like a huge wave, engulfing every region. Not only were the heavenly paradises within the Void God realm shaken, even the various great sects in the real world were shocked greatly. Many people were left dumbstruck. What kind of thing is this? The little guy was puzzled. Multicolored light scattered down, surrounding this object. A circle of light began to suspend itself in front of his body like a lantern. He reached out his hand to touch it, and a light bow sound rang out. That lump of light broke apart, and a piece of metal appeared. It was extremely irregular, seeming like some kind of fragment. What kind of lousy thing is this? The devilish brat immediately became unsatisfied. After killing all those enemies and wiping them clean, he only received this kind of broken thing? Everyone became speechless. This child truly did not know when to stop. After the Void God realm personally gave him a precious object, he was still being picky. He was truly a small miser. Many people were watching from the sidelines. They wanted to know what kind of object he received. After all, there was actually a record that was established. It created a reaction from the laws of this world, dropping down a precious object. It seems like the broken corner of a plate. What kind of use would such a thing have? The devilish brat scratched his head, and his face had a puzzled look. It was an expression that was completely different from the demonic aura he had when he slaughtered in all directions. He didn't want to miss out on a precious object, and so he carefully looked it over. In the end, other than a few weird streaks, there wasn't anything. He was unwilling to give up, but after circulating his symbols, the bronze piece still remained unreactive. Finally, the little guy began to chew on the metal piece with a vibrating Xianxia sound. Chong-chong sounds rang out as he used all of his strength to grind on it with his teeth. However, it didn't suffer any damages from being chewed on, because it was extremely sturdy. I can even eat archaic descendants, yet I can't do anything to a broken piece of copper. He squinted his large eyes, and they became like crescent moons. He felt that this thing wasn't ordinary. Let me help you appraise it a bit. Right at that time, Coin Elder spoke. He took a huge step and ran over quickly. When he stopped, his face was calm, as if he was a great person in the outside world. I won't give it to you. The little guy immediately put on his guard and threw it into his bosom. This was an old cheat, and if he were to hand it over, then that was the same as saying that he no longer wanted it back. What are you trying to imply? Why are you acting like you are protecting yourself from a thief? Coin Elder was unsatisfied as he raised his beard. How about you give it to me? This old one will pass on to you a world-shocking precious technique. So let's exchange. Bird Grandpa also came over. Even though he seemed calm, the little guy could still tell that the old fellow was not undisturbed inwardly at all. Those two old things are veterans at this. Since they are so eagerly attentive, it must be some supreme treasure. The people muttered and looked forward. Everyone wanted to know what it was. The little guy backed up and watched them vigilantly. Then, he turned around toward the stone tablet to see if he could get some information from it. The stone tablet flickered. It was brilliant and sparkling, and there were a few words on it that recorded down his record. Little War Saint, the beginning were just these 3 characters, and the main idea of the words below explained how he defeated a large amount of experts in the shortest amount of time. After taking in the precious artifacts, formations and experts he destroyed, it was decided that he was able to establish a new record. Quite a few people made their way over and saw this short statement. They immediately became inwardly fearful. This time, there were many powers that made their moves, all of them sending out their experts to probe the situation. At the very least, there were more than 10 great powers that brought precious blood, and those that took action during the battle surpassed 20. There were at least 20 to 30 people that made their moves from each sect, and in the end they were completely wiped out. The formations, precious artifacts, and other things combined together were enough to kill an archaic vicious beast descendant. They were fighting with power that was at the extreme peak of the blood transformation realm. However, not only did the little guy not die, he even tore them apart like rotten weeds. In such a short period of time, he killed all of those outstanding individuals. Not a single person was able to leave, and all of them were exterminated. Archaic bronze artifact, occupying 1/10. It was the very last sentence that clearly explained what the reward was. However, it only made the little guy even more confused. What was this used for? However, when the people who rushed over heard this sentence, their expressions immediately changed. Some of them really wanted to kill him and seize it. A few of the older individuals cried out in alarm. Their facial expressions were revealed looks of wonder. How could that be? It's actually that kind of object. Could it be that his strength is so heaven-defying that he would actually be bestowed such a legendary divine object? This is truly too shocking. After so many years, this type of object appeared again. The group of elders' faces and necks reddened. They did everything they could to cram their way in. They truly wanted to take that metal piece from the little guy's bosom for themselves. The little guy was suspicious. He knew that he might have received a great treasure, so he quickly backed up to increase the distance from everyone. After seeing Coin Elder and Bird Grandpa silently walk closer, his small face began to darken even more. I'm warning you guys. Everyone who dares to get within 10 meters of me will be eaten. The devilish brat threatened with his eyes widened. He revealed his small snow-white teeth. The group of people's bodies shook, stopping their movements soon after. This was simply a death threat. Just now, the little guy had been immersed in the blood of over 100 experts' blood as he went crazy and killed so many people. Who dared to bring disaster on themselves at this point? What exactly is this thing? The little guy asked. Even though there were many people who enviously wanted it for themselves and didn't want to tell him, there were still a few people that sighed inwardly. They knew that they couldn't seize it, because the devilish brat was unrivaled here. Someone said, "It's a fragment of the archaic divine book. Why aren't there any words on it?" The little guy took out the copper piece and continued to look at it. That's only a tenth of it. If it was completely pieced together, it could open up a divine storehouse. Inside, there will definitely be some world-shocking precious technique. Someone said, "What?" The devilish brat's eyes immediately became round. There were also these types of things within the void god realm. He became incomparably excited. In the past, there were people that obtained it. When completed, the bronze fragments would enable one to obtain an unrivaled precious technique from the archaic era. It was something that even pure-blooded vicious beasts and divine birds coveted. After someone spoke out, this place immediately broke out into commotion. Many people were like the devilish brat and didn't know at first. Now they immediately became stirred up. That was definitely an amazing ability created from a supreme primitive symbol. How can I obtain the other fragments? The little guy longed for it. Difficult, too difficult. The only way is if you continuously break records, and those all must be the most difficult and impossible to accomplish records. Only then will you have a chance of obtaining more. Then that's fine. I've already killed enough in the starting ground. I'll go to those heavenly paradises, since I'll definitely have some chance to break records there. The little guy began to smile radiantly. Meanwhile, the group of people's faces changed. This was an offspring of disaster. After tossing the starting ground from side to side, he then wanted to advance into an even higher region to inevitably cause even more heaven overflowing waves. There were quite a few people whose heads and hearts began to throb. They seemed rather stifled as they turned around to leave and report these things. The higher heavenly paradises were important places that the great clans and ancient families occupied. None of those regions were lacking, and their values were immeasurable. It seemed like this devilish brat was preparing to ransack those areas, marching straight into those pure lands to cause chaos. If he was still invincible in those regions, then it would truly be a disaster. It was scary to just think about these situations. What? He obtained a piece of the archaic divine book. Within the Rain clan, when a group of people heard this, they were immediately angry beyond belief. The devilish brat killed all of them. This was a record that was accomplished over their dead bodies, and he even obtained such a heavenly defying object. One can imagine how much this messed with their minds. Even the elders were angry to the point of shaking. They stopped themselves from spitting out blood with great difficulty. Otherwise, their wounds would have become even worse. Back then, Ear also received a mysterious divine object. However, he didn't announce what it was, and to my understanding, its value shouldn't be any less than that of the archaic divine book. Within the Rain clan, no one could suppress their fury. They all felt that this was an absolute disaster and that they had to get rid of the devilish brat as soon as possible. The only comforting factor was that Shur-E was also amazing. Tuoba clan was an ancient family that was now incomparably splendid. After they heard the news, a bunch of people became speechless, and only after a long time did someone open their mouth. That brat is too strong. He's ridiculously powerful. And if he is allowed to grow up, there won't be anyone that can keep him in check. He's only unequaled within the starting ground. That only signifies that his luck in the blood transformation realm is extremely great and can fight with an archaic vicious beast descendant. However, once he leaves that place, he might not necessarily continue to be so heaven-defying. I don't think so as well. Would he still be so unrivaled within the heavenly passage realm? When he leaves the starting ground, we absolutely have to kill him. The same discussions were happening within the four great families. Everyone's faces were darkened. That brat is truly terrifying. We can't really deal with him at the blood transformation realm, but once he enters the higher domains, let's see whether or not he'll still perform. We definitely need to find a way to kill him, making his void body and real body both die. News broke out. The devilish brat fought and exterminated the experts of various clans. Over 100 people fell, creating a scene of massacre. He even established a terrifying record, and an archaic divine book dropped down from the sky in acknowledgement of his strength. It contained the ability to bestow a precious technique, making many people tremble. Regardless of whether it was the void god realm or the great ancient countries of the real world, a violent commotion was stirred up, creating huge waves. Some were envious, others hateful. These types of feelings were too common, and even though it was only a small bronze piece of the book, it still made people feel endless desire. If they obtained it, they would definitely gain a great world-changing ability. If this type of precious book were to fall into the imperial palace's hands, then even the human emperor would be moved. Many great powers and influential families were in an uproar as they discussed these events. Let's go as a group and kill that devilish brat. We are going to seize that precious text. Stop dreaming. Those various powers were killed until they were completely smashed. With people like you, even if 10,000 went, it still won't be enough. Sigh! People were discussing this topic, and a huge commotion was taking place. However, there were also many people who clearly recognized that it was only the beginning of this crisis. With the devilish child's temperament, he would definitely leave the starting ground. At this point, no one knew if these various powers would seize this opportunity for themselves or if they were going to kill him together. Regardless, an even greater disturbance is brewing, and it is all about to happen soon. Archaic divine birds and vicious beasts were born with strong bodies. They are destined to be deities from birth, and their futures are great. However, humans are different. They start out frail and weak, and only after bitter cultivation would one out of millions and millions become a deity. There were elders discussing amongst themselves within a few of the ancient families. With the appearance of a piece of the bronze divine book, people like them were immediately moved. The route of a human's cultivation is extremely unstable with countless untold dangers and difficulties. They can only push through with perseverance and willpower, and only then would they be able to establish their own divine road. They would then be able to jump out from the mass of common people and separate themselves among millions and millions. A clan's great master was thinking as he muttered out loud. Historically, there were those who started out gloriously on a smooth path only to later on show decline. When the younger generation heard this, they all began to develop confidence. He is like an archaic, vicious beast, already so terrifying at such a young age. Don't tell me that he will always advance so boldly. A person's potential has limits. Even if he is unrivaled within the blood transformation level, once he enters the heavenly passage realm, he might not necessarily be so amazing. It is likely that he will gradually become weaker. In reality, not only the Rain clan, Tuoba family, and the others began plotting. Even those that originally did not carry any hatred towards the little guy started to become interested. They were a generation of heaven-warping talents that showed extraordinary promise. There were a few people whose faces were expressionless as they looked into the distance. It was as if their gaze could pierce through the endless space ahead, revealing their desire to fight that savage child. Enter the heavenly paradise, and there will definitely be a battle. They thirsted for an opponent, wanting to fight a battle with the peak of their abilities. Within the starting ground, the little guy was exceedingly happy and didn't seem like a mass murderer at all. His long eyelashes gently swayed, and his large eyes blinked. His smile was extremely brilliant and his small canines were revealed. This is too great. I like precious techniques the most. This is but a wood-changing divine ability. Records, precious bronze books, mine, all mine, he shouted. Currently, his sincere eyes that contained a bit of savagery were like black gemstones. He began to laugh until they curved into crescents, making the group of onlookers speechless. Youngster, Don't you owe us a something? Coin Elder's facial expression was not that great. Bird Grandpa also hurried over, seeming rather anxious. When he looked at the devilish brat, for the first time he suddenly felt the urge to rob him. The enticement of the precious book was too great, and even pure-blooded creatures would be moved. When have I owed you guys anything? The devilish backed up, his face carrying a confused expression. Coin Elder's face immediately darkened. After realizing that it was impossible for them to obtain the precious bronze book, could it be they had to give up on those jars of precious blood as well? This little fellow seems like he wouldn't acknowledge a debt even if he was about to die. Don't tell me that you forgot about it? Bird Grandpa asked in a small voice. Oh, I remember. The three of us cooperated on something, and so we have to divide up the profits. Of course you guys have your portion. The little guy spoke. He took out a few jars of precious blood happily and handed them over to those two. The brilliant jade jars emitted light, and the fluid inside circulated. There were a dense mist of light circulating about in an elegant manner. Everyone became fearful because this was archaic descendant blood. A single jar's value was priceless, enough to make even the higher-ups within powerful clans jealous. Have you all heard clearly? The devilish brat just said that those three worked together. Could it be that these three swindled those powers together? Someone began to speak in a soft voice. I feel like there's a possibility. Look, that is the precious blood of archaic descendants. A single jar being enough to create a huge bloody battle. The savage child actually gave out several jars just like that. Isn't his generosity a bit too excessive? The people discussed in a soft voice. They had strange expressions as they looked at those three. Coin Elder and Bird Grandpa immediately began to stare blankly. This rotten child was truly lacking in moral sense. By handing this precious blood to them under such circumstances, wouldn't that simply lead to their destruction? Were they supposed to accept it or not? If they accept it, then those ancient great powers would also become furious at them, lumping the two together with the devilish child as colluders. Brat, you can eat random things, but you can't say random things. Don't frame us. The two old men stared fiercely at him, ready to argue non-stop. Do you guys want it or not? Give me a clear reply. The devilish child had an innocent look on his face as he asked. Little bastard. You are something. Coin Elder spoke quietly. Of course we want. Bird Grandpa also transmitted his words mentally, not daring to let other hear. If you want it, then I'll give it to you. If not, then don't bother me about this later on. The little guy clasped a brilliant jar and handed it over to them. Everyone looked over towards those two old individuals. This was simply too evil. Forget it, if you don't want it, then I'll just take it back. Everything is settled here. The little guy threw it into his bag and turned around with joy. Brat, you want to set us up and leave? Not a chance. The two old men directly pounced over to deal with him. Chia, if you two had your eyes on the bronze book and the precious blood, then just say it. Do you think I'm scared of you two? The devilish brat looked at them with contempt. A flame flew over, and it was as if the magma from the earth's core surged. The great flames were like a scarlet liquid as they directly submerged forward. This was Bird Grandpa's bird taking action, and it was extremely terrifying. Everyone's expressions changed. This was definitely a top-level expert who concealed his strength. It displayed strength that was at the absolute peak of the blood transformation realm. Even the little guy's expression changed. This old fellow's strength did not match his appearance. He never saw this type of strength before, and it was the first time he encountered something like this in the starting ground. His palms released lightning. A string of light beads flew out, arranging into 10 stars and a sun. 10 purple stars and a brilliantly flourishing sun collided, bursting into a radiance that made people unable to look directly at it. The purple multicolored light erupted within the boundless heaven and earth. This was a pure lightning that was emitted from the collision of the lightning spheres, its divine might absolutely shocking. The little guy used an extremely powerful precious technique in fear of something unexpected happening. This one attack made all of the surrounding people back up, scaring their souls into trembling. They no longer dared to dally here. "The stinking brat is too savage," Bird Grandpa shouted loudly. When the brilliance dispersed, his charred black body was exposed. His clothes were tattered, almost completely destroyed. As for his hair and beard, they were already standing erect. He was like a hedgehog, and his body was still making chilla-chilla sounds as electrical light was emitted. Chirp chirp. On the side, a bird was miserably shrieking. It was running as fast as it could, because the little guy was chasing after it. When Bird Grandpa heard this, he shouted out in a hurry, "Stop! You can't hurt it!" The little guy was too fast. With a stamp of his feet, the ground below him cracked apart. When he rushed up, he reached an altitude that was even higher than a mountain. He possessed extreme speed and caught that bird. This was an extremely strange and powerful divine bird. It had flames curling about it, and rainbow-colored light danced about. Not long ago, it roasted the disciples until they were half-cooked with a single swoop. This power shook this region, intimidating everyone here. However, it was now caught by the devilish brat. It wailed incessantly as its feathers were continuously being pulled out, and its feathers swirling in the air. "Who told you to attack me from behind? You almost burned off my hair. So I'll pluck you naked as well and barbecue you," the devilish brat shouted viciously. A few locks of his hair were burnt, allowing one to see just how powerful this bird was. "Don't pull anymore. This old one won't make any more trouble for you." Bird Grandpa became extremely worried. When Coin Elder saw this, he also stopped and didn't make any moves. He was fully aware how powerful Bird Grandpa was, yet he actually wasn't able to gain any advantages, and was instead charred black by lightning. One could see just how terrifying the devilish child was. In the end, that bird was plucked until it was half naked before it was able to flee in panic back to Bird Grandpa's shoulder. When it looked at the devilish brat again, it was as if it was looking at a demon. It no longer dared to act recklessly. "I've decided I still want the precious blood. Who cares if those great powers come at me? I'm not scared of them," Coin Elder transmitted mentally to the devilish child. "Not giving." The little guy hugged his bag, as if he was a savage little beast protecting his food. "You said just now that you didn't want it." "Who said we didn't want? Of course we do." Bird Grandpa also spoke. "You guys are already so well into your years, and your cultivations are so high. Of course you guys don't need it." The devilish brat fairly and considerately explained for them. "Stop talking nonsense and give it to us. Or else, we'll join up with those large powers and make trouble for you every day." Coin Elder fiercely threatened. "Who's scared of who? Bring it on." The devilish brat directly rushed forward, immediately unleashing the Kuan Pung technique. A huge fish soared out from the vast ocean behind him. Symbols covered the sky, oppressing the old men. "Hong!" Coin Elder continuously retreated while swinging his arms. He grimaced in pain, and his precious technique quickly faded. The little guy felt a cold chill. Turns out that Coin Elder and Bird Grandpa were top-level experts after all. Otherwise, how could they fight him head-on and take his attack like this? These two were quite formidable. One has to understand that everyone else were immediately killed. Even when a group of people came up together, they were still sent flying, exploding in midair. It was difficult for them to escape death. "Seniors here. These are your precious blood." In the end, the little guy had a smile on his face as he handed over the jars of precious blood. "Brat, what are you plotting?" The two of them were vigilant and didn't seem to be too trusting. "I honor my words." The little guy hurried over and placed his arms around their shoulders. The two elders' hairs began to stand on end. This brat really was a dangerous character. He actually moved close to them, making them feel rather uncomfortable. Such a large group of experts were blasted apart. With such a short distance between them, if the little guy went crazy, the two of them probably wouldn't be able to do anything. The little guy did not make things difficult for them. He spoke to them enthusiastically in a low voice, as if they were familiar with each other. "You're telling the truth?" The two elders were immediately aroused. They couldn't hold back the enticement. "Of course." The little guy slapped his chest. "Good. When the time comes, Let us take a look at the precious bronze book. Of course. The little guy took out the copper piece and let them look at it. However, he did not place it into their hands. If they were to work together in the future, they naturally had to be familiar with each other. In the future, if he gained anything, he would let them see it. Brat, the price we paid was truly too great. Our moral standings were even placed in your hands. Coin Elder said. Chia, you've done so many bad things and cheated so many people. What moral standings is there to even talk about? The little guy curled his lips. This won't do. Fighting for someone else's benefits really won't do. Bird Grandpa said. If it's no good, then the deal is off. The little guy did not loosen up. Then, the three of them gathered together and began to slowly chatter. They discussed for an extremely long time, as if they didn't even notice the weird stares coming from all directions. Finally, the sun fell behind the mountains and night descended. The little guy ran away and left the void god realm. Under the willow tree, the little guy opened his eyes. After passing through and exiting through the gate, he appeared directly within the village. His spirit returned to his body, and it all happened several times faster than the first time back then. It was clear that the willow deity was much more powerful. The sunset glow was also scattering down within Stone Village, creating a scene that was auspicious and peaceful. A group of large ants were taking care of some things, and as smoke rose in spirals, the fragrance of meat assailed his nostrils. There were also all types of berries that were emitting their fragrance. Above the horizon, a group of robust males were returning from a rewarding journey. They dragged a pile of prey behind them, the amount almost enough to make a small mountain. The sun that was on the verge of disappearing stretched out an expanse of long shadows. Little guy, you woke up. Pihu, Snot Baby, Ermeng, Huzi and a group of people rushed over. They directly threw themselves over and buried him underneath, asking him to tell them what happened in the void god realm. They were all itching to go inside. Even the big red bird, Ziyun, Dapeng, Second Baldi and the others rushed over. It was clear what they were hinting at because they were truly restless as well. They really wanted to enter the void god realm. Stinky brat, have you seen? This time, we killed so much prey that we'll have enough even if we don't go out. Tomorrow, you have to bring us too. Shi Linghu, Shi Feijiao, and the large group of men also began to gather around. Their expressions were fiery and full of expectation. Even Chief Shi Yunfeng came over, seeming quite moved. The little guy was too happy. This time, the rewards from his trip were too great. He had a silly smile on his face as soon as he came out, and he didn't even hear what everyone else was saying. Little big brother, say something. What happened? Can we go? Qing Feng shook his arm. Don't worry. When the time comes, it won't be a problem even if the entire village wants to go. Of course, you must first reach the blood transformation realm. Otherwise, your spirit won't be strong enough to enter that world. The little guy said. Awesome. We can finally see what the outside world is like. This is too exciting. I want to leave as soon as possible. We can't wait any longer. This is so exciting. I want to go inside the void god realm immediately and see what the beautiful outside world really is like. The group of youth were all crying out in excitement as they continued to jump about. They had grown up within the great wastes their entire lives and never entered the vast world. They really wanted to see for themselves what it was like. They were like birds trapped within cages, and now they could use their wings to soar into the skies. One can well imagine how excited and hopeful they were, as it was enough to make them intoxicated. Forget about the children that were going crazy. Even Shi Linhu, Shi Feijiao and the others were rubbing their fists and wiping their palms in excitement. They beat their chests and shouted at the top of their voices. They truly didn't want to wait any longer. Uncles, when you guys go inside, you all can't act recklessly. When you see other people's battle companions, don't think of them like the prey inside the great wastes. The little guy reminded. Shi Feijiao laughed while he scolded. Stinky brat, do you really think your uncle is a muddlehead? Of course we won't be as savage as you. I heard Qing Feng say that you ate everything inside of a region, and those geniuses from the various clans all had to hide from you. Actually, there is no need to worry. After we get there, you can just act like you do in the village. I've requested for 2 bodyguards that will guide you all in your cultivation, and they will protect you guys as well. The little guy said. What he discussed that entire time with Coin Elder and Bird Grandpa was precisely regarding this. There were 2 of them, and they were both definitely top-level experts that promised to protect the villagers. This was his greatest gain, because it allowed him to feel completely relieved without any fear of consequences. I received some archaic descendant precious blood. After entering the Void God realm, everyone can undergo baptism, because there are more than 10 jars here. After the little guy received so much precious descendant blood, there was no way he could use it all up by himself. That's why the heaven-devouring sparrow, Xianxia's blood were only going to be used on him by the willow deity. He wanted to give Shi Linhu, Shi Feijiao and the others a great cultivational boost. Dazhuang, Ermeng and the others missed precisely this type of baptism. That night, all of the villagers suffered from insomnia. Regardless of if it was Dazhuang, Pihu or the other robust men, after laying down, their snores would immediately shake the heavens. However now, they went through an entire night without sleeping out of excitement. In the end, they all left their stone houses and gathered together to wait for dawn. They were too excited. They have never taken a single step outside the Great Wastes, and so they haven't seen the ancient countries. The amount of people they met were limited, and so they really wanted to take a look at the outside world. Finally, the sun appeared. Golden-colored, multicolored light broke out from the mist, scattering down on the mountain's forest. The warm radiance fell onto everyone's bodies. Everyone wolfed down their food. After their breakfast was quickly consumed, they gathered in front of the willow deity. The children excitedly shouted, and the grown-ups also hurriedly made their way over. Have you guys memorized the things I handed out? Carefully study them, we are about to enter the Void God realm. The little guy said. Everyone first greeted the willow deity, offering it their sacrifices. Then, they all sat around and began to meditate, trying to feel the Void God realm. At this time, the willow deity's tender green branch shot towards the sky, directly piercing through the heavens. A gate was opened, and as symbols curled up, rays of lightning flickered about. Let's go! At long last, everyone's spirits were raised as they stepped into that unfamiliar land, appearing within the ruins. This is not it. We still have to advance. The little guy quickly called out. This bunch seemed like they were looking for something within the ruins, as if they seeking out precious treasures. The little guy stopped them from being distracted and told them to continue moving. The Divine King is up ahead. If I'm not mistaken, this is actually not an ordinary road, but rather chopped up primal chaos. We are entering through the abandoned earth of various deities. Second Baldy muttered, felt extremely shocked. Finally, the little guy brought the bunch into the golden passageway. They entered the starting ground in a grandiose manner. Ah, too miraculous. We walked out from a golden passageway. But why do we feel like we just penetrated through the void? What a strange feeling. It really is interesting. Can we go back and do it again? I haven't experienced it enough yet. Snot Baby, Pihu and the large group of youth were filled with fresh experiences. They were curious about everything, creating a huge racket. It gave the little guy a huge headache. Heavens! There are treasures here. Quick! Bring a hammer over. These are precious bones. A few of the smaller children were standing on the large limestones. They stared continuously at those primitive symboled bones and were about to take action. There were many people in the starting ground, and they all knew that the devilish brat appeared. They ran over to take a look, so there was already a vast crowd so early in the morning. When they saw this group of youth acting like so, everyone became dumbstruck. Why did they feel like this style was somewhat familiar? Why do I feel like a group of devilish brats appeared? What are they trying to do? Someone muttered. Above the large limestones, the little guy felt as if he was losing control. His group of companions were constantly moving up and down as they looked around. There wasn't a single one that was easy to deal with, as everything was brand new to them. So many people. Hey, why is that old man's eyes emitting green light? Why is that beauty over there disfigured? There's another eye on her forehead. What a pity. The heavens were truly unfair towards her. The little guy immediately felt his head throbbing. The elder emitting green light from his eyes was definitely a powerful creature that took human form, and the girl with a vertical eye was an expert from the three-eyed race. That group of old men over there aren't worthy of respect. They are already so old, yet they still make two beauties wait on them. This is truly an example of shameless, lust-filled old men. Snot Baby said. Up ahead, there were stone tables and chairs. Two young ladies were pouring tea and waiting upon a group of old men. It was obvious that these were important characters from a few of the powerful clans. They are led by the devilish brat. They seem a bit like him, and this time they came in a group. The people sighed. 9 flood dragons are pulling an emperor carriage, and it seems rather elegant and precious. That's a good treasure. Pihu tapped the little guy and said, Are they your enemies? Do you want to go steal it? There is a golden bird over there that's carrying a purple-haired beauty. That one seems a bit like the one we ate. Could it be some golden pung as well? The little guy really couldn't take it any longer. When he saw them so excited, he really didn't want to put a stop to their fun. He summoned up the courage to grab these people by the necks and began to look for Coin Elder as well as Bird Grandpa. The bird on that old man's body seems like it'll taste good. It's too small, it won't fill us up. As soon as they met, the group of youth began to discuss among themselves. They were interested in the bird on Bird Grandpa's shoulder, and were all wondering if that was a descendant. Stinky brat, stop. You're just gonna throw this group of savages on us? You're too irresponsible. Won't this tire us out? Coin Elder and Bird Grandpa bellowed from behind. They felt that this group of youth was extremely unruly. They were all like little pricks, and were extremely difficult to bring around. However, the little guy made his getaway. His speed could only be described as too quick, as his figure had long disappeared. Fortunately, Shi Linhu, Shi Feijiao still played their part. They did not run from one side to the other like the kids, and had innocent looks on their faces. You guys seems all right, seeming rather sincere. Bird Grandpa nodded. The group of mature men scratched their heads. Shi Linhu said in a soft voice, Old ones, it's okay if you just teach us some random precious techniques. We heard that you two were peak-level experts, and can teach us some extremely powerful methods. In the future, when we become unrivaled under the skies, seniors will also receive glory. Shi Feijiao also began to smile in a simple and honest way. This is still called sincere? Coin Elder casted a sidelong glance. Pretend I didn't say anything, Bird Grandpa said with a sigh. Then, he rushed into the distance and shouted, That brat! Where did he run off to? The little guy already opened the golden passageway, and was about to leave the starting ground. I'm going to the higher heavenly paradises to conquer some great rivers and mountains. You all wait for me. In a few days there will be news. At that time, I'll bring all of you with me. The little guy transmitted mentally. With a bright flicker, he disappeared from the golden passageway. The starting ground erupted into commotion. Everyone knew that the little guy was going to unleash a crazy siege. It seemed like he wasn't satisfied at all with the results of yesterday's battle, and as about to create an enormous shockwave. A hazy transient light appeared. The stars began to fall back in reverse, and the little guy felt a strange sensation, as if he was traveling within an ocean of stars. His lone figure traveled through the tens of thousands of ancient skies. Without much time for him to admire what was going on, the golden passageway opened, and a new world appeared before his eyes. He stepped onto a giant boulder and raised his head to look at this heavenly paradise. At the starting ground, after a large commotion, everyone began to return. They quickly made their reports because this was an important matter. What? He really rushed into the higher heavenly paradises. He's merely a single child, yet he dares to make so many great powers into enemies. In addition, he is so powerful. This is truly a strange thing. Regardless of whether it was the Void God realm or the ancient countries, after they received the news, they all felt a wave of shock. The devilish brat actually started taking action. The rumors only began spreading yesterday, Yet he already entered the heavenly paradises today. The decision was made in a swift manner, and everyone was able to see how decisive the devilish brat was. This naturally instilled a huge disturbance. After the people saw the power he displayed in the starting ground, they became fully aware of how terrifying his fighting strength was. No one knew just how many groups were paying attention to this matter. This brat, he actually went there without even taking a small break, creating such an enormous disturbance. Truly a disaster child. Within the Fire Nation Imperial Palace, a scarlet light flickered. A woman wearing red clothes adorned in feathers softly spoke with her eyebrows knitted. She was extremely beautiful, and even though she was only 14 or 15, her physique was rather tall, and her curves undulated up and down. This was precisely Hualinger. Soon after, she recalled the nickname the devilish brat gave her, Big Fatty. She immediately clenched her teeth, and her bright white face became filled with anger. Ever since she was born, no one had ever said anything bad about her figure. Why did that scoundrel call her a fatty? Right at this moment, a small gray creature ran over. It held a stalk of spiritual medicine in its mouth, and with a so sound, it disappeared into its own small home. Thankless wretch, why are you so obedient towards him? Every day you eat good stuff, as if you want to squander my entire storage. Hualinger was annoyed. The small wolf hid within the small nest that had spiritual grass covering the floor. Its large eyes blinked, and its face was completely innocent. All right, let's go to the Void God realm and see how he'll end up. Does he really think he's unrivaled under the heavens? At the very least, I know a few who aren't inferior to him, but the better question is whether or not any of those people will show up. A dense smoke rose and mists curled about. This was a fairyland-like area with lofty mountains towering above. Precious splendor was being emitted, and all types of spiritual medicines grew on top of them. There was even one that swallowed the natural luck of the sun and moon, and it was faintly discernible within the mist. A purple-haired girl suddenly opened her eyes and walked out from a cave within the divine mountains. She looked into the distance and bit her bright red lips. Shameful devilish brat. Rain Clan, Tuoba ancient family, and many others received the news as well. They were all making their preparations. The wastelands aren't the only entrance point into the starting ground. At the very least, there are creatures from the archaic divine mountains that don't use that route, and there are also many other creatures that have other ways of entering. Should we invite some others to our side? It'll be best if we can get the heirs of the archaic creatures to kill their way over. There was already someone who began to scheme, wanting to be like a wolf devouring a tiger. He wanted to use the pure-blooded creatures from legends to defeat the little guy. You absolutely must not provoke them. Even my clan's ancestors don't dare to enter those prohibited lands. It will bring a huge disaster onto the clan. The archaic divine mountains can't be touched. Even if you are from some aristocratic imperial family, it will still be razed to the ground. However, are there any other creatures outside that can be drawn in? The wastelands were extremely vast, and the land it contained was boundless. However, outside of it there were still many great regions. Forget it, it's too large. There's simply no way of crossing it. Someone shook their head. That might not necessarily be so. There are still some splendid geniuses that might cross over to this region after establishing success in their homelands. We won't have to invite them ourselves. The little guy found everything he saw new and odd. Within this upper domain, the spiritual essence was even richer, far surpassing that of the starting ground. It was a place extremely suitable for cultivation. It feels almost the same as if I was in the real world. I almost thought that I entered with my physical body. He began to doubt himself again. Exactly what was with this world created by the deities that were worshipped by the ancient residents? Could it be that one can cast aside their flesh after reaching the peak of cultivation? After possessing an immortal spirit, would it lead to reaching the divine realm? Too scary, even getting rid of the flesh. What is the point then? He shook his head and jumped off a giant boulder. Nearby, birds chirped and the fragrance of flowers wafted about. The scenery was elegant and beautiful. A stalk of precious medicine. Let's pluck it and see what kind of effects it has. After running around and after passing through an elegant mountain, he saw an ancient medicine rooted within a cliff. The little guy leapt up and plucked it, eating it in a few gulps. He felt as if the essence energy within him increased a bit. This world is constructed out of essence energy, and everything from the grass to the tree corresponds to the outside world. It would turn out exactly like how it was created. The deities are truly terrifying. The devilish child came. Up ahead there was actually a city. It wasn't that big, but it was still rather impressive. It was like a reclining divine beast as it radiated strands of bright light. There were many people who were looking around. They all stood on the city wall, filling up the space. The heavenly paradise was extremely huge. It was vast and boundless, and only by passing this region could one proceed into the various precious lands. Otherwise, they would never reach the other parts of this region. Nearly every great clan occupied a piece of land within this paradise, and there was quite a bit of distance between them. Only by passing these city walls could one advance. So this is Heavenly Passage City. The little guy stopped to size up everything before him. The city was not very tall, but it was ancient. It had never collapsed from the ancient times, and since it was constructed out of essence energy, it was just as sturdy as in the past. He was informed by Coin Elder that Heavenly Passage City was a connecting city that led to the various heavenly paradises. It was an extremely vital location. The city's name matches this region of the heavenly paradise, suppressing people down to the heavenly passage realm. I established the 9th heavenly passage, so there shouldn't be much danger, the devilish brat said to himself. However, he was still looking forward to it. He wished to encounter a few true opponents because if he swept everyone before him like rotten vines, then it would be too boring. He wanted to sharpen himself. Heavenly Passage City, I have arrived, the little guy shouted loudly. Then, with a fierce stamp of his feet, he soared up. Even though they were separated by a large distance, he made his way over and smashed down onto the ground with a rumbling sound. The incomparably solid rock began to crack apart in all directions. The entire street almost crumbled apart, revealing streak after streak of black crevices. It was clear how powerful the impact was. Everyone became dumbstruck. This child was too ferocious. Not even the city gate could hold him back as he directly smashed in like a huge boulder. The little guy scratched his head. He thought that there would be people there to stop him, and so that's why he directly ran in. He didn't think that he would create such massive destruction. A stone tablet rose up, and a few small brilliant words appeared. The Void God Realm issued a warning, and the main idea was that if he dared to destroy the city walls anymore, he would immediately be expelled. The devilish brat's face immediately became green. He had just returned. He had been locked out for 2 whole years, and if he was chased out now, then he would truly spit out blood. When these people saw this, they were all dumbstruck at first. Then they began to laugh loudly. This child truly possessed amusing traits. Even though he was savage, there were still times when his actions were hilarious. The little guy walked forward dejectedly, and even his steps were carefully placed. He was scared of crumbling the ancient city, so he directly ran to the center of the village. There was a symbols passage there that allowed one to select a destination. I know. There are many people from the great powers here. Now, I will declare that starting from the Rain clan and Tuoba family, every clan has to bring 10 jars of precious blood. Otherwise, I will personally go and take it from them. The devilish stood at the center of the city. He loudly proclaimed his arrival and tried his best to put on the most bandit-like look he could. However, no matter what he did, it didn't match at all. However, not a single person laughed. They all knew that they absolutely couldn't laugh, or else the devilish brat would immediately take revenge. The great powers that caused the bloody heaven-mending pavilion war were all made into his targets. There was a storm raised within the city. Even though the devilish brat's tone was rather aggressive, the people all knew that it was highly likely that he possessed destructive force. It was likely that he could truly cause those great powers to suffer great losses. Is there anyone from the Rain clan here? Let's start with you guys. Quickly bring out 10 jars of descendant precious blood, or else I will personally pay you guys a visit. I will give you guys 2 hours to make your preparations. the devilish brat shouted. Soon after, news was spread to all different lands. In particular, after the information traveled to the real-world Stone Country, it created a huge uproar. Within the Rain clan's mansion, everyone became furious. The savage child actually made the first move, threatening in such an open manner. He was clearly forcing them to fight, because they wouldn't bring out 10 jars of precious blood even if they had them. Otherwise, how could the Rain clansmen raise their heads in the future? Time passed, and the 2-hour time limit was almost up. I've decided that I'm going to suppress the Rain clan and pull them up by the roots. I am going to start by expelling them from this heavenly paradise, the devilish child shouted. This disturbance this created was too great. It was just a single youth, yet he threatened to invade an ancient family and wipe them out from this domain. Truly was a big deal. This was the Rain clan's foundation within the Void God realm, because their younger disciples typically stayed here. Since their strength were limited by their cultivation levels, it wouldn't help them much even if they entered the higher domains. If that place was eliminated, then it was the same as destroying one of the Rain clan's old nests. It was clear that the aftereffects were tremendous. Not only did this event influence the Void God realm, even the real world was in uproar. Everyone began to discuss, and many cultivators quickly rushed into the Void God realm to see what was going on. Have you guys heard? A youngster is going to exterminate the Rain clan by himself, and he's going to raise their foundation to the ground. I don't think that's possible. The Rain clan is such a large power. Who could knock it down? After flourishing for so many years, how could a single child accomplish such a thing? Don't forget that this child carries the reputation of angering gods and people alike. Until now, he has never been defeated, so he might truly break through the heavens. Within the Rain clan, a group of people were absolutely furious. At the same time, they were a bit nervous because everyone's eyes were truly on them this time. The news had already been released. Who knew just how many people were already waiting in anticipation? Why did he start with them? They anticipated that many of the large ancient countries, ancient inheritances and countless great powers were watching. If they lost, the news would inevitably spread everywhere. Would the Rain clan still have any face left? They would thoroughly fall into disrepute and bring about an extraordinary shame and humiliation. He's too wild. Does he really think he can defeat my clan alone? Kill him until both his body and soul are both destroyed. Prepare a great killing artifact. Make his void body and real body fall at the same time. That may be true. However, we can't deny the fact that he's truly heaven-defying. Under the cultivation restrictions, it is truly difficult to say what the end result will be like. Has Ear exited the divine garden? Go and take a look. If he came out, then we must have Ear come over. Within the same cultivation realm, that devilish brat will definitely explode to death. Void God realm, heavenly passage city. The little guy directly went on his way. He entered a golden passageway towards Rain clan, and behind him, many outstanding individuals became stirred up. They followed behind because what was about to happen was definitely going to be a big event. The great mountains were majestic, and dense spiritual essence enveloped this place. This was a grand piece of paradise where auspicious animals and spiritual birds moved about. Clouds and mist floated about, creating an area that was radiant and almost illusionary. This was precisely the Rain clan's heavenly paradise region. In front of him towered a majestic building. A great pure land was established there. Following the little guy's arrival, everyone within this pure land began to move. Countless experts appeared, and they all came out, because if they didn't after someone threatened to attack their foundation, then they would no longer be the unshakable and splendid Rain clan. Rain clan, you attacked when the heaven-mending pavilion's people were down and killed so many of our elders and disciples. Without talking about other grudges, your actions within the heaven-mending pavilion alone already makes it so that we cannot coexist. Hang! Someone snorted and did not give out a response. However, killing intent filled the pure land. Everyone was furious and wanted to kill him until he was in pieces. I will single-handedly exterminate your pure land and let you all experience the sorrow and bitterness of losing your home and people. The little guy spoke in an overcast voice. He readied 20 soul-shattering needles, because how could he not kill the important characters in this battle? He wanted to raze this land to the ground and turn this pure land into ruins, destroying its existence. Countless people appeared from behind him, and all types of outstanding individuals followed over. They wanted to see this fierce battle between giants, and there were some that felt like the Rain clan was about to suffer from great misfortune. Everyone's attention were focused on this place, and it was boiling with activity everywhere. Everyone from Rain clan had gloomy expressions on their faces. Regardless of how the outcome turned out, they would not become a winner. Being surrounded and watched by so many people made them extremely discontent. Lay out the formations. As long as he dares to attack, then let his body and soul get destroyed. Even his real body will die, an elder coldly shouted. At this moment, the little guy no longer advanced. The Rain clan's pure land was definitely transformed into a dragon pool and tiger cave. They prepared countless killing weapons against him. He stood on his original spot and slowly drew his sword. It was a broken black sword, and he hacked out with a sudden force towards the pure land. Wang, the thick sword radiance soared into the heavens. It was incomparably bright and resplendent, and it suspended in the sky like a river of stars before it hacked down towards the vast pure land. The vast expanse of sword chi was like an ocean as it swept out. Stars scattered down from within, and a bright sun descended. The scene was simply outrageous. While this scene unfolded, a mist was proliferating outwards. Lightning flickered and thunder rolled. This grand spectacle made it seem as if the heavens itself were opening up. It made people feel reverence as their hearts began to beat faster. Not good. The Rain clan's people quickly retreated. A great fear began to stir within them, because they could feel the might of that sword. It was not something they could meet head-on, as its strength was difficult to match. Everyone rushed towards the sides, quickly fleeing for their lives. That giant sword chi fell down between them, hacking straight down the middle of the pure land. With a honglong sound, it was as if a galaxy was falling down. They could clearly see the sun, moon, and stars falling. The sword chi tore through the skies and hacked the building in half, creating a huge black crevice. Bow on the ground, precious bones appeared one after another. Soon after, cracks appeared on them. As if they were withering flowers, they fell down one after another before ultimately breaking into fragments. These were only the symbol bones originating from that huge crevice, so one could imagine just how many were laid throughout the entire Pure Land. They were simply waiting for the devilish brat to walk into their killing formations to directly destroy him. Kill! An elder from the Rain clan shouted maliciously with an ashen complexion. Killing intent poured out from him like a tide, because he hated that child bitterly. With only a single strike, their Pure Land already suffered a tremendous harm. Within the Rain clan's strategic area, all types of light flew about, creating a vast expanse of symbols. Everyone moved together to create a large mass of symbols and precious techniques that aimed at a single direction. With a rumbling sound, it was as if the Earth's core itself was being blown apart. Symbols bubbled forth like magma as they shot towards the little guy. Being so vast and concentrated, it was not a force one could easily withstand. The little guy was startled. This powerful wave of strength was not something he dared to meet head-on. After all, this was created from the cooperation of countless experts. After grouping together, it turned into killing beams of light. They gathered together and focused on him. If he was actually struck, then forget about his cultivation level. Even those with fighting prowess at a much higher level than his would be unable to defend themselves. He shifted his body to another position, and when his body moved, it was as if a Kuan Peng appeared. Golden wings spread out as he soared past, avoiding this attack. Waves of energy spread throughout the entire region. The area he previously stood on exploded, immediately forming a bottomless abyss. Numerous giant boulders weighing tens of thousands of Jin flew in all directions, creating a scene that was absolutely terrifying. Chi, the little guy's entire body, emitted light. An innumerable number of golden feathers shot out from his back like divine arrows, densely descending down on the center of the Pure Land. Zhang zhang sound continuously sounded, and golden light clustered together in the sky. They interweaved into a lightning-like divine radiance before dropping down and creating pu sounds. Almost 100 people were penetrated on the spot, releasing miserable shrieks. No! The golden divine feathers were terrifying. They pierced through their chests, heads, and abdomens, bringing about large blossoms of blood. In addition, when these golden feathers pierced through their bodies, they sent them flying for over 10 zhang. This type of spectacle made the people's hearts tremble. Their souls were even shaking, as this was too terrifying. The Kuan Peng's technique displayed its might, and a single attack took so many lives. Sky-ceiling aqua barrier. An elder shouted loudly, and a light blue curtain of light rose from within the pure land. It turned into a large light screen, blocking the area in front of him. It looked like it was made out of a blue crystal as it flickered with beams of light. Finally, the golden feathers disappeared, and those divine arrows began to vanish one after another. The Rain clan did a head count and found that this one attack actually seized the lives of nearly 100 men, making them resentful and incomparably angry. Their losses were disastrous. Of course, many experts avoided the attack, and it was mainly those whose cultivation levels weren't powerful enough that suffered. However, even though this was the case, it still made them furious. Just one move of his displayed such strength. The devilish brat is so powerful. The Rain clan will most likely suffer greatly, the people muttered amongst themselves. The devilish brat was powerful beyond their expectations, actually possessing a great killing artifact that could destroy the Rain clan's formations. As a result, miserable cries rose and fell in succession within Stone Country in the real world. Nearly 100 people were killed, making their spirits suffer injuries. Even their real bodies suffered heavy damage. Send out more experts and have them all enter the Void God realm. Bring the clan's suppressing primitive killing formation to slaughter him. Someone howled. This truly couldn't be endured, because even though the battle had just started, the losses were already so disastrous. Within the Void God realm, the various outstanding individuals in front of the heavenly paradise were all excited. Watching this battle made them all stirred up. Of course, there were quite a few people whose faces were gloomy as well, because their sects once sent people to the starting ground to fight the devilish child. They were his enemies, and now that they saw how powerful the little guy was, it indicated that they might suffer misfortune in the future as well. Silver light flickered with dazzling brilliance. An enormous piece of beast skin appeared within the Rain clan's pure land. Then, it turned into a vicious beast that was as tall as a mountain. Its entire body was covered densely in scales that flickered with cold metallic light. It opened its mouth to reveal ferocious teeth. There was a horn on its head, and even though it looked like a wolf, it had the tail of an alligator. There were also a pair of wings extending from its ribs. This was a lunar sky wolf, also known as a silver sky wolf, and it was extremely powerful. Woo! The Rain clan used an extremely powerful precious artifact. That beast skin is definitely rarely seen among archaic descendants. It's extremely shocking. Quite a few people were shocked. Ow! The silver sky wolf rushed over, its aura frantic and berserk. This was a precious artifact that was activated through the cooperation of everyone, allowing it to reach the peak of its fighting potential. The silver-colored beast skin formed the true body it had back then. The little guy stared at that wolf and did not use the broken sword. The reason he didn't do so was because it consumed too much energy to use, and he already noticed that the other party was relying on their great numbers to exhaust his strength. A blood-colored precious fan flew over, releasing brilliant scarlet multicolored light. This was the precious artifact he seized from the 4 great clans back then, and it was the Yuan clan's suppressing treasure. Hong with a gentle fan. Flames immediately overflowed into the heavens before rushing forward. It was as if a volcano was gushing out scarlet flames, causing blazing magma to surge. It completely submerged the area in front of him. Oh, the silver sky wolf was as large as a mountain. However, after being enveloped within the divine flames, it still roared angrily and released miserable shrieks. It was set aflame, becoming a flaming wolf. Yuan clan's supreme precious artifact. An elder within the Rain clan's complexion became gloomy. Back then, when this precious artifact had been lost, the Yuan clan became absolutely furious and sent out large groups of experts to search for it. After they entered the 100 Shattering Mountains to catch the little guy, their losses became even greater. Oh, the silver wolf was extremely terrifying. Symbols erupted all about its body to defend against the divine flames. It charged towards the little guy and was going to kill him. It had already turned into a flame wolf. Scarlet flames curled about it, fiercely burning its body. However, it did not give up and opened its ferocious mouth wide to shoot out silver symbols. They were like stars as they exploded one after another. On top of that, its large claw dropped down, causing the ground to split apart. It was incomparably terrifying, and its divine might shocked everyone. The little guy was fearless. He released a roar and directly met the silver sky wolf head-on. His entire body erupted with immeasurable amounts of light as his fist smashed into its large claw, creating a huge wang-long sound. The silver wolf roared loudly. It actually began to stumble about after being struck and almost dropped down onto the ground. Its large silver claw was smashed to pieces. Return! The Rain clansmen felt fear and trepidation after what had just happened. No longer daring to meet the little guy head-on, they quickly collected their precious artifact, or else it was going to be destroyed. The little guy pursued and attacked. A purple radiance appeared within his palms and wrapped around his fist. Purple lightning danced about, and with a hong-long sound, it smashed into that mountain-sized wolf's back. Hong, the silver wolf's vertebra exploded, and a large portion of its flesh was missing. It cried out miserably as it fled. At the same time, the little guy waved the scarlet precious fan. Vast flames rushed forward, surrounding the silver sky wolf and turning its body pitch black. Its previously brilliant fur was turned into a charred black color. In the end, it fled into the Pure Land and turned into a sheet of wolf skin before floating down. The people watching all became foolish. The little guy was able to smash a portion of it into pieces. It was now no longer bright, and was instead pitch black, almost being burned down. Rain Clan, how can you act like this? I am just one person, yet you guys are holed up inside after I attacked you guys. Could it be that you all are extremely terrified of me? After the little guy stood in front of the Pure Land and spoke like this, it made the Rain Clan stare viciously at him. Their faces were simply beyond ugly. This was especially the case since he was just a child. His eyes were bright, and he looked incomparably pure. When this type of individual challenged such a flourishing aristocratic clan by himself, what kind of face would they still have? In the distance, the outstanding individuals all revealed strange expressions. When they tried to put themselves in Rain Clan's shoes, they felt that it was truly difficult to bear. A single youth was standing outside their pure land and threatening to destroy their sacred land. This was truly a disgrace and humiliation. Kill! Within the Rain Clan Pure Land, a group of old men shouted. The entire Pure Land became dusky as mists enveloped the area. Large sections of symbols lit up as they began to unleash the immeasurable killing formations. Ear-piercing shishi sounds rang out, and streak after streak of light flew out. They took the initiative to attack. In addition, a huge palace building actually left the ground and smashed towards the devilish brat. They unleashed their attacks because if they truly hid behind their doors while being attacked by a single child, even if they won, they would still have lost their pride and dignity. After news of this was transmitted outwards, others would only laugh at them. This threatened their reputation. They were the splendid Rain Clan, so not only did they have to win, their victories had to be brilliant and magnificent. This building was an imposing ancient structure with precious bones accumulated within. At this time, countless rays of murderous light were released. They poured down in torrents to submerge the devilish brat inside. Kill! The little guy shouted loudly and rose high into the air. The broken sword in his hand erupted with divine light, and contained within the sword chi were various circulating sun and stars. It was incomparably large as it poured down like a sea of stars. Hong! That imposing building began to violently tremble on the spot, and precious bones began to shatter. In addition, they were violently shaking, as if they were going to fall off. What? Even this level of precious treasure isn't a match for him. Something isn't right. That broken sword seems extremely similar to the one that the first ancestor held. This is bad. The Rain clan were overwhelmed with shock. The little guy did not seem to pay attention to their reactions. He exhausted all of his capabilities and continuously brandished the sword. Waves of sword chi poured out like an ocean, submerging the imposing building. Kacha! Finally, the sound of shattering rang out. The grand and imposing building was smashed apart, erupting into an endless rain of light. The sky became incomparably bright. Within the Pure Land, the Elders' vision were turning black as their blood sprayed out. This was one of their clan's treasures, and it was priceless. However, it was destroyed just like that. This was truly a disastrously loss. This precious artifact consumed an innumerable amount of precious materials to make, and was created after being refined for many years. Kill! The devilish child took the initiative to attack. He inhaled a huge breath and used his 9 heavenly passages to seize the luck between the heaven and earth. His entire body was filled with energy as he unleashed a huge attack, targeting the Pure Land. A great battle erupted, and that broken sword's black light covered the sun. Its sharpness possessed a divine radiance, and suddenly, brilliant light erupted and covered this Pure Land. Hong! The great earth split open and dirt overflowed into the heavens. The broken sword's divine might was unrivaled, and despite the fact that it caused the little guy to exhaust an extremely large amount of energy, it really was without equal. It caused the ancient constructs within the Pure Land to collapse. Many miserable shrieks rang out. The Rain clan's losses were disastrous. They possessed many great protection formations, but currently, they were broken apart one after another, unable to defend against the little guy's attacks. He was incredibly savage and was about to make his way in. Kill! The Rain clansmen were anxious and angry. They activated the primal divine formation at the heart of their clan, unleashing their counterattack. War cries immediately shook the skies. Precious techniques flew everywhere as the Pure Land erupted into action. Not only were the people within the Void God realm were shocked. Countless people rushed over to observe this battle. Even the great powers from ancient countries in the real world were paying close attention to this. All of them were quietly waiting for the results. The reason was because the effects of this battle were extremely great. It was just a single youth, yet he wanted to break open a glorious ancient family by destroying one of their true Pure Lands. Was he trying to get the title unrivaled? Or was he going to die at the hands of the Rain clan? Everyone was waiting for the results, as this battle affected all of their hearts. If they are truly defeated by him, a balance would be destroyed. A single person laying waste to an ancient tradition. This will inevitably. Has another ridiculous individual appeared in this world? Truly is shocking. How savage! The world was far from calm, and currently, regardless of whether it was the ancient country's imperial family or the upper figures from various sects, they were all waiting for the curtain to drop on this battle. Only victory. Defeat is not allowed. Within the Rain clan, an ancestor released a low bellow of rage with a sinister face. Defeat was unacceptable, or else the Rain clan would definitely be laughed at by others. How would they establish their footing within the aristocracy then? However, he's just too powerful. Within the Heavenly Passage realm, he's unmatched. In addition, he has a supreme treasure in his hands, making it difficult to contend against. Unless ear comes out from his training, we will have a tough time defending against him. Depart for the divine decree. Not only do I want his void body to die, his real body must be annihilated as well and turned into eternal ashes. The elder's pupils were malicious, and his voice was extremely cold. A temple that seemed like it was constructed out of golden pillars was emitting light. As it bathed in multicolored splendor, it seemed incomparably divine. As it rested within the innermost area of the Rain clan, a rain of light scattered down. This was one of the Rain clan's important locations in the real world, and it was providing them with a magical fragrance, causing the auspicious chi to overflow. Typically, no one was allowed to enter, and only during great events that affected the Rain clan's reputation would they be able to. Currently, a group of elders were kowtowing one after another. As they walked over, their expressions were solemn and dignified. These people were all incomparably devout, and traces of blood could be seen on their foreheads. They were kneeling and bowing with their hands joined, giving their greatest respects to a statue of their divine ancestor. At the same time, they gave an offering. Everyone was in prayer, and their expressions were extremely solemn. Did all the ancient deities die off? This question wasn't something that anyone could give a clear answer to. It was likely that they had all fallen, buried with the passage of time. Upon entering the temple, an extremely indistinct stone statue could be seen. Its appearance had long become unrecognizable. Its mystical golden body had cracks in it. Its luster was dull and its coloring mottled. Rumor has it that the Rain deity had long fallen within an ancient battle. However, the Rain clan still worshipped his ancestral figure, hoping to bring about the miracle of him returning someday. Even though the exterior of the temple was brilliant, the interior was rather old-fashioned and full of antique energy. The Rain clan's people were all kowtowing and mumbling as if they were in meditation. Finally, under the lead of an ancestor, they opened up the altar in front of the divine figure. A small jar was buried there. Its body was pitch black and it carried rain-like spots. Kacha, the jar was opened, and a wave of terrifying energy immediately rushed out. It was as if a divine being was coming into existence, and the brilliance that erupted made it seem as if the sun itself had burst open. It completely lit up the old-fashioned temple. These were pieces of torn earthen-colored papers. After combining together, they were barely enough to form a complete document. Every piece fluttered upwards like constellations in the sky. As they circled about, they brought a rather oppressive feeling. This was the last decree left behind by the Rain deity, but due to various reasons it was shattered. It was divided up into more than 10 pieces, with each piece carrying a few characters. Only when combined together did they reveal what the divine will represented. Everyone within the Rain clan was shivering, and even their souls were trembling. This kind of pressure and aura made them feel like their bodies were about to shatter, as if they were being offered up to the deity. In the end, only after that ancestor read some complex incantations did those pieces gradually calm down and the divine splendor fade. In addition, the people here had sliced their wrists to trickle out some blood, proving that they were the Rain deity's descendants. A female walked up. Her eyes were closed, and her delicate hands were like jade. She began to feel for the 10 or so pieces of paper. After choosing a piece, she clasped her hands together before retreating. She was precisely Uzimo, a female who possessed spirituality and a strange perception ability. Her body was sparkling like jade, incomparably pure and holy. The group of people piously conducted the ceremony. They returned the remaining paper into the black jar before burying it within the altar. Soon after, they silently left the ancient temple. Alright, this is the one. This piece of the deity's decree has the characters attack and word. Even though it isn't kill, it should still be powerful enough to kill any opponent. The old ancestor began to laugh loudly. A single attack character was enough to represent the profound strength of the decree. It would inevitably demonstrate its power and kill off all enemies within the Void God realm. Bring it over and carefully protect it. After using it, it still needs to be returned to the altar. Within the Rain clan's pure land in the Void God realm, a great battle was carrying out. Great formations were activated. Flood dragons covered the sky, peacocks cut across the heavens, and many archaic descendants rushed forth, as if they were truly appearing. The Rain clan's great formations were mysterious and extremely powerful, all of them targeting the little guy, making it momentarily difficult for him to charge in. Together with the numerous experts using their most powerful symbols, even the exceptionally powerful broken sword was not enough to overcome this. On the other side, the little guy was covered in bloodstains. His strength had been exhausted considerably, because the broken sword was like an abyss, frantically consuming his essence energy without end. This was all still happening under the restriction of this heavenly paradise. If this was in the true world, the after effects will truly be inconceivable. Fortunately, the little guy's body was sufficiently powerful. Wave after wave of magma-like liquid trickled out from the void and bubbled within his body, replenishing his needs. This was precisely the profoundness of the heavenly passages, the seizing of the luck between heaven and earth. Just how many heavenly passages did he open up? He started with 5 and now increased to 7. It seems like there are still a few volcanoes hidden. This was the first time the devilish child revealed his heavenly passages. Bright volcanoes appeared one after another, surging with heaven and earth essence that nourished his powerful flesh. His spirit was transformed. The process was not much different than if it happened in the real world. Youngster, you're too unbridled. You don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. To offend my Rain clan's prestige, even if deities descended, they still wouldn't be able to save you. Within the pure land, an elder's expression was gloomy and cold as he shouted, his voice like thunder. Within the void god realm, endless debris lied at the border of the ruins. An extraordinary willow tree was rooted within the void, and at this time it was as if it received some sort of insight. A willow branch gently swayed, causing green and lush radiance to circulate. In the end, it once again calmed down. It no longer made any unusual movements. Within the Rain clan's pure land, a group took the initiative. They unleashed a great killing formation, and all of the precious bones were wrapped within multicolored light. Those flood dragons, peacocks, and others completely disappeared. What is the Rain clan doing? The group of heroes were all apprehensive. The little guy didn't seem to care at all. He directly brandished the sword and hacked in front of him. Since an opportunity was presented right in front of him, how could he let it go? Of course he would attack. Suddenly, the sky and the earth shook. The area that the Rain clan occupied began to fiercely shake, and a wave of terrifying aura erupted. It actually affected the Void God Realm's rules and order, turning this place indistinct and warped. What? This type of force almost seems as if some type of limit was broken through, a power that could destroy the laws of this place. Exactly what did the Rain clan bring? Why does it make our hearts unsteady and our souls shake? The outstanding heroes were all absolutely horrified. They felt as if the rules and order of this world were about to transform, and an earthen radiance began to appear. It was as if a deity was coming into this world. Suppress and kill. Everyone within the Rain clan shouted together. They wholeheartedly offered their worship. Upon looking up into the heavens, one could see a piece of shabby yellow paper. It flowed with hazy splendor, as if the primal's chaos were being opened. This was the decree of a deity, and was far superior to the wordless paper of the 100 shattering mountains. That was simply an empty one, while this was a divine object that truly contained the deity's intent. The piece of divine decree exploded, and countless drops of golden rain scattered down. They descended frantically, directly striking towards the little guy. Not good. At this moment, the little guy became frightened. He no longer dared to be reckless in the slightest. The hairs on his body all stood erect, and with a turn of his body, a pair of Kuan-Peng wings appeared, rapidly increasing his speed. He seemed like an unstable light, but also like a fleeting shadow as he fled frantically. At the same time, the broken sword hacked out behind him, blocking the densely concentrated golden raindrops. Dang, however, no matter how fast he was, there were still golden raindrops closing in. It swept through everything and shook the world. As the drops fell onto the broken sword, ear-splitting Kung Chong sounds were continuously emitted, making his arm numb. At the same time, the devilish brat's arm was pierced through by one of the raindrops. Fresh blood immediately flowed out. It was simply impossible to outspeed this bright rain. It was too concentrated, and it covered the sky and earth with incomparable speed. I'm going to risk it all. Who cares about how powerful you are? Don't tell me that you are going to disobey the Void God Realm's will and exceed the Heavenly Passage Realm. After being struck, the devilish brat went crazy and suddenly turned around. The reason was because he knew that he couldn't outspeed the golden rain. Continuing to run in such a frenetic manner would only make it easier for him to get injured. Dang, dang. He brandished the broken sword and continuously hacked about, turning into a wheel of wind. Symbols covered the sky, ultimately turning into a vast ocean to confront the divine decree. No matter how powerful you are, there's no way it's greater than 10 heavenly passages, or else you will definitely be suppressed. I'm not weaker than it by much, and together with the broken sword, I refuse to believe that I can't hack you apart, the devilish brat shouted. He did not retreat, but rather pushed forward, killing his way over. In addition, he went completely berserk. His body lit up, in the end making him look like a great fireball that burned with matchless brilliance. The black blood traces on the broken sword in his hands became indistinct, making the sword become increasingly resplendent. Beams of light soared into the heavens, continuously hacking towards the symbol parchment in the air. Kungqiang sounds rang out as the battle raged on. Everyone became dumbfounded. In particular, the Rain Clan's people felt their scalps going numb. How could the devilish brat be so powerful? Was he going to stand off against the will of a divine creature? How could the will of a god be something a cockroach like you can resist? You are simply asking for death, an elder within the Rain Clan shouted. Deity my butt, can he defy the heavens and disobey the rules of the void god realm to surpass the heavenly passage realm? If not, then you can just dream about catching me, the savage devilish brat shouted. He began to fight for his life even more furiously, because he knew that as soon as he loosened up in the slightest, he would undoubtedly be killed. Moreover, his words weren't completely ungrounded. Even if a deity came, only by defying the order here could they break through this restriction. He believed firmly that the rain deity had died, and that it was impossible for a small piece of badly damaged symbol parchment to defy the rules here. Only by fighting fiercely head-on could he make it through this great disaster. Kill! I am going to chop you into pieces! The devilish brat cried out loudly. His entire body shone, releasing his endless potential and unifying with the broken sword. An extraordinarily powerful sword radiance hacked out, making even the heaven and earth shake as it continuously struck the symbol parchment. Everyone became dumbfounded. This fellow as too savage, not even fearing a god as he resisted in such a manner. He wanted to destroy that decree, truly fearless. Was this one of the 10 archaic savages? This was too ferocious. Did he go crazy? Was he really going to withstand the will of a deity? This devilish child is not normal. Did he consume the octatic treasure chicken's blood or something? This is simply too unbridled. With no fear of anything, he is going to scale the heavens to slaughter a deity. The spectators were all nearly speechless. This was too crazy. Challenging the will of a deity while loudly clamoring. It seemed like a small aboriginal of a primitive tribe. The Rain clansmen were also stunned. This piece of divine decree did not dominate the devilish brat, but rather evoked his stubborn and savage nature. He was shouting loudly as he rushed towards the heavens. If it was the people on the sides, they would have become discouraged a long time ago. However, this devilish child's fighting spirit was still high, as if he had the imposing intent of killing through the heavens to meet the true God. His heart was completely fearless. Dare to kill me? I am going to eat you, the devilish brat shouted. He exhausted everything, igniting flaming divine light around his body. This type of declaration once again made everyone somewhat stupefied. This wasn't even like that of a human anymore. How could he have this kind of reaction and thoughts? This was quite different from ordinary people, and this made everyone curse silently. This youngster was definitely not a true human. Hong within the skies, the symbol parchment shone. An attack character appeared. It was the will of the deity, and with rumbling sounds, the supreme law interweaved, terrifying people's souls. In the blink of an eye, the tattered and damaged decree seemed to have revived. It was as if it carried the will of the true God. The golden rain was like a waterfall as it poured down in torrents. Everyone became overwhelmed with shock. How could this type of divine might be resisted with just the heavenly passage realm? Was he trying to transcend? Only the devilish brat continued to shout. Still not breaking? If you have the ability, then break through. Otherwise, you can't kill me. Outside his body, Hong Long Glong sounds rang out. 9 heavenly passages simultaneously appeared, and the magma surged, continuously trickling out. It was just like a waterfall as it submerged him, endlessly supplying him with essence energy. What? 9 heavenly passages established? For humans, this has only been recorded within ancient texts. Even though such a thing was heard of before a long time ago and was something long suspected, it still made the people shake when they saw it in person. He was like the heir of a living deity, too terrifying. Broken sword, wake up! Isn't it just a piece of tattered paper? Shatter it! The devilish child shouted loudly. Several holes appeared in his body after being penetrated by the golden rain of light. However, he did not possess any type of fear and only became increasingly valiant. With a single step, he soared into the heavens to hack at the symbol parchment. The Rain clansmen's hearts were all shaking. Was there still heavenly reasoning in this? This devilish child was too ridiculous. Could it be that not even a divine decree could suppress him? This was not some ordinary precious artifact, but rather a decree carved from the essence of a divine creature's will. It far surpassed those supreme treasures, yet it was being resisted like this. The devilish brat was strong to the point that it made people wanted to curse him. He was fierce beyond belief. A few more bloody holes appeared in the devilish brat's body, but his eyes only grew increasingly bright. Light shone from his entire body, and his 9 heavenly passages rumbled. The Kuan Peng diving wings flapped. He was actually about to take flight. Eat! Eat! Eat them all! He shouted out loudly, and the black broken sword in his hands erupted with brilliant light. It continuously hacked towards the sun-like divine decree high up in the sky. This? In the distance, a purple-haired girl became rather speechless. She came from the archaic divine mountain, and even though her status far surpassed that of the great wastelands, after seeing this scene, she still had a foolish expression on her face. This fellow is truly mad. In the distance, a young lady was wearing scarlet multicolored clothes that fluttered about. She was also a bit stupefied and couldn't help but mutter this out in the end. What stupid deity! If you are so powerful, then break through the rules and order of this place to kill me. I'm gonna cut, eat and eat. Eat everything. The devilish brat did not feel any fear towards deities, so reverence was even more out of the question. He shouted savagely, his young and tender face carrying a bit of provocation. It was just like when he challenged Big Yellow in the village when he was younger. He was clearly fighting with his life on the line, yet it almost seemed as if there were some immature stubbornness in his expression. It truly made people not know whether to laugh or cry. The broken sword in his hand was like a blazing sun as it shone with matchless brilliance. Sword chi gushed out streak after streak, and these fluctuations alone could shave off mountain peaks. In the sky, the thick sword streaks of radiance numbered in the hundreds, and they all struck down on the symbol parchment. The rain of light there poured down in torrents, creating an ear-splitting sound, as if great stars were being smashed open. The earthen-colored symbol parchment emitted light, blossoming like fireworks. The character attack became increasingly intimidating, releasing an unwavering aura as it shook incessantly. The rain of light became even more magnificent, and a golden waterfall cascaded down from within the parchment's symbol. It carried within it the will of the rain deity, and was not something one could defy since it held within it the laws of a deity. Unfortunately, it was still suppressed down to the heavenly passage realm, and so it couldn't surpass that. Hong. However, even though things were as such, it was still terrifying. The golden rain of light was as sharp as blades, and with one long sounds, it shook even the heavens. The golden light was concentrated as it struck down on the broken sword with dang-dang sounds. Even though the little guy's defenses were extremely powerful, he was still not able to completely avoid this. His calf was pierced through by a drop of light, immediately causing a string of blood to blossom. Stupid paper. You're about to shatter already, yet you still dare to hurt me. The devilish brat was angry. The 9 volcanoes around his body rumbled, and the magma began to flow like a large river, continuously entering his body. "Rotten paper! Hurry up and break!" the little guy shouted, and the ancient black sword began to float with strand after strand of multicolored light. It was as if a black phoenix had awakened. Its aura became even more frightening as countless streaks of sword radiance sliced towards the sky. Pung, the symbol parchment, was shaken until it was displaced. After seeing how it was shaken back and forth, one could see just how fierce those attacks were. Even the decree of a divine being couldn't endure it and seemed like an ordinary boulder. The little guy pursed his small lips. His expression became increasingly serious as he continuously hacked down. His arms left behind afterimages in the air because his movements were too fast. The broken sword violently shook. It had already been brandished countless times, and at this point, the black sword and his arm were resonating together. Wang sounds fell incessantly, turning this area into a sea of swords. The sound and images of the broken sword meshed together. The multicolored light released by the symbols directly turned into an immortal ocean of sword chi that engulfed the skies. Dang, the divine decree violently shook. Its brilliance quickly dimmed and was sent flying. The broken sword in the little guy's hands did not stop. It continuously slashed about, and within the sword ocean, several streaks of extremely powerful sword chi rushed forth. They were astonishingly thick, and as they smashed over, they seemed to have possessed the force of a mountain. The divine decree continuously turned about as it flew out several zhang after being struck. In addition, its luster became increasingly dim, and the divine flames curling about it seemed to be on the verge of being extinguished. Everyone became overwhelmed with shock. Just how terrifying was this sword chi? It could actually collide against the symbol parchment of a deity. It was powerful to an unbelievable degree. The Rain clansmen were even more alarmed. This was too savage. It was merely a single child, yet he actually withstood the Rain deity's decree. After all this time, he didn't fall and was actually starting his counterattack now. Worship the Rain deity. Within the Pure Land, a group of elders sat down. Upon seeing this scene, the youngsters behind them followed suit. They began to mumble, chanting out an ancient incantation. An wave of mysterious fluctuations proliferated, spreading out like a tide. The Rain clan's decree seemed to have recovered, immediately becoming more powerful than before. It was as if it woke up from its slumber, and with a rumbling sound, it turned into a golden sun. Hong at the same time, lightning flickered, and golden rain erupted with the brilliance of a sun before cascading down. This was the profound mysteriousness of the Rain deity produced in a fury after its essence energy recovered. Deities shouldn't be provoked, and one couldn't speak profanity against them. If they found out and felt that their prestige was offended, they would immediately erupt into fury. Rotten paper, how come you became stronger again? The little guy grimaced as two more bloody holes appeared on his body. His body was so powerful, yet it couldn't defend against the divine Rain's attacks. He fiercely fought back, but was still struck down from the skies, completely submerged within the rain of light. The devilish brat displayed his precious technique, causing a black body of water to overflow into the heavens. It stopped the sun-like golden rain and resisted the deity's profound mystery, enduring a tremendous pressure. In the end, he once again fell down to the ground. The devilish brat was unconvinced and did not yield because he knew that as soon as he retreated and tried to flee, he would immediately be killed. He definitely could not retreat now and had to fight to the end. If he ran, his speed would definitely not be faster than that mystical parchment. It possessed the mark of a deity, giving it power at the absolute limit of this heavenly paradise. Golden rain poured down, carrying with it waves of thunder-like sounds. An endless torrent was descending. I'll cut with everything I have, the devilish brat shouted. With a step of his feet, he once again rose high into the air. The Kuan Peng wings behind him moved, carrying him forward. The little guy was without fear as he continuously brandished the sword. The 9 heavenly passages around his body shone, gradually fusing with his flesh. The broken sword erupted, creating ocean-sized waves. Meanwhile, he activated a precious technique. The Kuan Pong and the sword fused together into one body and rushed murderously into the skies. True Kuan Pong's bodies were not completely gold. There were also black symbols, and when they soared into the skies, the spreading of their wings would cover the heavens. Comparably, human bodies were just too weak and weren't even comparable to dust. It directly devoured that golden sun-like divine decree. The scene was absolutely shocking. The symbol paper transformed, becoming bigger. It released an undying radiance that illuminated the heavens, its aura flourishing even more magnificently. The Kuan Pong was without fear. After fusing with the sword chi and merging together, it possessed a type of invincible and imposing manner as it oppressed the heaven and earth. Hong! A majestic aura burst forth. The Kuan Pong swooped over with symbols numbering in the tens of thousands. The golden parchment was struck and sent flying. It continuously flickered, as if it was about to be blown apart. The Kuan Pong pursued, wanting to swallow it in one gulp. Its enormous body covered the skies, making all of the spectators dumbstruck. This was simply too shocking. This isn't a great Pong, but rather the Kuan Pong. Truly frightening. He actually revealed this type of precious technique. With a Hong sound, the little guy dropped down to the ground before once again charging over. He merged together with that Kuan Pong, positioning himself at the center. The broken sword flourished with an even greater light as it transformed into a beak that fiercely rushed forward. The result was a collision on a world-shaking scale. The rain of light scattered down, and the divine radiance shone in all directions. What happened inside was not visible because the dazzling light made it so that no one could look straight at it, forcing them to close their eyes. Only much later did this light completely disappear and the skies once again become peaceful. The little guy cried out miserably as he fell down. His body was covered in blood. This time he received a serious injury. What about the rain deity's decree? Everyone was confused, because they couldn't see the earthen-colored parchment after the rain of light vanished. At this moment, everyone from the Rain clan couldn't sit still any longer and was about to go mad. That was a symbol parchment with the will of a deity contained within. How could it vanish just like that? Rotten paper! After the little guy fell onto the ground, he began to curse in a sulky manner. His body was covered in bloodstains. Taking out a jar of precious blood, he quickly unplugged the cork and began to drink it like water. When suddenly, a golden symbol parchment flew over from the horizon with an intimidating aura. The earthen yellow became truly golden. It flourished brilliantly and possessed an astonishing divine might. A crack appeared on it. It was clear that the symbol parchment received serious damage from the great collision just now and was not a match for the Kuan Pong and broken sword. However, the will of the deity was unsurpassable. Currently, it was furious, and even though its spirit was fractured, it was still a deity. Being hacked apart and sent flying by Immortal was definitely not something its will could tolerate. Still didn't break? The little guy was a bit apprehensive. The injuries on his body weren't light, and could be considered rather serious. The golden-colored symbol paper emitted light. The attack symbol on it rang out with chong-chong sounds and released an undying aura. In addition, its killing intent overflowed into the heavens. The rumbling sounds were shocking. It was as if a golden vast body of water surged from above the symbol parchment. This was not a rain anymore but instead a divine ocean that directly cascaded. The little guy cursed and began to flee frantically. Behind him, the divine wings shook, rapidly increasing his speed to help him evade. However, the vast golden body of water were too ferocious and violent. It reached everywhere, hiding the sky and covering the earth as it arrived. He was directly buried, unable to avoid this. Get off me! The Kuan Pong precious technique rushed forth and a black ocean appeared. No one knew how many li it covered as it surged up violently to withstand the vast golden body of water. Meanwhile, that black great fish also soared up, devouring the divine light. Chong the symbol parchment shone in the sky. Every single stroke of the character shook, as if they were precious artifacts. They unexpectedly flew out like strokes of iron and silver with an upright and strong force. The little guy's expression changed. He took out the broken sword and sent it flying towards the sky to block the attack character. The two came together into a huge collision. Within the rumbling sounds of confrontation, the two continued to shake violently as they exchanged attacks. The divine sounds that erupted sounded like the chants of deities, frightening the spectators. The golden rain poured down in torrents. In addition, lightning and thunder appeared, erupting from the attack symbol. The lightning flowed like streaks of astral rivers as they hacked towards the little guy. Thunder and rain interweaved. As a rain deity, how could it not know about lightning? They were interdependent, making it even more powerful. At this time, the divine decree completely erupted. The little guy grimaced, revealing an expression that was even uglier than crying. Today, he truly suffered, receiving heavy injuries. After such a long time, he still wasn't able to get rid of the symbol parchment. If other people knew what he was thinking, they would definitely become stupefied. This was a showdown with the mark of a deity, so being able to last until now was already a world-shocking event. However, he was still acting like this, so could it be that he was going to destroy the decree? That was the same thing as directly blaspheming a divine creature. In the sky, the attack symbol shone, and every stroke seemed like a streak of lightning. It rumbled continuously and shone brilliantly in all directions. The little guy that was struck was about to emit black smoke. The broken sword withstood it, creating kungxiang sounds as it continuously shook. "Hurry and wake up. Don't let that stupid paper have its way," the little guy shouted. He felt as if the broken sword did not fully activate, as if it was still testing him. He still had to depend on himself, making the devilish brat furious. He almost stepped on the broken sword out of anger. The battle was incredibly fierce. The symbol parchment shone and surged with a vast golden body of water that met the black waters behind the little guy's body head-on. The huge black fish turned about, creating a heaven-shocking wave. Meanwhile, the attack symbol from the symbol parchment seemed like a precious artifact, hacking out with lightning. Killing energy descended with a ferocious force to suppress the devilish child. It seemed as if there was no way out. The little guy was forced into desperate straits. He had no one to rely on, and no route of escape. He could only depend on himself to fight to the end and persevere on. Oh! The purple swan and eye erupted. It was as tall as a mountain, towering into the heavens. It wanted to swallow the lightning that was descending, and one of its claws slashed out to shatter the attack character. The two individuals clashed. They were both lightning in nature, causing an incomparably fierce collision. Endless lightning radiance were emitted, throwing this place into chaos. The battle reached its climax, and the Rain clan was uneasy. This devilish brat was too powerful, actually being able to defend against a piece of the damaged decree. It far surpassed their expectations. They were inwardly anxious, fearing that something bad was going to happen. All of their faces were pale as they watched the battle nervously. They were hoping that the rain deity's will would immediately kill the devilish child. The little guy received serious injuries, and his body was about to break apart. There were over 20 bloody holes, dyeing his clothes in a bright red. He truly looked rather miserable. He had never been in such a desperate state while fighting people. He was about to be killed, because the will accumulated within the divine decree was too powerful. It forced him to be on the defensive. "If I had 10 heavenly passages, I would directly eat you." He continued to persevere and did not give up. In addition, he began to gradually feel that the symbol parchment's luster was starting to dim. It was not as rich and powerful as before. "Stand firm. It's on the verge of falling as well, so I have to press on." The devilish brat clenched his teeth. If he was defeated now, then he would truly die without a grave. That symbol degree has become dim. Right at that moment, the others also began to notice this abnormality. Everyone from the Rain clan felt their faces becoming absolutely pale without the slightest bit of color. They were all frightened. How could things have ended like this? Could it be that the Rain deity's decree couldn't suppress him? Finally, the symbol parchment shone and once again became brilliant. It turned into a huge star as it rushed towards the devilish brat with the intention of killing him. Not good. The symbol parchment is burning up its last bit energy, its strength inevitably becoming stronger. He's going to be killed. Huolinger was shocked and felt that things were turning bad. The deity is using his final ultimate move. The others also sighed, because they felt that it was truly difficult for him to escape this disaster. The little guy roared. A Kuan-Pong and a Swan and I appeared outside his body and began to spin with extreme speed to defend against that symbol parchment. At the same time, the broken sword also flew out to fiercely collide with that decree. Finally, the broken sword seemed to have awakened. It hacked that symbol parchment in half. However, that symbol character seemed unaffected. It still similarly descended towards the little guy's chest. The two halves of the symbol parchment continued to shoot down to kill the little guy. Rotten paper. I'm not scared of you, the devilish child shouted. Hong, the symbol character, unleashed its final light, submerging this area. No one could see what was going on clearly and only felt a boundless force spreading out. Even though he couldn't protect his life, the little guy still struggled on. Flinging his head, the sparkling small pagoda in his hair collided with that attack character. A ding sound immediately lightly rang out, obstructing it. Unfortunately, the small pagoda had not yet recovered. The two merely knocked into each other. Even though that was all that happened, it was still terrifying. It made the attack character lose quite a bit of brilliance, moreover, allowing him to once again grab the broken sword at this time. After swinging with all his strength, an ear-splitting kungxiang sound sounded, making the attack symbol dim once again by quite a bit. The little guy cried out loudly. He truly went for broke this time without any fear as he once again brandished the broken sword. Suddenly, he felt his chest burning extremely vigorously. He felt a wave of boiling heat, and a terrifying aura filled the air. Strand after strand of multicolored light were released, seizing that attack character. It was as if a black hole opened up there that frantically devoured. The little guy couldn't help but shout loudly, because he felt a great itchiness at that area. Supreme Essence blood was strengthening, giving birth to an inexhaustible life force. The little guy's chest began to heat up and burn like a fiery furnace. His entire chest began to sparkle, and drip after drip of blood essence was created. It was as if it was wrapping itself around a deity that was about to be reborn. Oh, the little guy was aching. Not only was his chest itchy, it was also extremely sore. Felt like it was being torn apart. In the distance, everyone sighed. It was a pity that such a heaven-warping youth was going to die here. They could tell that he definitely met misfortune and was about to be killed by the divine decree. Everyone from the Rain clan laughed coldly. So what if you have a heavenly potential? In the end, you're still going to die and not be able to grow up. There was no way he could resist the will of a deity. I'm going to die from pain, Ao? The devilish brat shouted out. The brilliance here was dazzling, and no one could see what was happening clearly. They all surmised that the rain deity's decree must have displayed its final divine might to exterminate him. At this place, a deity could reach the extreme realm and transcend worldliness. Even though they would still be under the restriction, they would surpass any outstanding geniuses. It is truly unfortunate because he definitely would have become an extremely shocking genius. Outside of using the divine decree, there wasn't even any way to kill him. In the end, he was still cut off from his prime. Outside of those great powers, there were still many people that weren't affiliated with them. They did not have any hatred or grudges towards the little guy, so they only felt sympathy towards him for what happened. A genius like this falling was truly too unfortunate. He would have definitely displayed extraordinary skill and became a supreme expert that wasn't weaker than a pure-blooded creature. He invited this disaster on himself. A deity is so high and mighty. Do you think a bug like you is worthy of challenging it? An elder from the Rain clan sneered. Only now did everyone release their pent-up breath of air. If nothing strange happened, the devilish brat would inevitably die. He would be turned into a lump of blood, and even his real body will die. It was because this was the law of the divine Tao. It could completely erase his spirit and will. He could not escape, and his real body would turn into a living corpse. Haha! There were people who began to carefreely laugh with joyous expressions. Once the devilish brat dies, this huge mess would finally calm down. They would never have to worry about him challenging everyone again. These people included those from Tuoba family, the four great Kuan, Li, Yuan, Meng families, and many others. They were all ancient inheritances that bore great grudges against the devilish brat. The little guy's body was currently in a transparent state. His chest, in particular, was like jade, so even the circulation of his blood was visible. A circle of light could be seen, and it was as if it was wrapping up a deity. It was absolutely dazzling as he bathed in the divine flames to undergo rebirth. It was a small bone that was without form. It was currently being nourished by essence blood, producing a transparent bone outline. It was extremely brilliant, as if a small segment was trying to be reborn. A wave of terrifying aura circulated, but it was luckily drowned out by the light created by the divine decree. No one could see what was happening, so they all thought that it was the attack symbol displaying its divine might. The little guy's chest had symbols circulating about it, as if a divine altar was constructed. The flames ignited as if they were trying to seal a deity, and the essence blood's vitality was too powerful as it continuously nourished that circle of light. The attack symbols had dimmed after colliding with the small pagoda, and it was even hacked by the broken sword. It was already unsteady and would most likely not escape destruction. The little guy's chest shone. Like threads of silk, the light twisted about that attack symbol before removing its divine essence to unceasingly nourish the blood and bone in his chest. It seems like it still can't grow out. When the acute pain subsided and he recovered his state of mind, he began to feel a bit of regret. After all, it was only a small corner of a badly damaged decree, not an entire sheet. It wasn't complete, and so its divine essence wasn't enough to make that circle of light undergo transformation. I hope the Rain clan can bring the remaining pieces of the decree as well. The little guy's injuries were severe and his body was in tatters, yet his eyes were still roaming around like a thief as he thought about other divine objects. After who knew how much time had passed, a bow sound was heard, and that attack symbol shattered. It disappeared, and the light around the little guy's chest also faded. As he anticipated, that bone was not able to take form and come into existence. Even though he felt rather disappointed inside, from a different perspective, he was also extremely excited. This meant that the Supreme Being Bone was extremely terrifying, and that the divine essence from a small corner of this decree was not enough to bring it back to life. The broken sword was like a small sun, and it seemed to resonate with the mysterious fluctuations originating from the little guy's chest. It was recovering just now as well, and only now did it gradually dim from its previous brilliance to return to its original state. This place became peaceful once again. The rain deity's attack symbol disappeared, and only paper remained. Moreover, it was cut into two, and even though there was still some divine splendor to it, it was far from what it previously had. The two halves of symbol parchment were suspended in midair motionless. The devilish child directly pinched one of the halves and carefully gave it a try. Nothing dangerous happened, and after the attack character disappeared, the earthen paper also lost the divine creature's will, no longer attacking him. What? He actually survived? Even the deity's decree wasn't enough to kill him. The outstanding heroes watching were all shocked, not believing what they were seeing. This result went against everyone's expectations. They all thought that he would undoubtedly die, so how could they have anticipated that he would still be in such good shape? Everything in front of the Rain clan's people turned dark, because the result was difficult for them to take in. The savage child didn't die, and the attack character disappeared instead. This made them so furious they wanted to cough out blood. Tuoba clan, for great families and many others were similarly stupefied. They clearly just heard a heart-tearing cry from him earlier, so how was he still alive? Just now they were still sneering this. It was as if they took a slap to the face, making their faces burn with rage. The little guy began to loudly talk drivel. After grabbing that decree, he directly shoved it into his mouth before chewing with kachi-kachi sounds. His behavior was truly bold and unrestrained, as if he was chewing on a radish. You? Everyone from the Rain clan immediately felt their faces turn green. What was this? It was the Rain deity's decree, yet it was actually being chewed by him in such a rude manner. Ayu. Several elders with greater statuses within the Rain clan immediately spat out blood from anger. The divine ancestor's decree was actually being eaten. This was simply disrespecting a deity. How would people view them now? He really ate it? In the distance, the outstanding heroes were all stunned. They all looked as if they saw a ghost. They heard his loud cries not long ago about how he was going to eat it all. But they had all thought these were words shouted out of anger and not in seriousness. They never thought that he would really chew on it without knowing what kind of materials it was made out of. It was like beast skin and was also like bright silk. It made crisp sounds that one could hear from even far away. That savage child continuously chewed with his small bright teeth, making gotsy sounds ring out incessantly as he bit down with vigor. The Rain clan's people were so angry they were becoming dizzy. This was a completely undisguised disrespect. How could they endure this? Kachi, the little guy, continuously chewed, and the sound created was rather loud. He wrinkled his small nose as he mumbled, "Doesn't taste good at all." The group of people was about to lose consciousness. Was the taste of this something that should be evaluated? This child was too savage. He even chewed the decree of a deity to pieces, biting down with all his strength. Was he not scared of being stuck by heavenly lightning? You are truly wretched. Everyone from Rain clan went mad. This was an absolute disgrace. The most sacred object left behind by their ancestor was being chewed on by a human as if he was a horse chewing a peony. This was absolutely too hateful. Shameful, devilish child. When the purple-clothed girl in the distance saw this scene, she didn't know how to evaluate it. In the end, she could only curse out like this. Dumbstruck, Hualinger sighed and said, "This brat, too evil. Is he the reincarnation of a Tautai or something? Why does he put everything in his mouth and dares to eat anything?" The outstanding individuals watching all became dizzy. Rain clan members within their pure land were so angry and stifled that their faces turned red. Their vision blurred, and they were about to faint. They really wanted to rush up and kill him, but they were scared that they would die themselves since the other party was ridiculously strong. "The heavens are unjust," they cried out in anger. However, there was foreign matter flickering in the sky. It was as if the heavens heard their shouts as a lump of light descended and emerged beside the little guy's side. Meanwhile, a stone tablet appeared. On top of it were some sparkling and translucent characters that flickered with multicolored light. This was the Void God Realm's record stone tablet. Everyone from the Rain clan was stupefied. Was this to make them die from anger? There was no heavenly reason, truly no heavenly reason anymore. The devilish child actually established another record. The outstanding heroes also felt a wave of shock. This fellow was going to establish another record? However, after thinking about it, they felt relieved. Just now, the battle was definitely something worth recording. The little guy suspiciously looked at the circle of light. With a bow sound, the curtain of light broke apart and 2 bronze pieces appeared in his hands. His eyes immediately widened from extreme happiness. He shouted and jumped. He almost tripped over himself. This was unexpectedly more pieces of the archaic divine book. In addition, he got 2 pieces all of a sudden. This is too great. At this speed, it won't be long before I obtain another unrivaled precious technique. The devilish child was absolutely elated. It was as if he didn't notice how dark the Rain clanmen's faces were at all. There was a line of writing on the stone tablet, directly stating that he defeated the will of a deity. His amazing bravery was worth rewarding, establishing a new record. Tuoba family. For great families and the others' faces were all extremely ugly. This fellow was just powerful to a ridiculous degree. He defeated the decree of a deity, and even received such heaven-defying things. If it was said that the spectators hesitated previously and weren't super jealous, then now they couldn't help but seriously consider it. Just how long did this take? He already obtained 3 bronze book pieces. Kacha the little guy wrinkled his nose. He ate half of the paper and smacked his lips. In the end, he did not explain the reasoning behind his actions and directly grabbed another half. Regardless, it still contained powerful divine essence, and so he was going to eat it even if it didn't taste good. This half tastes like chicken. After biting it to pieces, he spoke out these words. This is intolerable harassment. Everyone from Rain Clan couldn't endure this. During this entire course of events, the little guy continuously circulated symbols to recover his injuries. This time, he was almost killed by the divine decree, and his body was about to break. Do you think I'm scared of you, bunch? The little guy was always holding back a bit of his strength. He wanted to make his move a long time ago, but after narrowly avoiding death just now, his injuries were extremely severe, so he was quietly recovering. Don't give him a chance. Take advantage of his serious injuries to exterminate him. Someone from the Rain Clan saw the opportunity and shouted loudly, but did not leave the Pure Land. Instead, he unleashed a great formation to twist him to death. The little guy raised his head and drank a large mouthful of descendant precious blood. He then rushed out quickly and hacked out with the broken sword. Since he even fought with the will of a deity before, was there anything else to be scared of? Quickly fall back, we will fight him. We cannot have everyone stay here. An elder muttered. The great formation did not require all of them to be there to be activated. To prevent even more mishaps, it was still better to evacuate some of their people. You can't escape. The one that runs is the one that I will chase after and kill. The devilish brat shouted savagely. The battle unfolded, and the little guy used all of his strength to attack. He charged into the Pure Land and withstood the attacks from the Great Formation's endless symbols. No one knew just how many precious bones were buried inside of here. At this moment, they displayed their might, and the divine formation in the center surged with a bit of primal chi. It was extremely terrifying. The little guys continuously shouted out. A single mishap would result in him losing a chunk of flesh. It made him grind his teeth in pain and quickly back up. Hong! The broken sword displayed its might. His 9 heavenly passages opened, and the little guy seemed to have ignited into flames. He charged into the Pure Land and resisted the symbols. Finally, a miserable shriek rang out. He broke through several layers of the formation, unleashing a slaughter. In merely a split second, 7 to 8 bloody heads flew off. They streaked across the sky without even being able to close their eyes. At this time, the devilish child was like an evil god. His actions were ruthless as he massacred through all of his enemies. When he thought back to his dead senior brothers and sisters, his wave of grief swept through his heart. Hong! The little guy raised his sword and hacked apart another formation. He rushed in murderously and immediately killed another 20 or so people. Blood immediately soared high into the air. Hateful! After destroying my Pure Land, you better not let me find out where your clan is located. Otherwise, I will completely exterminate it without leaving a single person alive. An elder bellowed under his breath, his heart absolutely furious. When had the Rain Clan ever received this type of torment? It was obvious that after today, they were going to be at the forefront of discussion. This type of defeat was simply too humiliating. At that time, they won't even be able to lift their heads. The little guy did not show any mercy and killed the entire way. The terrifying Kuan Peng wings flapped and golden light surged. With a Hong sound, more than 10 people in front of him were directly blasted to pieces without even leaving behind a skeleton. As he swept forward, he saw an elder of high status. He used all his strength to rush forward, and the Swan and I Precious technique was activated. Countless streaks of lightning descended, collapsing a mountain peak. Buildings were destroyed, and 10 people turned into process coke. That elder was the only one remaining, and after being struck by the electricity, he began to convulse in a spasm. His entire body was charred black, and he had difficulty budging an inch. A cold glint flashed by the little guy's pupils, and with a raise of his hand, a scarlet demonic needle flew out. With a pu sound, it landed right between the elder's eyebrows. Ah! A mournful scream rang out, and the elder immediately dissolved, disappearing from this world. Soul-shattering needles. The outstanding heroes all cried out in alarm. The Rain clansmen's hearts were torn apart. They roared out, but it didn't change anything. Such a high-level elder died, and the real body became a corpse as well. The little guy's expression was blank as he rushed forward murderously. After the heaven-mending pavilion was destroyed, the faces of his senior brothers and sisters still appeared in front of him. It made his heart completely ruthless and his eyes cold. Kill! He broke through 11 great formations in succession and killed a huge group of people. The dead were piled up in heaps behind him as the devilish child went berserk. You are too unbridled. One day, you will be killed by my clan. Everyone from the Rain clan hollered. Hong! The little guy roared, and a Kuan Pong spread its wings before swooping forward. This time, 70 to 80 people were blasted and crushed apart by the powerful precious technique. This child was too heaven-defying. To restore the Kuan Peng's precious technique to this degree, it's truly rarely seen. In the future, it just might be possible for him to comprehend all the mysteries of this unrivaled ability. Someone within the outstanding heroes muttered. Tuoba clan, the descendants that rushed over from the Western Tomb Beast Mountain, and the others' expressions all changed when they saw this scene. The Rain clan encountered a calamity, and it was as if this was an ominous foretelling. Were they going to end up in a similar situation? Kill! Everyone from the Rain clan went crazy as well. They began to fight with their lives on the line. Right at this moment, an elder's gaze became fierce, and a sneer appeared at the corners of his lips. Do you think you can beat me in ferocity? With a Hong sound, the entire Pure Land suddenly exploded. Near the center, a formation was shattered, exploding and causing divine light to rush into the heavens. The little guy was not the only one that received heavy injuries. Many of the Rain clan's people were directly blown to pieces. They turned into a bloody mist without even having time to make a sound. So fierce, the outstanding heroes' hearts shook, and all of them trembled. The Rain clan had at least 100 people that fell. After suffering such a sudden attack and being directly blown up, even their real body's vitality will suffer greatly. Did he die yet? If not, then use the soul-suppressing pagoda to make his real body die together with his void body. That elder roared fiercely. They also brought over a magical artifact that could destroy one's soul and making the real body fall as well. The little guy did indeed receive an extremely serious injury. His body almost split apart, and bloody scars covered his body, spread out like a web. He was so powerful and his physical body reached such an extreme level, yet he was still injured like this. It could be seen just how terrifying the explosion of that formation was. His grimaced in pain. Thinking back, he was too careless just now. He thought that after destroying the deity's will, the Rain clan's Pure Land was already practically defeated. As a result, he was almost killed. Currently, his injuries were too severe, and his body was in tatters, on the verge of breaking apart. This works out just fine. If you didn't die yet, then it's perfect for the soul-suppressing pagoda to refine you, making your real body die. In the distance, the outstanding individuals were all stupefied. They did not think that the battle tides would suddenly turn. They originally thought that the Rain clan's Pure Land was on the verge of being annihilated and did not think that the devilish child would suffer an attack that would injure him greatly. It was possible that he might die. I was careless. However, it's impossible for you guys to kill me. The little guy was fearless, and essence energy ignited all about his body to restore his injured body. All of his hidden capabilities erupted out. That's... Heavens, what happened? Is it a miracle? The spectators were all stunned. There were many cracks in the devilish brat's body, and it seemed like he was going to break apart. But suddenly there was still a boundless living essence energy that bloomed. An indistinct volcano appeared, as if it was linked directly to the great universe. With a rumbling sound, it fell from the sky and suppressed downwards. Even the little guy was stunned. A strange change was happening to his body, as if it was being transformed. Was this the 10th heavenly passage? I broke through myself, and didn't need the baptism's aid. The little guy's eyes contained an unswerving determination as he clenched his fist. Is this something from a legend? There was actually someone that opened a 10th heavenly passage. People cried out in surprise. This was like a fairy tale. Hurry and stop him. He absolutely must not be allowed to establish it. An elder from the Rain clan roared in fury. He attacked furiously and spat out a mouthful of blood. This result was too terrifying, as the situation was now practically in his hands. Hurry and attack. We can't let him succeed. The Rain clan members were all worried. Breaking through into the 10th heavenly passage in the middle of a battle was something straight out of a legend. Yet it actually happened. Could it be that even heaven wanted the Rain clan to lose? Such an unfathomable event made people absolutely frightened. If this child was allowed to grow up, then he would inevitably look down on everything under the heavens and show disdain towards other talents. At that time, how would they face him? It was simply something unimaginable. In the distance, the heroes all felt indescribably shaken. They felt as if even their hearts were trembling. 9 heavenly passages was already something that was only recorded within ancient records. As for 10 heavenly passages, there was even less of a need to think about. It was practically something that should have been impossible. Yet the impossible actually came true. Under the gazes of everyone, a single youth was likely going to break through. Even though that volcano was rather indistinct, it was already taking form. Outside the little guy's body, 9 heavenly passages were flowing with magma, as it seized the luck between the heaven and earth to nourish his body. An indistinct 10th heavenly passage could be seen, as if it would struggle free from the void and appear at any second. The large heavenly passage was an extremely spectacular sight. Magma surged and worldly essence energy boiled before cascading down like a waterfall to baptize the little guy's body. Every single person felt as if what they were seeing weren't real, and none of the humans dared to believe what was happening. This child was too terrifying, far exceeding what they imagined. The little guy was extremely nervous. The 10th heavenly passage was truly too difficult to obtain and establish. Forget humans. It was something that was extremely difficult even for heavenly rank archaic vicious beasts' descendants to accomplish. And yet today, as a human under such circumstances, he was suddenly about to break through within the void god realm. This all happened suddenly, and even he himself was not prepared. He narrowly escaped death in the last battle, and that last explosion from the Great Formation almost blasted his body apart. He exhausted everything he had to circulate his essence energy to prevent all of his body's potential from surging out. Kill! Everyone from the Rain clan launched their attacks. Tens of thousands of feather began to fly about at the heart of the Pure Land. Every single one of them were like streaks of rainbows, both dazzling and intimidating. They were all symbol arrows. Normal arrows were useless against the little guy. These arrows with bone text engraved on them carried incredible attacking power. With 10,000 of these fired at once, cities would be destroyed, and even great mountains couldn't help but collapse. Woo-woo sounds rang out. Divine radiance flew out streak after streak, interweaving into a densely knit web of light. It was as if this was the law and order of this world. Break open! The little guy shouted out loudly. A swan and I rushed into the sky and roared. His body was sparkling purple with a few golden streaks running through. It was as tall as a mountain as it blocked in front of his body. Electric radiance danced about as lightning rushed into the heavens, blocking all incoming arrows. It turned into a purple cage, and as sounds of thunder rolled on, the rumbling shocked the heavens. Kacha in the sky. Feathers broke apart one after another before turning into fine powder. This scene was a bit frightening. They were clearly symbol arrows and powerful, or else how would they be able to pierce through mountain peaks, destroy cities and destroy the bodies of experts? However, right now, the thousands of arrows were completely blocked. They were destroyed upon being struck by the terrifying purple lightning, all of them exploding and turning into powder. The outstanding hero's expressions changed. The devilish brat was shocking after all, reaching great heights in cultivation alone. Within the heavenly passage realm, it was difficult for him to meet an enemy. He reached the peak of the cultivation realm, so it was no wonder he was about to establish the 10th heavenly passage. He absolutely must not be allowed to succeed. Several Rain clan elders shouted loudly, as if they were crazy. If they allowed this savage child to open a 10th heavenly passage, then nightmares will accompany their entire future. That kind of situation can never be allowed to happen. It was not something they could accept, and was terrifying to even think about. When a giant mountain rose steeply from the ground and flew towards the little guy to suppress him. This was originally a precious imprint that was kept within the Pure Land, and now it became enormous to cover the great earth. After many years, the precious imprint transformed into a mountain, and currently, there was lush greenery growing atop it. There were also all types of beasts and birds moving about in great vitality. With such a large imprint smashing over with such exuberant vitality, it was as if a heavenly paradise world was pressing down. Its aura was terrifying, and strands of auspicious energy were flowing about in strands as it tried to crush the little guy. Break apart! The little guy raised his head and shouted loudly. His pitch-black hair flew into the air as the essence energy in his body boiled. All of the golden symbols around his body flickered, as he transformed into a divine bird. Hong! A giant Kuan Peng appeared. It fiercely rushed high up into the sky, and with a rumbling sound, smashed into that great mountain. The mountain stone was blasted apart, the ancient trees were broken, and the waterfalls no longer had any water in them as they were all blasted apart. The Kuan Peng despised being below the heavens. With a single charge, this precious artifact that the Rain clan's elders cooperatively refined for so many years was collapsed at the first blow, turning into ashes. Everyone became indescribably shocked. This was too powerful. With just a precious technique, he tore apart the heaven and earth, destroying that rarely seen great mountain imprint. And the little guy was a bit confused and felt that something wasn't quite right. With the appearance of the 10th heavenly passage, it seemed like his essence energy consumption was especially great. He had to go all out to open it. Originally, he wanted to wait and allow it to naturally appear. However, now it seems like the 10th heavenly passage wanted to seize the luck between the heaven and earth to take form, and only then would it fully appear. Open up! He released a low roar. His entire body lit up, and 9 heavenly passages appeared to pour essence energy through his body. They were gathering to set up an origin for the creation of the 10th heavenly passage. Golden symbols flickered and purple lightning interweaved together. A mysterious layer of radiance appeared around his body. It covered his flesh and continuously released a mysterious force that assisted in the refinement and assembling of his body's potential. The little guy exhausted everything he had to establish it. He wanted to enter this new realm as soon as possible, because once the 10th heavenly passage appeared, he would be at the most glorious peak. However, what startled him was how excruciatingly difficult it was. The 10th heavenly passage was already quite clear and was gradually stabilizing. It was on the verge of being established but was still just missing that little bit. "Open for me!" he shouted loudly. A fierce fluctuation was transmitted from within the void, as if it was about to smash free. He's too impatient. 10 heavenly passages is extremely terrifying, and is something that even heavenly ranked divine birds and archaic beasts have a hard time achieving. To thoroughly comprehend this process, one must accumulate their energy and slowly break through. I don't agree. I heard that the chance is fleeting, and if one misses it, then they would find it difficult to ever succeed again. There were people discussing in the distance while paying close attention to what was happening here. Everyone was shocked. This child was too heaven-defying. With these types of techniques, it was difficult for them to use words to describe what they were thinking. How can we give him that chance? Do not spare any expenses and destroy his cultivation base. We cannot allow him to stabilize the 10th heavenly passage. The Rain clan's elders' faces were completely sinister. They began to boss people around, and all sorts great formations were activated. Killing intent roiled and surged like a tide as it flooded towards the devilish brat. They wanted to exhaust his essence energy and disturb his state of mind. The little guy's brows furrowed and he stopped temporarily. He could feel the 10th heavenly passage, and he could feel his body undergoing a slow transformation. However, currently it was too difficult for him to establish it completely. "Do you think you guys alone can stop me?" The little guy sneered. He hacked out with his sword, immediately causing a large area to collapse. When it collided into those symbols, the resulting explosion became even more brilliant and shocking. However, the little guy's body also trembled. The 10th heavenly passage's energy expenditures were too great as it came into existence. With this distraction, he seemed to have affected him a bit. The little guy thought for a bit before turning around to leave. He wanted to leave this place and find a place to peacefully pass through this crucial point to avoid anything unexpected. When the Rain clansmen saw this, they immediately felt a shiver. They began to feel anxious, and among them, a great elder shouted, "Use the divine boat!" With a Wung sound, an azure divine boat blossomed with auspicious light. It soared into the sky and carried many experts. Symbols densely covered the area as it rushed murderously at the little guy. Such fast speed! The little guy was startled. He had just turned around. "You can't escape!" The Rain clansmen took action. There was a great dreading in their hearts, because they were scared that the little guy would leave and successfully carry out a miracle. If that happened, then the Rain clan's future problems would definitely be great. The little guy stopped and did not continue to run. He could tell that this divine boat was not ordinary and possessed extreme speed. Should he be able to leave and find a peaceful place to seclude himself, it would be extremely troublesome if these people suddenly appeared to disturb him and create a huge problem. Hong! A cluster of symbols fell, carving deeply into the ground. The little guy fell back quickly and avoided this attack. He stood far away and silently probed his body's condition. His injuries were severe, and his body was in tatters. However, it was also precisely because of this that he was able to stir up his hidden capabilities to create the 10th heavenly passage. Following that, he began to carefully study that extremely mysterious heavenly passage. It was faintly discernible, and it was integrated into his entire body. However, it did not completely descend, and was waiting for him to seize heavenly luck. "There's no problems, it isn't like how those people were discussing. The opportunity cannot be missed, and I've already grasped it. There's still sufficient time." The little guy exhaled and did not worry anymore. He turned around and directly rushed into the Pure Land. He was like a demon king as he coldly said, "Since you guys want me to stay behind, then just accompany me to your end." However, this time he was especially careful to avoid the explosions of enemy formations. If not, he would really be in danger. Now, every time he traveled a bit of distance, he would use the broken sword to hack apart the ground in front of him. It was like pulling apart rotten weeds as he rushed into the heart of this land. Currently, rubble flew into the air and dust clouded the sky. Everyone was shocked. The devilish brat was trying to completely destroy the Rain clan's Pure Land, not leaving anything behind. Armed with just a sword, the little guy rushed in alone. With a Hong sound, rubble flew everywhere as he tried to destroy the final central divine formation. There were many people here. "Kill!" Rain clan's people roared loudly. Among them was a pagoda that was bright red and strangely mysterious. It was as if it emerged from an ocean of blood, carrying a bitter aura as it tried to suppress the little guy. It's rather eccentric. The devilish child completely dodged it and did not make any contact. These things were extremely sinister and carried a soul-destroying nature that chilled one to their bones. Was this the soul-suppressing pagoda? The one that could kill one's real body? The corners of the little guy's mouth revealed a cold smile. His two hands moved about, bringing about lightning. Endless amounts of powerful stellar chi poured down densely, causing dense mists to rise and purple multicolored light to cover this area. What was bravery? He was going to use lightning to refine that pagoda. Radiance from the lightning poured out like water, quickly surrounding this place. A cauldron appeared once again. The little guy used the creation properties in lightning to construct this type of cauldron, preparing to collect that small red pagoda. Suppress. Everyone from the Rain clan became anxious. They never thought that the little guy would still be so terrifying even after receiving heavy injuries. In addition, he still had to divert part of his attention to the creation of the 10th heavenly passage. They immediately became angry and nervous, because the pagoda was about to shift owners. Everyone watching also became shocked. This youth was just too formidable. Wasn't he trying to open the 10th heavenly passage just now? Shouldn't he be distracted because of that? In fact, what the spectators didn't know was that the devilish child already understood his body's circumstances. There was no need for him to wholeheartedly devote himself towards breaking through. Kill! In the sky, the divine boat rushed over. Endless symbols from bone texts flickered, as if the stars in the sky were falling to earth. It was absolutely dazzling as it submerged the devilish brat. Now is the time. The little guy suddenly took action and fiercely shouted out. His entire body flourished with magnificent golden light, and a golden Kuan Peng appeared. It rushed into the air with the broken sword in its mouth, colliding with that precious boat. Not good, everyone within Rain Clan shouted. The Kuan Peng was truly enormous as it spread its wings, and it was incredibly fast as the two collided. The broken sword shone, and with a hong sound, it hacked into that divine boat. Even though this was a rarely seen precious artifact, how could it match up to the sharpness of the broken sword? A kacha sound immediately rang out, and a portion of the divine boat was hacked off. We're done for. The Rain clansmen's faces were miserable. One of their clan's treasures were destroyed. The only thing the people on top of the divine boat could do was abandon ship and stay away from that terrifying youth. All types of precious light flew about as the experts left the divine boat. The little guy did not pay attention to them, because if he quickly got rid of this divine boat, then he won't have much to worry about. He focused on seizing the soul-suppressing pagoda to ultimately obtain another magical artifact. At this moment, he rushed in and unleashed a slaughter on the remaining people here. The golden wings behind his back shook, and 10 people immediately exploded with a hong sound. Ow! The purple swan and I roared. It was as tall as a mountain and constructed out of lightning. It rushed in and unleashed chaos within the heart of this pure land. Chi with a raise of the little guy's hand. A streak of bright red multicolored light flew out. The soul-shattering needle quickly pierced through the head of a great elder. He cried out miserably, and his soul was destroyed on the spot. Sixth grandfather! A group of people shouted out. An important in their clan had just died, with their void body and real body passing away at the same time. Another streak of multicolored light was released, piecing another elder between the brows. With a piu sound, his body exploded. It turned into a bloody mist before melting. What? Fourth grandfather! Everyone was alarmed. Another elder had died. Today's losses far surpassed their imaginations. The devilish brat began to massacre everyone here. He swept through everything before him, killing left and right. No one was his opponent as fresh blood dyed this place in red. Little thief! Hand over your life! A group of people shouted in anger. They threw caution to the wind and began to fight with their lives on the line. Hong the swan and I precious technique flourished, and golden lightning ran through the pure land. When these people entered the lightning, they were immediately blown apart, turning into blood, bone fragments, and ultimately ashes. The little guy was like an Azura as he attacked in all directions. He was immersed in the blood of his enemies as he moved forward, and no one could stop him from advancing. Ignite the pure land. Open the divine formation. Someone shouted loudly. The little guy felt a shiver. He roared, and his entire body began to flicker with brilliant symbols. A golden wave began to engulf forward, and with a hong sound, that person was struck to pieces. There were others that shouted, and they were going to activate their last great formation. The devilish child had already suffered from a great mishap, so he naturally couldn't allow them to do so. Symbols began to cover his body densely. The great sea was immeasurable, and black waves appeared from behind his back, directly submerging this area. A huge black fish swayed its tail, and with a honglong sound, almost 100 people exploded. The little guy used everything he had. The black wave was completely formed from symbols, and as he began his slaughter, it swept in all directions. Many people were directly blasted into pieces. I've spent enough time here. It's time for me to leave. The devilish child felt that he shouldn't stay there for too long, and that he should establish his 10th heavenly passage. Suddenly, a wave of powerful energy poured over. The little guy sent a palm flying over, and the two collided. It was as if a volcano erupted, causing endless brilliant symbols to appear. What? There's someone who is a match for the devilish child. The outstanding heroes were absolutely shocked as they watched attentively. It was a horned dragon whose entire body was brilliant. It was emitting a dazzling radiance that seemed as if it belonged to a deity that wanted to kill the little guy. Pure-blooded creature. An archaic, vicious beast's heir. Everyone began to tremble with fear. They could tell immediately that this was a pure-blooded horned dragon. Otherwise, how could it fight with the devilish brat? It's you. The little guy recognized who it was. It was that horned dragon that he traded moves with in the 100 Shattering Mountains. It is me. Hand over the precious bronze book and I will immediately leave. The horned dragon's expression was cold. Its entire body was covered in dazzling scales, as if it was made out of immortal gold. There's no way you will get them. The little guy turned around. He had to establish his 10th heavenly passage, so he did not want to engage in any excessive chatter. Hong! The horned dragon attacked and wanted to engage in a great battle with him. It was not willing to give up, causing precious techniques to surround this area. When suddenly the space shook. Like a streak of lightning, a figure rushed over and blasted towards the little guy with incomparable ferocity. His killing intent overflowed into the heavens. With a dong sound, the heavens shook. The great earth split apart and the pure land began to crack open. This one attack was extremely terrifying, as if it was a great earthquake. Everyone was shocked. It was just a human, and actually forcefully sent a palm at the devilish brat. The power was a bit excessive. How could this be? How many more human youth are there? No one dared to believe what they were seeing. Who was this? No one had ever seen this person before. A 9 heavenly passage human youth actually appeared. It was a bit horrifying, as such a thing was never heard of before in the past. The little guy gave him a cold look and once again turned around. He really couldn't stay any longer, and had to open the 10th heavenly passage. Leave behind the precious book. If not, you won't be able to escape, and don't even think about opening the 10th heavenly passage. The horned dragon blocked his way. In addition, there was a type of unruliness to that human youth. His bronze skin shone and he was well built. He also rushed over to kill. No one can stop me. Today, I will open the 10th heavenly passage and show you guys. The little guy rushed in fiercely, and the broken sword lit up. However, the opposing party clearly also had a supreme treasure. It was similarly terrifying and met him with equal harshness. Hong the swan and I raised its head. The devilish child released lightning, surrounding this place. Then, he personally rushed up with lightning radiance to clash with the two individuals in succession and fight within the sea of lightning. At the same time, from within the void, that mysterious heavenly passage seemed to have become a bit more distinct as it released an immortal energy. What? Could it be that he is going to establish the 10th heavenly passage in the middle of battle? Too heaven-defying. Everyone cried out in surprise, all of them revealing shocked expressions. It was as if a vast body of water was undulating and fluctuating fiercely. The heavenly passage became increasingly distinct, as if it was going to completely form. A light wung vibration rang out. That youth was extremely terrifying, and with a precious technique activated, symbols covered the sky. It was as if it was going to suppress all directions, carrying with it an unrivaled aura as it continuously smashed into the little guy. If you don't hand over the precious book, then forget the 10th heavenly passage. Even your life will be forfeit. The horned dragon was callous as it attacked at full force. You two better not provoke me. Otherwise, I will eat you completely. The devilish brat revealed his small snow-white teeth and threatened seriously. Hong! An extremely huge palm carried with it earthen radiance as it descended from the sky. It was as if a deity took action to smash the little guy into pieces. It was precisely that human youth. He seemed to be about 14 or 15 years old, and his build was sturdy. It was as if a barbarian god descended as he exchanged over 10 fierce blows with the little guy. The devilish child cried out loudly with great bravery as they crossed swords. He was like a small deity. Even though his stature wasn't that large, he was still incomparably intimidating. Between the two, multicolored light rushed forth and essence energy surged. Astral winds fiercely blew about, blowing the mountains until they were split open. One could see just how terrifying it was. A battle of life and death unfolded. The little guy and the other individual were both sent flying. This type of bloody battle was extremely thrilling. Precious techniques wreaked havoc like a flood, and radiance covered the sky and earth with extreme ferocity. The cry of a dragon rang over. The other powerful enemy that was eyeing covetously pounced over murderously. The horned dragon was powerful and sturdy. Its scales shone with dazzling brilliance, and its body seemed like it was forged out of immortal gold. As it rushed past, it smashed apart several boulders that weighed over tens of thousands of gene. His body was extremely powerful. It was an archaic vicious beast's heir to begin with, and together with its race's powerful body, it rarely met a well-matched adversary. Pung the horned dragon and the little guy collided. It first sent a claw into his fist, and then it turned around and whipped its tail. Its thick and long body was dazzling as it swept over. The little guy dodged. The dragon tail sent enormous stones that ranged from tens to thousands of gene into the air. They exploded in the air, causing silt and stones to tumble around. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. It was extremely terrifying. When the little guy raised his hand, lightning immediately began to dance about. A brilliant purple sea of lightning appeared, smashing into the horned dragon ferociously. A hong sound rang out. The horned dragon avoided it. However, a mountain behind him was struck instead, blasting apart on the spot and turning into dust. In addition, the area it struck was charred black. The huge streak of lightning curled about the ruins and created chi-la sounds. The outstanding heroes watching were all stupefied. The devilish child's body was in tatters, and he bore heavy injuries. Yet he was still able to put on such a display of divine might. The horned dragon's pupils were cold. He rotated his sparkling and brilliant body and charged over once again. The dragon's body coiled about, wielding with its movements the astral winds, causing the world to shake. Brilliant symbols decorated its body. Those were true dragon markings, and contained within them were profound mysteries. When its precious technique was released, there would be tens of thousands of multicolored light streaks. The chanting of deities could vaguely be heard. It shook the 9 heavens and resonated in all directions. This sound began to grow stronger and rush towards the little guy like a great ripple. Giant boulders weighing up to hundreds of thousands gene were smashed apart one after another. When that dragon cry arrived, the ripple would brush over them and turn it into powder. The little guy shivered and began to carefully proceed. The bone text written within the true primordial record surfaced in his mind. The ordinary bone text began to transform miraculously, containing within them a supreme profoundness. The devilish child's expression was serious. Splendid symbols flickered in front of his body, rapidly arranging themselves into a golden sea. With a honglong sound, it collided with the ripple created by the horned dragon. Both attacks simultaneously collapsed. The outstanding heroes were all shocked. With these types of existences fighting, it wasn't abnormal at all for normal people to feel despair. After reaching the limits of the heavenly passage realm, how could other people be their opponent? If they participated, it would only result in their death. The little guy began to fight with the horned dragon. They both rushed forward and collided repeatedly. In the end, both were sent flying far away. The devilish child wiped away a strand of blood from the corner of his lips. The light in his eyes were clear. He received heavy injuries after fighting off the deity's decree, and later on, he was hurt again by the explosion of the Rain Clan's formation. His body was covered in many wounds, and his body looked like it was on the verge of breaking. And at this moment, he was fighting with a mysterious youth as well as an archaic vicious beast heir. Their exchanges were fierce, and after receiving these attacks, his injuries naturally worsened, causing blood to flow. However, the savage child was still fairly savage and not scared at all. He rushed toward the horned dragon several times while grinding his small shining white teeth, about to bite down. My body is seriously injured, so I cannot use all of my strength to fight with them. If this continues, things will turn out really badly, the little said to himself. There were 10 slits that were especially prominent on his body, and they intersected each other. Blood were flowing from them, and if this continued, it seemed like his body was going to be torn apart. Hand over the archaic divine book, the human youth shouted before rushing over. With a honglong sound, the earthen yellow mist began to surge. His palm seemed like a mountain as it dropped down, and it quickly expanded, covering the heavens. A hazy Bayan rushed out. This was his precious technique, and it was finally revealed, erupting from the mist. Light overflowed into the heavens as it engulfed the world. The Bayan was as terrifying as a deity. It towered like a mountain, and even though its body had the form of a lion, it had a dragon horn. Its body was a golden color and covered in dragon scales. A terrifying aura was being emitted. The little guy released a long roar, and his pupils were emitting precious light. A purple-colored swan and I rushed out from behind his back, similarly tall like a mountain as it rushed towards that Bayan. Lightning curled about, and the two fiercely fought. Everyone was incomparably shaken as they watched these two archaic vicious beasts fight. The rivers and mountains were annihilated, the heaven and earth torn, and even the sky trembled. At this time, the little guy also rushed up and personally fought with that youth. The two archaic vicious beasts fought with each other as blood scattered out from between them. You won't be able to keep the precious copper book, the mysterious youth shouted. He was extremely powerful. He had beast skin clothes on, with his shoulders and arms bare. His body was of a bronze color, and it was robust and sturdy. It was as if a barbarian deity descended onto this world. Hong! The little guy responded with a fist. Despite his body's injuries, he was still just as fierce as before as he struck the youth. He used actions to explain himself. Both of their bodies trembled, and then their bodies emitted light. Symbols interleaved across the sky with such brilliance that it was difficult for people to open their eyes. Ah! The youth roared loudly, and his pupils widened. The other party was heavily wounded, and his age was much lower than his, yet he could still similarly fight back. He wasn't any bit inferior to him, making him feel rather unsatisfied. Wang the youth swung his leg, and it was like a mace as it swung out, bringing with it woo-woo sounds as it smashed into the air. Symbols surged like an ocean, and it was like a humanoid vicious beast, excessively powerful. The little guy soared upwards and avoided this attack. At the same time, he also swung out his leg high into the air before bringing it down. His right leg swept towards his head, and a flourishing golden light submerged the area in front of him. Pong! This youth used an arm to block this kick, and at the same time the other hand reached out and grabbed his ankle. He wanted to capture the little guy and then hack him down. His black hair was thick and his eyes were bright and penetrating. As they opened and closed, electricity would be released. There was a terrifying type of unruliness to him. Normally, who dared to fight so fiercely with the devilish child? The mysterious youth accomplished this, and not only did he fight him in such close distance, he was even going to hack down the little guy alive. Hong! The little guy snorted coldly. His right leg firmly struck down on his arm, its force sinking downwards. His other leg shot towards the head, and his entire body pressed down. Break open! The mysterious youth raised his hand to block the foot. Both had a heavenly collapsing might, and after catching his leg, he was once again going to strike him down. Hong! The little guy's legs both trembled, taking root within the void. They were like boulders and couldn't be moved. At the same time, both of his palms burned with magnificent golden light. A Kuan Pong was vaguely visible as they struck towards the youth's head. Ah! The youth roared and his aura changed. White waves of energy overflowed into the heavens as he released the little guy's foot. A white tiger appeared to block the Kuan Pong. After that, the two individuals' bodies also collided. With a honglong sound, Waves poured out like that of an ocean, submerging this land. The outstanding heroes were shaken. These two were so fierce, and were unexpectedly so unyielding. They had just made their moves, yet such aggressiveness was displayed, collapsing this pure land. The Rain clan's pure land was completely split apart. Now with this type of attack happening, it was in an even worse state. Broken walls stood, and stones rolled on the ground. This place turned into a silent and dried-up piece of land. Hong! Finally, the little guy pushed down this youth, dropping down from the sky and smashing into the great earth. The ground immediately cracked open, causing stones to fly into the sky and dust to fill the air. A huge cavity appeared at that location. The devilish brat went mad and pressured his opponent like a small vicious beast. They fiercely exchanged moves and fought at a close distance. Both of them died in blood. The ground blasted apart. The devilish child's entire body was covered in blood, because the divine decree as well as other factors caused him to bear heavy injuries. Currently, more than 10 wounds became even more serious. Meanwhile, the youth that had unknown origins was also in a terrible state. His arm had blood trickling from it, and his chest was almost blasted open, similarly receiving great injuries. Hong! The two once again attacked each other, and the little guy seemed to have turned him over. Then, his legs swept out, sending that youth flying. The mysterious youth avoided crucial damage, but his face was still struck. He was in scorching pain as blood tricked out. This was not enough to decide the victor. However, even if you hit a person, how could you hit their face? This minor injury immediately made him go crazy and act even more violent as he rushed towards the devilish brat. Hong! They fiercely crossed swords, and the battle became more fierce. In the end, blood began to drip out from his wounds, and his little face seemed rather pale. With a pu sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, blood also began to flow from that mysterious youth's mouth. They separated and stood away from each other, watching each other carefully. With a Hong sound, the little guy's surroundings was in pieces as magma surged. He was trying to forcefully break open the 10th heavenly passage and transform within the great battle. He was pushing himself to the limit to advance. The reasoning behind his actions was because he saw that it was too difficult for him to escape. Two great foes stood in his way, and since he was suffering from serious injuries, he had to go through another bloody battle. With a Wung sound, the horned dragon rushed over and attacked the little guy. It did not give him the opportunity to have a breather, and even less so the chance to open the 10th heavenly passage. It wanted to seize that bronze book and gain a heavenly opportunity. The little guy met it head-on and once again began to fiercely exchange attacks. During the course of these events, his 10th heavenly passage continuously flickered, yet it refused to truly appear. The circumstances were far from reassuring, and the devilish was in a perilous situation. Even though he was extremely strong, his body was after all in tatters. If he continued to be attacked by two experts that were like heirs to deities, then he might truly fall. "You've made me angry. I'm going to eat both of you." The devilish brat widened his eyes and stared at them furiously. The current situation was extremely bad, and he felt as if his hands and feet were tied against these formidable opponents. His body's condition was not good, making it difficult for him to go all out. The little guy began to fight with the horned dragon, rushing towards its back. The horned dragon turned around with the flexibility of a snake. Its body seemed like it was forged from immortal gold, shining with matchless brilliance. "Hand it over!" the horned dragon shouted, and with a Wunglong sound, its dazzling body began to brandish about. It unexpectedly wrapped itself around the little guy like a giant snake around a mountain, binding with increasing tightness. Oh! The horned dragon opened its mouth, revealing its bloody mouthful of white teeth. He chomped down on him, as if he was going to devour him in one bite. The little guy's eyes emitted light. He also opened his mouth, directly biting into the horned dragon's flesh. With a kungchang sound, the scales shattered, with over 10 scales directly being torn off by him. Poo blood rushed forth. The devilish brat swallowed the dragon blood in huge mouthfuls, seemingly a bit savage. The outstanding heroes watching were all stupefied. Who was the horned dragon and who was the human? Why did it seem like it was the other way around? The horned dragon was in intense pain, and he was also overwhelmed by shock. He had just opened his mouth and wanted to swallow this human youth, yet he was the one bitten instead. Oh! It was furious as it swooped over. Its huge mouth was open to bite the devilish child. Hong A Kuan Peng soared upwards and enlarged. It was dazzling as it rushed towards the horned dragon's mouth. It was startled, and quickly abandoned the devilish brat to soar into the sky. With a wung sound, the little guy was flung away. In the end, he began to suck in, causing a brilliant streak of blood to blossom from the horned dragon, entering his mouth. Under normal circumstances, it was vicious beasts that ate humans. Now it was the opposite. The little guy smacked his lips as if it was rather delicious. Just now, he bit off a chunk of the horned dragon's flesh. It's fragrant and sweet, worthy of being precious flesh. In front of his body, the 10th heavenly passage once again appeared. Divine light surged, and auspicious multicolored light shone brilliantly. However, it was still not completely established. What do I do? Can I let them combine forces? Should I let them come at me at the same time and open the 10th heavenly passage to undergo an extreme transformation? If I can do that, then pushing back these experts wouldn't be an issue anymore. The little guy said to himself. Have any of you heard of such a youth in the wasteland, 14 or 15 years old? In the heavenly passage realm be so unrivaled? Why isn't he well known? The spectators were all amazed. The unruly youth actually possessed such strength, yet was never heard of before. He was excessively powerful, and it would have made more sense if his actions shook the world. Everyone became suspicious. Where did he come from? It was most likely either the archaic divine mountain, some ancient forbidden land secluded from the rest of the world. Otherwise, how could they not know about him? Maybe he's not someone from the great wastelands at all and came from a great region. There were people who came up with these speculations. Such a thing had happened in the past, where a genius approaching the limits of cultivation crossed over to this region and conquered every direction for the sake of breaking through. It was to a point where there were other unrivaled geniuses that crossed over into new regions in search of new opportunities to reach a higher level. Things like the copper precious book were what they hunted after. While people were trying to guess at his identity with bewilderment, the battle reached its climax. It was turning more and more fierce, throwing the heaven and earth in disorder. Great heavenly bodies began to move about one after another. That human youth was extremely terrifying. His two palms seemed to guide the sun and moon, as if he was a divine king. His entire body was brilliant, and his bronze-colored body was packed with explosive energy. Everyone became overwhelmed by shock. What kind of might was this? He could actually control the heaven and earth. His movements truly shocked one's soul. Hong! The little guy met him face on. His palm slammed out, directly striking one of the great stars into pieces. He advanced bravely and began to fiercely exchange moves. The two both fought while risking life and limb, causing a bloody war to break out in the Pure Land. A dragon cry shook the 9 heavens. The horned dragon coiled and twisted about, causing the mountains to immediately be destroyed. He swooped over while surging with terrifying and brilliant symbols, also joining the battle. The little guy's entire body was covered in blood. From entering this world until now, this was the battle that was the most dangerous, as he could fall at any time. These two were both great enemies that established 9 heavenly passages. They were truly formidable opponents in both name and reality. He, on the other hand, had a body that was suffering from great injuries, making his situation rather grim. Why can't I establish it yet? After fighting like this, the devilish brat also began to feel a bit upset and scared. If this continued, then he would undoubtedly die as soon as he became slightly careless. Moreover, his body's condition was getting increasingly ruined. He couldn't establish the 10th heavenly passage no matter what he did, and he was running out of tricks. It was to the point where he no longer cared and used every last bit of essence energy to charge through. He finally understood why even heavenly ranked vicious beasts found it difficult to establish the 10th heavenly passage. It was simply too hard, and was fundamentally different from the 9th heavenly passage. This wasn't something that a treasure could help with, as it was difficult to draw help from other objects. It was something that one had to personally strive for, seizing the natural force between the heaven and earth to break through. There was no better way. Why can't I do it? The little guy was furious. He could clearly feel that it was about to appear in front of him. It was just missing that tiny bit. If this continued, he truly would be missing the 10th heavenly passage by such a tiny bit, losing out on this great opportunity. Just open. At this moment, the little guy roared angrily. On one end, he was fighting a great battle with powerful enemies with blood trickling out from his mouth, and on the other, he was sparing no effort to stir up the 10th heavenly passage and open it. Pung, he was attacked by that unruly youth, suffering a palm to his back. He was sent out horizontally, smashing apart a huge boulder. His entire body smashed into the dust, blood covering his entire body. The horned dragon swooped down and wanted to add another blow with his claw to firmly decide this battle and steal the precious book. The little guy was furious, and he had never been struck while down since he was born. Today, however, he suffered misfortune again, and he was going berserk. However, he could feel that his back was split open and blood was flowing out, exhausting too much of his essence energy. In the end, he controlled himself. He shifted his body to another position, as he did not want to throw away his life while fighting a bloody battle with these two creatures. He began to fight while retreating. Let's take some chances and test something out. I'll borrow their power to break through. He always had this idea, but did not dare to put it into action because it was too dangerous. However, now that things reached such a stage, he was truly out of options. The little guy's body shone, and golden ripples began to appear one after another. They began to slowly rotate to devour worldly essence. It was extremely mysterious. They fought fiercely, and the little guy made mental preparations. Finally, he found a good opportunity and shouted loudly. He forcefully tried to break through and open the 10th heavenly passage. You still aren't willing to hand over the precious book? Forget about establishing your heavenly passage. You won't even be able to keep your life. The horned dragon shouted and swooped down. In reality, he was extremely nervous himself. Even those heavenly ranked vicious beasts found it difficult to open their 10th heavenly passage. He was just a human, yet was actually able to peer into such a realm. This type of feeling made him feel extremely restless. One of the horned dragon's large claws dropped down while emitting a dazzling precious splendor. It was as if the sun had exploded, and symbols were everywhere. This time, the little guy did not dodge and instead directly met him face on. He reached out his hand, and with a pung sound, he grabbed the horned dragon's claw. He exerted himself to pull it closer, activating the golden ripple technique to absorb its divine force. Meanwhile, that unruly youth also rushed over murderously, pushing the sun, moon, and stars as he advanced. It was as if a divine king descended into this world as he directly hacked over. Hong, the little guy, used his other hand to stop him. With a pung sound, he caught his hand, and golden symbols similarly appeared to frantically devour his divine force. The golden spiral rippling technique was the Kuan Peng's precious technique. Its power was inexhaustible, and could dissolve the attacks of one's enemies and refine their divine might, channeling it into their own bodies instead. It was truly a unique and profound mystery. However, it was still situational. If the opponent was powerful enough and decided to use all of their strength, it was simply impossible to refine such powerful essence energy. Trying to do so would destroy one's body, leaving behind only a corpse. You're courting death. The horned dragon and unruly youth both sneered. Their origins were great, so how could they not see through the profoundness of this precious technique? They fiercely activated their divine strength to end the little guy's life. Open! Right at this moment, the little guy roared loudly. Not only did he not protect himself, he even guided the two waves of power into his body, mixing them into his own essence energy and control. He wanted to forcefully break open the 10th heavenly passage. At the same time, The 9 heavenly passages around his body burst with light, connecting the heaven and earth. Magma surged, and incomparably brilliant light flourished, resonating and helping him link together the 10th heavenly passage. A terrifying fluctuation of energy was produced from this place, flattening the ruin and surging violently like turbulent waves. The spectating heroes' faces immediately changed as they quickly retreated. Nearby, rock turned into powder, and mountains were splitting apart with gotcha sounds. The space itself seemed like it was being distorted, creating an absolutely shocking scene. The little guy cried out in pain. It felt as if his bones were being shattered and his soul was being hacked apart in a never-ending loop of torment. It was as if he was placed in some type of unbearable purgatory. The devilish child howled, but even though it was excruciatingly difficult, it was something that he had already decided to go through with. However, the tormenting he was currently going through was truly a type of torture. The 10th heavenly passage suddenly began to fluctuate between being clear and indistinct. It continuously flickered, making people feel rather anxious. Waves of auspicious multicolored light was released in all directions. He is trying to borrow his opponent's power to establish his own heavenly passage and undergo transformation. Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. This child was just too daring. A single mistake would cause his body and soul to be entirely extinguished. In addition, how could his opponents willingly go through such a thing? Sure enough, the unruly youth and horned dragon were both absolutely merciless. They fiercely stirred up their strength to break apart his body. The wave of divine force immediately erupted, rushing out from his body in an irregular manner. Ah! The little guy shouted out loud and continuously coughed out blood. There were cracks all over his body, as if he was about to explode. "Let me open it!" he roared in anger. His essence energy turned into a lump of hazy light as he forcefully conducted the 2 individuals' dominating strength to rush the 10th heavenly passage. The devilish brat never gave up. Even after reaching such a dangerous state, he still did not let up and still wanted to borrow their power and thoroughly refine it into his body. The 10th heavenly passage was terrifying. At this time, auspicious multicolored lights were emitted strand after strand to devour the essence energy from all directions. The divine forces that were being led by the little guy were completely absorbed. Not good. For the first time, the unruly youth and the horned dragon's expressions changed. They noticed that the situation exceeded what they had predicted and was no longer in their control. Their essence energy flowed out like an unending stream towards the devilish child's body, and then went towards the establishment of the 10th heavenly passage. Their bodies lit up. They trembled, resonating with the technique. The most terrifying part was that they felt as if they had sunk into a swamp. They couldn't move a muscle, completely locked in place. What? Is he actually going to succeed? Stop him. He absolutely can't be allowed to refine the force of the world to establish the 10th heavenly passage. The Rain clan's pure land was in ruins, and the ones defending this place were wiped clean. However, there was still the Tuoba clan, Western Tomb Beast Mountain for great families and others. Many people rushed forward. However, before they could come close, they were attacked by an undulating wave. Their bodies were shaken until they began to cough out loud mouthfuls of blood. They couldn't even take half a step nearer, and a strange domain was established here. At this moment, even though the little guy was suffering from an excruciating pain that felt as if his entire body was being broken and reforged, he was still feeling rather excited. He was going to establish the 10th heavenly passage with the strength of 3. Everything was lining up, and it seemed like he was going to succeed. Time continued to pass by bit by bit. The little guy's entire body shone, as if his body was trying to hide a small sun. It was incomparably dazzling, as if a deity was entering the world of mortals. Hong Long Long, it was as if the great Tao was rumbling. The mysterious symbols around him circled about, and the other heavenly passages appeared together. They released essence energy, nourishing the 10th heavenly passage together. This place was extremely auspicious and holy. The events were progressing smoothly in the right direction. After 2 hours, the sound of an explosion rang out. The little guy shouted loudly and began to exhaust everything to give the energy in his void a final push. If he succeeded, then the 10th heavenly passage would arrive, and if he failed, then there was a chance for him to die. The unruly youth and horned dragon both shouted loudly as well, because this was the point where the essence energy being plundered from their bodies was at its greatest, almost drying. Hong, a huge sound was transmitted. Heaven and earth became incomparably brilliant as endless brilliance scattered down. The 10th heavenly passage gushed with auspicious multicolored light, and it seemed like it was about to succeed. Suddenly, the little guy's body shook violently. He continuously coughed out blood and was sent flying horizontally. There were wounds everywhere on his body, as if it was on the verge of breaking down. The 10th heavenly passage grew dim, immediately becoming indistinct. It once again concealed itself within the void. The little guy fell into the dust. The slits on his body were terrifying, and his injuries were at a critical point. If he was even struck by someone once, he would definitely be broken into pieces and turn into a corpse. The devilish brat clenched his teeth. Without saying a word, he circulated the true primordial record to nurse his body. His face was completely emotionless. It was a terrifying defeat. He had never suffered such a thing before, moreover one so thorough. The 10th heavenly passage was already almost established, yet it was broken off in the end, leaving his body on the edge of disappearing. The little guy was stupefied. He endured the pain and silently tried to heal himself. Not far off, the other two individuals also suffered from the attack. They both coughed out large amounts of blood while lying on the ground. Their bodies were covered in blood as they shook, but their injuries were definitely better than the little guy's. This region became deathly quiet. Everyone was stunned. It was clearly going to succeed, yet why did it suddenly fail? The 10th heavenly passage is difficult to establish after all. No wonder even the Taotai, Wu, and other true descendants can't necessarily succeed. It really is a rarely seen thing. The people all sighed, because the 10th heavenly passage was too heavenly defying. Regardless of how exceptional one's natural talents were, at the final juncture, they still had to experience dejection and bitterness, to a point even their life couldn't be preserved. Ha ha ha! A few people laughed loudly. Tuoba family, Western Tomb Beast Mountain and the other great powers all released their pent-up breath. Following that, many figures quickly rushed forward together to get rid of the little guy. The little guy suddenly jumped. He did not feel any attachment to this place as he turned around. His speed was extremely fast as he fled towards the limits of this great earth. Chase! How could these great powers give up this chance? The devilish child was injured and dying, so it was the perfect time to kill him. There were some that quickly reported to their superiors to prepare magical objects like the soul-shattering needle and soul-suppressing pagoda. At the same time, the unruly youth and the horned dragon also soared up. They followed and chased after the little guy's traces. As a result, the little guy was in a rare silent state. He fled far away from a certain direction, because he saw the purple-clothed girl. That was a vicious beast that was quite difficult to deal with. At the same time, he relied on his spiritual instincts to avoid wave after wave of terrifying fluctuations. He directly broke into a primitive forest to flee for his life, and great and unprecedented chase unfolded, throwing the entire heavenly paradise into chaos. News traveled everywhere, and a tempest was raised even within the real world. Everyone was shocked. First of all, the Rain clan's pure land was exterminated, pulled up by the roots. Roughly 80% of the experts guarding the place were killed, and among them, 3 great elders' real bodies met disaster as well. Just how shocking were these news? The one that caused this was merely a single youth, just by himself. He rushed into the Rain clan's pure land and unleashed an unstoppable massacre. Moreover, he even ate the decree of a deity. This made people flabbergasted, as his actions were truly unbelievable. These events made Stone Country boil with commotion. Everyone was discussing this, making it difficult for the Rain clan to raise their heads. Moreover, this child actually established the 10th heavenly passage. Only when he was about to succeed, there was a sudden disaster. He failed at the last hurdle, causing even greater shock and astonishment. The entire Great Wasteland was abuzz as everyone discussed these events. The appearance of the horned dragon and the existence of the unruly youth were all mixed within this incident. Go and hunt down the devilish child. This order was sent out by many different great powers, such as the four great families, Rain Clan and Tuoba family. A great disorder was staged within the Void God realm. Every passage was sealed off. The various powers joined hands to search for the little guy. They wanted to end him in this world, not giving him the opportunity to survive. It was obvious that they had already prepared demonic artifacts. Even though they were precious and incomparably rare, they all took them out today. They couldn't rest at ease as long as the devilish brat was still alive. This was a place of bloody rain and foul winds, and was even more so a place of chaos. The entire heavenly passage was in a state of unrest, encountering a great calamity. The little guy traveled for several days without sleep or rest as he continuously fled for his life, no one knowing just how many times he had been struck. The great battle continued for days on end, covering his entire body in blood. The worst part was that he encountered the horned dragon and that human youth again. The repeated battles worsened his injuries. The most terrifying part was that the golden passageway was sealed off. There were countless experts guarding it, making it so that he had no way of retreating and leaving this domain. These circumstances had already persisted for 10 days. The wounds on the devilish child's body were now even deeper, and his body was in a worn-out state. He could die at any time and was barely holding on. Finally, he managed to escape another chase. He hid inside one of the caves within the mountain range and silently tended to his wounds. Time was limited, and he had to seize every second he had. Otherwise, the enemy would arrive again. During these past few days, he was always reflecting on why the 10th heavenly passage failed. He just couldn't figure it out, making him feel even more troubled. That day, he merged the strength from 3 experts at the 9th heavenly passage stage, yet he still failed to break through. How could that not make him dispirited? He came to the conclusion that even if he tried to peacefully break through alone without any disturbance, it would still not be any better. After all, that was the strength of 3 people. This fellow is too crazy. Father said that there had never been a human who dared to act so recklessly before. How could one open the 10th heavenly passage within the Void God realm? Huolinger furrowed her brows as she spoke. The Fire Nation Emperor had said that as soon as one of those pure-blooded creatures from the archaic divine mountain gained such a heaven-defying opportunity, they would immediately invite a supreme ancient existence to protect them. They would never try to do it alone. Several days passed. The little guy was still fleeing for his life, and in addition, the injuries on his body reached a crucial point, almost as if they were beyond a point of restoration. His body was in tatters. After all these years, he had encountered countless great battles, yet he narrowly escaped all of them. Now, however, he felt like he couldn't hold on any longer. I really can't accept this, the little guy said to himself. He did not believe that he would be killed, and even now he did not give up. He continued to treat his body and ponder over the 10th heavenly passage event. Hong! Another great battle broke out. The enemies caught up, and the little guy began to risk his life again. Blood dyed his clothing, and his entire body was bright red as he once again escaped. This time, after he fled, he collapsed within the primitive mountain forest. His body was torn everywhere, as if even a gust of wind could break him into pieces. Blood dyed this grassland red. This is the final opportunity. I still must break through, the devilish brat stubbornly stated. He still had not given up. It was because the 10th heavenly passage had been there all along. Even though it was rather indistinct, it was still circling around his body. He completely cleared his mind and no longer cared whether or not enemies were coming. His entire mind was empty, temporarily forgetting everything. His injured body was in tatters, and his essence energy seemed like it was almost completely exhausted, like a lamp burning out the last of its oil. As a result, it was extremely tiresome this time, and it was quite possible that he might die in the middle of breaking through. Time passed by bit, and the little guy persevered on. The small oil lamp burned within him, guiding him forward. He was not willing to give up. Finally, he exhausted his final bit of strength. The oil within the lamp had dried up, and his body became dim. His body no longer produced a sliver of strength. At this moment, he was like a corpse, an empty shell without a soul. There was no essence nourishing his body, and he was about to die. Hong! Suddenly, a wave of powerful energy flooded over. As the last bit the oil lamp dried up, the potential concealed within the deepest depths of his soul was released, rushing out like a vast sea. His entire body shone, and his injuries quickly healed. In addition, an expanse of divine light surged, and with a honglong sound, it bore through the void, linking up the 10th heavenly passage. Strand after strand of auspicious multicolored light flowed out, as if a world of immortals was opened. He was on the verge of succeeding. If nothing unexpected happened, then he would have the 10th heavenly passage. My body died here and then was reborn. My body was broken, and every last bit of essence energy within my body was exhausted. It was as if everything was emptied, starting over again from nothing. At this time, the little guy completely understood and comprehended everything. Since ancient times, what every supreme expert went through to establish the 10th heavenly passage was a bit different. He, in particular, actually used this method to break through, standing apart from all others. I lost everything, and therefore I transcended. The little guy said to himself. Immortal light appeared strand after strand as the 10th heavenly passage expanded. It seemed like it was going to completely emerge as it gushed out propitious multicolored light, nourishing his body. The forest was peaceful. All of the birds and beasts hid themselves within the land, their hearts frightened. They were all staring at a certain direction with respect as they felt incomparable fear. Within the depths of the forest, the grass seemed to have been dyed red by blood. The little guy lied on the ground, his entire body in a terrible shape as wounds scarred his body. Just now, he was already on his deathbed, yet currently, everything was turning around. The 10th heavenly passage was established, and strand after strand of multicolored light appeared. They were auspicious and holy, nourishing his flesh and healing his body. This time, his injuries were truly severe. Under normal circumstances, he would have undoubtedly died without any chance of surviving. However, right when the fuel within him dried up, life force once again appeared, creating a reversal. Only by overcoming a trial like this could he survive and preserve his life. The 10th heavenly passage surged with divine multicolored light, as if it was created from the divine chains made from the law and order of this world. Streak after streak of the multicolored light flowed down from the void before entering the little guy's body. This was a beneficial cycle, and everything was developing in a good direction. At this moment, his body's hidden capabilities surged to the surface. It was as if a dried-up graveyard suddenly budded with soft shoots and flourished with vitality. A type of newborn force was born, allowing him to be revived. His damaged body was being nourished like a barren field being irrigated. Life force gradually grew more abundant within his body, and he was no longer deathly still. Hong long long within the little guy's body. Waves of powerful potential surged like a great river through the passage running to the 10th heavenly passage, making it truly appear and descend from the void. This was the seizing of natural force between the heaven and earth. Ordinarily, those that opened the 4th heavenly passage could already enter a greater cultivation realm. However, the little guy advanced soundly through the 9th heavenly passage without ending this great boundary of cultivation. Noise continuously rang out as the 10th heavenly passage arrived. It seemed like it was more or less established, and as strands of magical energy was emitted, a type of immortal aura proliferated. Being able to reach such a level was truly not easy to accomplish. The little guy's body was falling apart, and even his essence energy had practically dried up. He practically had fallen already. He had already experienced death once, and only when his body was emptied did an opportunity to live appeared. Exhausting all of his essence energy and starting from nothing. This was a complete rebirth. To die after birth and then to be born again from death, how could a normal person endure such a thing? This road was the most difficult one. Even descendants of divine creatures found it difficult to establish the 10th heavenly passage. Even if they had natural talents, there was a chance for them to fall at the final juncture and pass away. During the past half-month, the little guy suffered a torment that was difficult to put into words. Through the defeat, bitterness, and suffering, he held on to hope. He endured a hell-like torture, and he was able to finally hold out. In the current age, the 10th heavenly passage was practically unprecedented. Even the human race's ancient texts seemed evasive on this topic, as if this was some kind of taboo. There weren't any concrete written reports of anyone succeeding. Finally, he successfully established it. Nothing unforeseen happened. The other 9 heavenly passages began to revolve, circling around this 10th heavenly passage. Rather than mixing it, it began to carry out a refinement. Dazzling brilliance erupted with matchless brightness, as if 10 suns were covering the skies. Finally, a violent trembling could be heard. The 10th heavenly passage pushed itself into the other heavenly passages, rearranging how they were ordered. It appeared right above the little guy's head, residing at the highest point as it commanded the other heavenly passages. This volcano seemed particularly powerful, both imposing and majestic. As the magma flowed down, it surged with the most vibrant life force. On top of the little guy's body, those wounds closed one after another, and his broken body seemed to be nourished. It then continued to flow, initiating a restoration. This was a powerful fluctuation, engulfing the forest like a hurricane. The depths of the mountain were even trembling, as if a huge sea was flooding this place in huge waves. The beasts of the field and the birds of the air became even more terrified. As they hid within the earth, they trembled with fear. The little guy sat there with his eyes closed as he nursed his body. Blood stopped flowing from his body, and as a precious light scattered down, his wounds began to wriggle about before quickly forming scars. Above his head, the 10th heavenly passage was bright and resplendent as it scattered down its dazzling divine splendor. At this moment, even the sun in the sky seemed to have dimmed, allowing it to become the only one between heaven and earth. Within the 10th heavenly passage, strands of magical light poured down like a waterfall, all it irrigating the little guy's body. It made him seem crystalline and transparent as all of his wounds were healed. A hazy mist enveloped this area, making the mountain forest seem incomparably mysterious. The little guy was like a god as he received the heavenly passage's nourishment, continuously undergoing transformations. The previously deathly aura dispersed, and the bloody mist could no longer be seen. All that remained now was an exuberant life force, the force behind the creation of all existences. It was the feeling of the beginning of a world, full of hope and expectation. At this moment, the surrounding grass were all growing, sprouting out. Branches extended, continuously growing out. Even the few seeds that hit the ground quickly began to take root and bud. Within the divine light and mist, the plants were just like the little guy, undergoing growth. The 10th heavenly passage was dazzling as it seized the luck between the great heaven and earth to nourish the devilish child's body. At this time, his body scars were already quickly coming off, and even the bloody traces had disappeared. Not much time had passed, yet his body was already sparkling and emitting light. There were no more gaps in his body, nor were there any bloody traces. His body was now completely intact and in excellent shape, and in addition, essence energy continuously flowed into his body from the void. Very quickly, a circle of light appeared within the forest, and the little guy was wrapped up inside. This was a complete rebirth. He was no longer the same, and a transformation had taken place. The life force within his body was abundant, and in the end, a huge sea surged, breaking through his original realm. It was so powerful that all the birds and beasts here tremble as they hid within this place. Finally, the little guy completely recovered. His wounds were healed to the greatest state, and his body was far more powerful than before. He truly reached the peak of this realm. The 10th heavenly passage was open to its greatest extent, and it stood above all the others, could look down on this level and force back anyone. Without knowing how much time had passed, the little guy opened his eyes again. It was as if 2 streaks of lightning sliced through the void. The entire forest became brilliant, It was extremely astonishing. Only at this point did all of the transformations formally conclude. He felt completely different from before, as if he could truly look down on everyone and stand apart from other outstanding geniuses. 10 heavenly passages began to converge before slowly retreating. They concealed themselves within the void and disappeared. Within the forest, the terrifying fluctuations moved outwards like tides before slowly calming down. The area was no longer oppressive or intimidating, and it became rather peaceful. Everything came to a conclusion. The various vicious birds and ferocious beasts no longer trembled. They quickly got up and fled, as if they no longer had to pay their respects and were allowed to leave. The little guy stood up, no longer feeling any negative emotions. His pupils were clear, and his mind was peaceful. Divine multicolored light and auspicious energy moved within his entire body. He was in high spirits, and as he looked into the distance, he felt as if he returned to his true self. At this very moment, the outside world was extremely noisy. The outstanding heroes simultaneously moved, the great powers took action, and many experts were sent out. They were searching for the end of the devilish brat, wanting to kill him. During this past month, regardless of whether it was the outside world or the void god realm, they were both boiling with commotion as people discussed this. Experts were roaming about, all of them taking action. This youth is truly terrifying. He's clearly seriously injured, yet he could still flee from death and not get hunted down. He clearly can't hold on anymore. If nothing unforeseen happens, then he'll be struck down in these next few days. His body is about to fall apart. The devilish brat's goal of opening the 10th heavenly passage affected everyone's state of mind. The Western Tomb Beast Mountain, Tuoba family, and Rain Clan and roughly 10 other sects all didn't want him to succeed. During these past few days, the outside world was in an uproar that would no calm down. 10 heavenly passages was simply a legend. If he succeeded, then that would mean that this youth was going to rise abruptly to power. The devilish brat failed in front of their eyes, yet it still made people feel uncomfortable. Even those great powers that bore no grudges against him were nervously keeping a close eye on the situation. Relax, the Western Tomb Beast Mountain had already spread the news that the 10th heavenly passage isn't easy to establish. In addition, it is only a one-time fleeting chance. He has already lost it. During the same day, Tuoba family, Rain Clan and others released this type of news. It made everyone who was watching this affair tremble. Ordinary people weren't aware that the archaic divine mountain definitely understood the 10th heavenly passage. A supreme expert like this appeared before among the ancestors from which their bloodlines originated from. Western Tomb Beast Mountain was where quite a few archaic descendants resided. From among them, there were a few experts that once served the archaic divine mountain, so they understood a bit about this. When an ancient expert that was once a servant of the southern meteorite divine mountain returned to his clan, he had also spoke before that if they failed at obtaining the 10th heavenly passage the first time, trying to do so in the future would be nearly impossible. The real world and the void god realm were both in a state of commotion. There were people who sighed deeply, feeling pity for the devilish child. Towards the human race, this was simply too great of a loss. It was equal to losing a supreme expert that could contend with thousands of races for power. Quite a few people's attitudes clearly changed. They felt rather unsatisfied with the Tuoba clan, Western Tomb Beast Mountain and the others, because this was the same as cutting short this youth road to supremacy. It's truly too sad. He was so close, and was just about to succeed. No matter how much everyone sighed, with news like this, it only made them shake their heads. There was nothing they could do about it. Ha ha ha. Kuan, Li, Meng, and Yuan 4 clans all laughed incessantly. From their point of view, the devilish brat deserved to be punished. If he became a supreme expert, then that would become a huge problem for them. In the end, he lost his opportunity. Half a month had passed, and he passed by the optimal period of time. The opportunity has been lost already, so he should be suffering in remorse and dejection right now. A few people from the Rain clan had cold expressions as they spoke. This time, their losses were disastrous. Their pure land was flattened, pulled up by the roots, and even their experts were slaughtered. making it difficult for them to raise their heads within Stone Country. This was truly a tremendous humiliation. Of course, things couldn't end like this. This was the best time to kill the devilish brat, so they wanted him dead. After things have reached this point, what kind of disturbances could he still cause? It's time for us to take his head. From within the ancient Tuoba family, several princes moved out with their men into this mountain range. In reality, other than them, there were still many great powers that were in pursuit and closing in on this mountain forest. These were merely the first group of people who hurried over. They got here the fastest, with hundreds of people moved out like tigers and apes as they tore through the forest with extreme speed. Last time, I was so close to catching him. This time, I absolutely cannot let him get away. A youngster in red spoke callously. Currently, his eyes were extremely cold. Beside him, an impressive-looking youngster wearing silver clothes laughed and said, "Sixth brother, don't feel so troubled. Last time, me and several elders were able to injure him, almost hacking him in half. Unfortunately, he got away. But this time, let's see who can remove his head." Even though he was laughing, the killing intent from Tuoba clan's second prince was burning even more fiercely. Since traces had already been found and that youth's whereabouts were known, they wouldn't let him go no matter what was said. Currently, everyone knew that the devilish brat was seriously injured and his fighting strength dried up. An ordinary beast would even be able to take his life, so if they were to let him go, what kind of face would they have left? "Second brother, let's make a bet. This time, I will definitely be the first one to kill him." The sixth prince held a scarlet demonic needle in his hands that flickered with an evil cold light. A few of the great clans, like the ancient Tuoba family, had already used their connections to obtain demonic artifacts. They wanted to kill the little guy completely and make both his real and void body die. Fine. If I lose, then I don't want a single piece of bronze plate from his body. All credit will be yours when we hand them over to the clan. The second prince laughed lightly. In his eyes, the little guy was already a piece of meat from a chopping board that was fleeing with difficulty. No matter what was said, he still wouldn't be able to save his life. In another direction, the Rain clan's people also hurried over. Currently, there wasn't anyone that felt as pressured as them. The devilish brat killed too many of their experts and destroyed their pure land, making them absolutely humiliated. The Rain clan felt the urgent need to immediately find him and torture him to death. They wanted to torment him to death, or else they would never be able to wash off the disgrace they received. "I hope that you can hold on for a bit longer, long enough for us to get there." The group of experts' faces were cold, and all of them were emitting bone-chilling killing intent. "Move faster. Don't let that horned dragon get the first move, or else we'll lose our chance." In the distance, the other great ancient powers also sent out experts. They were also looking in the mountain depths for the little guy to kill both his void and real body. The reason was because they previously attacked the heaven-mending pavilion and were scared of his retaliation. Other than these people, there were also a large group of people who rushed over for the bronze plates he possessed. Even if they couldn't collect the entire set, they could still exchange it with others for supreme treasures. There are Rain clansmen coming from those mountain peaks. They also rushed here during the first moments. "Let's move quickly." The ancient Tuoba family's second prince spoke in a low voice. There were traces of the Rain clan within the mountains and valleys, almost as if they had the same ideas. This was not a good omen. Currently, everyone knew that the devilish brat had the divine bronze book on him. It was reputed as a priceless treasure, so they all wanted to obtain them. Other than the great powers that wanted to kill the devilish brat, there was a large group of people who rushed over for the treasure. They competed fiercely as a result in order to obtain the precious book. And there are people there as well as archaic descendants. The situation doesn't look good. At this time, the Rain clan noticed the ancient Tuoba family and the Western Tomb Beast Mountains experts. A group of people rushed forward. Precious artifacts shone, and they stuck close to the ground as they moved through the mountain forest, leaving behind streaks of rainbow light. They bore through the mountain range while leaving behind dazzling and vibrant lights. This mountain range immediately bustled with activity. Several ancient families left behind prominent footprints as they tried to outdo each other. They all wanted to be the first one to find the little guy. It seems like that child is inside this mountain region. Quickly go and inform the master, so that our experts can be lead here as quickly as possible. There were many cultivators that did not approach this area, and instead turned around. They activated their precious techniques, and after these techniques boosted their bodies, they began to run towards the limits of this great land to inform the experts within their sections. Immediately, all types of multicolored light sparkled, and precious light danced about. It was as if they were stars as they rushed towards the distance. This mountain range region was bound for great disorder, no longer remaining peaceful. During this period of time, the powers already began to compete against each other. Was the ancient Tuoba family more powerful, or was the Rain clan? This was crucial because a portion of their main force were sent over, and with so much manpower undergoing the same tasks, it was imperative that they were the first ones to rush into the mountain range depths. He's over there. One individual had sharp eyes, finding the little guy extremely quickly. He immediately revealed an excited expression, because this meant generous rewards. After killing him, they could obtain the divine bronze book. From their perspective, the devilish child was already about to die. He was just like a tiger that lost its fangs, posing absolutely no danger. Even if he wasn't killed, he would soon breath his last even if left alone. Sure enough, within the grassland, there was a large expanse of leftover blood. The grassland dyed deep red. It was quite clear that he lost quite a bit of blood, and that his life couldn't be preserved. Tuoba family's people were stirred up. They immediately dispersed and surrounded this forest to prevent him from escaping again. The Rain clansmen's expressions changed. They broke in from the side because they had to get inside. The treasure was right in front of their eyes, so how could they pass this up? He's still lost in thought when death's at hand. It seems like ever since he failed to establish the 10th heavenly passage, he sank into a dejection and remorse. The expression you are making is absolutely wonderful. Tuoba family's 6th prince immediately began to laugh. He seemed rather carefree, but there was still a coldness within his eyes as he stared towards the youth sitting within the mountains. The others all laughed. There was no better result than this. Even though the Rain clansmen were laughing coldly, they still had their teeth clenched, because their hatred for him was just too deep. Just half a month ago, this devilish child destroyed their pure land and unleashed a slaughter, making them truly suffer. The little guy was truly in a state of stupor. While he sat on top of that rock, he simply couldn't understand why he didn't receive some kind of reward. He should have broke some kind of record, right? While he was fleeing for his life, he heard a few rumors that within the great wastelands, no one had ever established their 10th heavenly passage within the void god realm before because it was too dangerous. He should be the only one to have accomplished this, so the stone tablet should have appeared. Why? The devilish brat was rather unhappy, and his large eyes were full of depression. He kept thinking that something wasn't right. He was furious and felt that since the void god realm was created through interweaving order and laws, it couldn't see everything. It might have overlooked something, so he couldn't hold himself back as he looked towards the heavens and shouted, "You still owe me! Owe me the precious book! Why aren't you descending yet?" Everyone became stunned. This fellow went crazy. It appeared that after seeing the end of the road, he went mad from anger. Otherwise, how could he spout such nonsense trying to bargain with the void god realm? Careful not to be swindled by him. This time, no matter what happens, we cannot let him get away. The Rain clan spoke coldly, wanting to be the first person to kill him. Your act is pointless. You can play the fool and appear pitiful, but after the failure of establishing the 10th heavenly passage, you don't even have the qualifications to live anymore. Why don't you just give up your life while in remorse? Tuoba family's 2nd prince laughed coldly as he spoke. At this time, a scarlet needle appeared between his fingers. It was precisely the soul-shattering needle with the potential to destroy both the body and soul. The Tuoba prince did not want to give him any chances, killing him both here and in the real world. The devilish brat was staring blankly this entire time. Only after he finished venting towards the heavens did he pay attention to them. He looked at them with disdain. as he naturally wouldn't feel any bit of nervousness or fear. Many people became furious. A person who was already going to die still dared to act like this? This was simply contempt for them, not even putting them in his eyes. The people here wanted to rush together, but conflict began to develop between them. Dispute began to occur between the Tuoba family and Rain clan, because all of them wanted to kill the little guy and seize the precious book. Fellow friends, we were the first ones to discover him. Shouldn't we go by the first-come, first-served basis? Tuoba family's sixth prince spoke as he looked at the Rain clan expressionlessly. There is a great hatred between him and our clan, so how could we not get our revenge? He must be killed by my clan. The Rain clansmen argued and pushed forward. The two sides immediately confronted each other at this point. Conflicting views appeared, and fighting intent was in the air. They assumed that the little guy was completely without fighting strength, basically like a terrified chunk of meat. As a result, they began to compete with each other. How about this? After we kill him, we will discuss how to distribute the bronze precious book on his body. In the end, an elder from Tuoba family showed his face. He feared that something unforeseen might happen if they wasted time. These clans weren't the only ones here. There were others, and they were all quickly closing in. If they argued any longer, then there might be others that might arrive and demand a piece of the reward. Fine. Then let's kill him before discussing how to divide the spoils. A great elder from the Rain clan replied. The group of experts began to group up before walking forward. Brilliant multicolored light shone from each of them as killing intent surged from their bodies. At this point, they were finally going to cut down the devilish brat, so there were quite a few people with cold expressions on their faces. Only, the devilish brat was looking at them with even more contempt. It made those complacent individuals who thought they were harvesting their prey absolutely furious. What kind of look was that? No matter how you looked at this, it was as if they were being treated like dogs. There wasn't the slightest bit of nervousness and only apathy. This was too arrogant. You know perfectly well that you are going to die, so did you lose your sanity? Let me tell you, even if you want to die, it'll be difficult. I want to let you understand how terrifying it is to offend my Rain clan, an elder shouted. How terrifying could that be? The little guy asked. You're going to wish you were dead, that person shouted while pointing. I hate being pointed at by others. The little guy had stood up. He raised his hand and raised his finger. Symbols flickered, and with a pu sound, that expert immediately exploded. What? Everyone was completely shocked. What did the youth do to be able to take one's life with just the raise of a finger? It doesn't matter. He's already an arrow at the end of its flight. Haven't you seen how he was acting during that last battle? His inner flame was already burning out. Someone shouted, Sigh, the fall of a hero. I never thought that such a divine hero like me would fall here. The devilish child sighed, and his eyes contained a desolate look. When everyone heard this, their expressions all changed. Even he himself admitted it out of despair, so what else was there to be concerned about? I'm not going to say too much about handing over the bronze book, and don't want to make things too difficult for you by wasting your time. An elder spoke. However, this was not how everyone here thought. Tuoba Sixth Price's eyes flickered and looked towards the second prince beside him. Second brother, is our bet still on? But of course. Whoever kills him first will receive the other's potion of merit after returning as well. After speaking, the second prince walked forward. However, they did not do the job themselves, but rather allowed the people below them to attack. They were going to attack together and quickly behead the little guy. At the same time, everyone from Rain Clan made their moves together. Multicolored light erupted and precious techniques filled air as they hacked over. A person truly hides behind hundreds of masks during their life. After seeing your shameful performances, I've decided to send all of you on your way. Right at this moment, his expression suddenly became incomparably dangerous, and his body shone with symbols everywhere. His aura was terrifying to the extreme, making people feel a bit shaken. Everyone felt their souls being affected, as if they were forced to crouch down. It was a type of innate reverence, a bone-deep urge to kowtow and bow down. What is going on? Is this the divine might of a supreme deity? An elder cried out with fear. He once heard that the Western Tomb Beasts people say that upon establishing the 10th heavenly passage, there would be a type of supreme divine might accompanying it. It made people shake and even their souls shiver. Hong. A domain formed around the little guy. Golden symbols densely covered this area, as if the divine realm was opened and he had descended before these people. In that split second, all the people charging over were blown apart into pieces. Within the golden symbols, a rain of blood scattered down and ashes flew outwards. They couldn't even get closer. This type of power shook everyone. Every single person felt their souls shake while they were in disbelief. Everything, including those precious techniques that flew over, were broken apart. A rain of light scattered about, as if there were sparkling and translucent petals falling gently with incomparable brilliance. Within that flourishing divine multicolored light, a single youth stood there. His black hair scattered downwards, and his eyes were bright, possessing a type of unexplainable prestige. It was as if he was a young deity as he walked over. Every step widened the divine domain. Why did it end up like this? What happened? These people felt their lips trembling and their hair standing up. The fear inside of them reached its peak. How were they supposed to defend against this type of imposing aura? Quickly, stop him. Don't let him come over. At that moment, everyone fell apart. They turned around to flee. However, this was completely useless. The little guy's surroundings flourished, the rain of light flying about. With just a wave, Tuoba family's 6th prince collapsed before flying over. Ah, why is it like this? The 6th prince cried out in fright. He lost control of his body and was actually flying backwards. The little guy was like a god, sending him flying over. Tuoba clan's 6th prince's arms clawed and his legs kicked about as he struggled fiercely. However, it was all futile. In front of the little guy's shining body, he was as weak as a young chicken. Everyone was frightened. The 6th prince was quite powerful and was a rarely seen genius. However, in the end he was still so defenseless. Compared to that youth, he was just like a chicken or puppy. This was like a difference between a rock and a pearl, like the heaven and earth. The little guy removed the scarlet divine needle from the 6th prince's hands. It shot towards the prince's head like a streak of lightning with decisiveness, quickly taking away his life without wasting any words. The soul was completely extinguished, so his real body also died. Ah, no! Everyone from Tuoba clan shouted loudly. This was difficult to accept. An important genius within the clan died just like that, moreover in such a pointless manner. With a chi sound, the little guy caught a scarlet divine needle that flew over with his bare hands. It was thrown by the Tuoba family's 2nd prince. Meanwhile, he also rushed over with a precious artifact. Why don't you come back? The little guy shouted with an imposing voice, and a string of golden ripples could be seen coming out of his mouth. It was incomparably terrifying as it quickly expanded. With a hong sound, the precious artifact at the 2nd prince's feet exploded. Everyone's minds began to tremble. Just what kind of force was this? With just a simple shout, he could destroy a precious artifact. With another wave of his hand, the 2nd prince was also sent flying over. Without even giving them another glance, he directly stuck that scarlet needle into the prince's forehead. With a piu sound, he passed away and his body disappeared. Everyone began to tremble and cry out with great fear as they fled in all directions. They were all scattered out as they tried to escape. It was because every single one of them were terrified, and their bodies were shivering with coldness. It shook even their souls, as if they were being subdued. No one can leave, the little guy spoke. Even though his voice wasn't loud, there was still a type of terrifying awe. It was as if a deity was casting down his will. Hong. With him at the center, symbols erupted. It was brilliant like a river of stars, and absolutely dazzling, as if countless great stars were colliding together before exploding apart. Golden symbols hid the sky and covered the earth, engulfing in all directions. It rushed towards everyone, locking down this place. At this moment, a magical scene appeared. All of the experts were confined within, and time seemed to have stopped as everything froze in place. They still had their original postures as they suspended in the air or stood on the ground. These people had alarm in their eyes. They were still in their original fleeing positions, and the scene was extremely strange as their movements suddenly stopped. Only when the little guy released a light shout did this prison free up. However, when the golden symbols exploded, everyone shouted out loudly before howling in grief. Hong! Bodies began to split apart one after another, all of them exploding. They became ashes within this golden rain of light, pulverized by the supreme divine might of the 10th heavenly passage youth. The little guy didn't even give them a second look. His entire body circulated with brilliant splendor as he walked out from the mountains. He was going to take a look at the other outstanding individuals. Faster, faster, we have to move faster. If we arrive late, then there won't be anything left for us. The Rain clan, as well as another group, has already entered. Outside the mountain range, a group of people were quickly rushing over. Their bodies were wrapped in multicolored light as they charged into the primitive mountain forest depths. This was a group of powerful experts that came from an ancient sect. They were all experts that came for the bronze precious book, wanting to get in on the spoils once the curtains fell. In another direction, a group of vicious birds appeared. Their bodies were all extremely large, and their feathers bright. They were like flames burning from coal, and as purple mist hazily curled up around them, they also possessed a lightning-like brilliance. This was a group of archaic descendants with 8 or 9 experts in the lead. A group of fierce birds followed behind, close and numerous as they crossed the mountain forest. They were surrounded by all types of flourishing symbols. It was incomparably terrifying. Heavens! The northern sky summit's demonic birds have arrived. It's going to be difficult from here on out. Making an enemy out of them is extremely dangerous. Within the mountain forest, there were quite a few people who raised their heads. Their expressions all changed because there were nearly 10 archaic descendants at the lead within that group. A terrifying wave of force poured over, flickering with all types of splendor like a comet as they soared across the sky. A strong gale blew over. A few vicious beasts stuck closely to the forest as they flew over, immediately making many towering ancient trees to explode. The mountain region was immediately thrown into complete disorder, and all types of broken branches and ruined leaves fell. Let's hurry along, we cannot fall behind. The archaic divine book is priceless. Even if we cannot get all the pieces, it could still be exchanged with others for a supreme treasure. Cultivators began to rush over one group after another. Even though they could see the archaic descendants that were covering the sky, they still did not retreat. They continued to rush towards the depths of the primitive forest. Within the mountain forest, all types of brilliant lights and vibrant colors lit up. From time to time, there would be precious artifacts filling the sky. Large batches of experts were charging in and searching for their target. Shouts rang out, and the cries of birds and beasts also sounded. They rose and fell in succession, causing a huge commotion to stir up within the mountain range. It was extremely noisy, and all the creatures within the mountains were disturbed. Such a great display of forces. As the little guy strode over, the mountain winds blew over. His head of thick black hair began to fly about, his eyes filled with expression. It was as if 2 streaks of lightning were shooting out of them, giving out a type of killing intent. All 4 sides shook, and countless experts rushed over. However, he was without any type of fear as he strode over, welcoming everyone that were arriving. He wanted to meet those outstanding heroes face to face. Found him. He's here. Ha ha. Someone began to laugh loudly in an incomparably carefree manner. In the end, they didn't arrive too late, and actually found the youth first before he was killed by someone. That group of vicious birds have overchased. We are truly lucky to be the first ones to find him. This was a group of experts, and the majority of them didn't slack on their cultivation. Within the mountain range, they formed an alliance, becoming a large and powerful force. They began to surround the little guy here. There's nothing much to say. Hand over the bronze copper book. Someone shouted. They came solely for the supreme treasure. For what reason? The little guy asked. When everyone heard what was said, how could they not sneer? It was naturally about strength. In their eyes, the devilish brat was already about to die, and had already lost his battle strength. He's simply a piece of meat on a chopping block. I advise you to just obediently do as we say. Sometimes, forcefully holding on is more painful than dying. Someone laughed. This was the best representation of dogs picking up the scraps from a fallen tiger. These people normally couldn't even take a single blow from the little guy, but now they could humiliate and threaten him. Otherwise, if it was still like in the past, how many of them would dare to come forward? In their hearts, a 9 heavenly passage expert was simply unrivaled. Don't hesitate to try me, the little guy calmly spoke. These people all began to sneer. Without saying anything else, they quickly took action. They didn't want something unexpected to happen, because if the other great powers rushed over, they would most likely become irrelevant. Brilliant symbols flickered, and several great experts rushed forward, directly using their most powerful methods. They used the bone text to suppress and surround this mountain region. More than 10 people acted together, and their power was naturally great. This place immediately began to stir with powerful astral winds, causing the towering ancient trees to be pulled up by the roots. Rocks and stones tore through the skies, and the shorter mountains immediately cracked apart as rumbling sounds rang out. Even though their original behaviors were frivolous, when it came time for them to take action, all of them used full force. They also feared some accident would occur. The little guy's pupils revealed 2 streaks of golden light. They were incredibly terrifying, and strands of brilliant symbols followed his pupils and flew out. With a pu sound, it directly pierced through the 4 leaders at the front. Ah! The 4 individuals all yelled loudly. Their eyes revealed fear, and simply couldn't imagine everything that was happening. Their chests were dripping with blood, with huge holes appeared in the center of their chests. It made them feel despair and terror. There were only 2 golden beams, yet they pierced through 4 great experts. Oh! Meanwhile, a huge purple swan and eye appeared behind the little guy's back. It was as tall as a mountain, and its pupils were incomparably cold and expressionless as it overlooked everyone. It opened its humongous mouth, immediately making 10 people's souls shake. They turned around immediately and ran, but it was too late. When the purple mouth opened and closed, they were all sent flying over, entering its brilliant mouth. It was a huge mouth forged from lightning, and the moment it closed, more than 10 people exploded, turning into ashes. It seemed like there wasn't even anything left over. This group of people all fell. When the swan and eye disappeared and everything was restored to a peaceful state, a few ashes scattered down from the skies into the forest. Apart from this, the mountain region was completely empty. Even the 4 corpses were turned into dust. This place was extremely clean, and there weren't any bloody remains or shattered bones left over. The little guy once again went on his way, stepping on the dried branches and withered leaves as he walked outside the mountain range. A light breeze blew over, making the sleeves of his clothes drift about. There was an aura of innocence, completely different from the look of someone who just wiped a group of enemies clean. Finally, the outstanding heroes rushed over. The various sects noticed him because the shouting just now spread quite far. "Over here! Don't let him escape!" Many people shouted loudly. This time, it truly was like having enemies everywhere. Numerous figures were here, and the large sects all surrounded this place, rushing over from every direction. Ow! Beast roars shook the sky, and a group of fierce beasts rushed over like a flood. They were huge and sinister, their mountain-sized bodies causing the ground to rumble as they tramped over. They directly smashed apart small mountains to open up the path. Leading them were a few archaic descendants, all of them extremely terrifying. Some of them had armors that flickered with light, and others' beast skins were like fabric as they shone with brilliant splendor. They carried with them an overflowing vicious aura as they lead the beasts behind them. The ground continuously shook, causing the leaves within the mountain forest to fly randomly. The outstanding heroes were all shocked as they quickly moved out of their way. The group was led by a green-scaled leopard, gold-eyed dragon horn lion, demonic ape and others for a total of 6 great experts. They were all like small mountains with imposing auras. Their eyes were large like millstones. These are the Western Tomb Beast Mountains experts. They also came. Seems like it won't be easy anymore. Those that want to obtain the bronze book will inevitably have to fight a bloody battle. The people were shocked. Get out of the way! The green-scaled leopard that was over 10 zhang tall roared. Its huge body swayed, causing the forest to shake. Its gaze was terrifying as it shouted, "Youngster, get over here and hand over the precious book. Western Tomb Beast Mountain, your group has also arrived. Based on what reason should he have to hand over the precious books to you?" There were also a few great sects within the humans that were not willing to concede to them. They pushed forward together as well. Right, the precious book was made by the heavens, so whoever's hands it lands in is who it belongs to. To threaten and keep everything to yourselves is impossible. A few ancient families people also shouted. A group of people confronted them and shouted loudly. None of them were willing to surrender to the other party. Even though they was archaic descendants that appeared, they were still without fear. There were so many human experts that they seemed to be as many as the eye could see. Could it be that they would be scared of the descendants that were leading? After thinking about it, no matter how powerful they were, it wouldn't match their numbers here. We don't care about these things. The most important thing is to first get rid of his life. Kuan, Li, Meng, Yuan, 4 families people also appeared. Among them, there was someone who spoke these words. Their hatred for the little guy was deep, hoping that he would be killed before discussing the distribution of the bronze precious book. Right, let's kill him first. We don't want to see his face again. And hope that his life will be eternally erased from this world. Someone from the 4 clans parroted. Among them, there were several experts that had demonic artifacts to kill the devilish brat's void body and real body at the same time. They brought them from their clan treasury, and were willing to pay such a cost. Shut your mouths. You guys don't have the qualifications to contend against us. The green-scaled leopard that was as large as a small mountain roared. Its millstone-sized large eyes revealed a malicious look as it overlooked the heroes. So noisy. All of you need to shut up. Finally, the little guy who was at the center of everyone opened his mouth. He began to stare at them, because he couldn't endure it any longer. In that instant, the mountain range calmed down. All the experts from the various sects, ancient families and archaic descendants in all directions looked towards the center of the battlefield. Youth, you know who you are speaking to? The green-scaled leopard roared. It's revealed an ominous expression as it looked down on him. Don't know the difference between life and death. The little guy only had these words for it. You're looking to die. The green-scaled leopard's entire body was brilliant with a sheet of meticulous scales covering its body. It directly dropped down a claw, and with its enormous size, this claw alone could shatter a mountain. Everyone quickly retreated, no longer daring to fight here. With such an enormous creature going crazy, the aftereffects were too horrible to contemplate. However, something that made everyone even more shocked happened. With just a simple shout, he also raised his fist and smashed it into that huge claw. During the course of events, a circle of incredible light was released, as if it was a sun. It was incomparably huge as it was released from the youth's fist, directly submerging that green-scaled leopard. Everyone became shocked. Just what kind of divine might was this? The symbols coming from a fist was actually that terrifying. It was like a wave that overflowed into the heavens, covering this place. Hong! Accompanying a huge sound, the mountain-sized huge archaic descendant shrieked miserably before quickly splitting apart and exploding into pieces. A bloody rain followed the golden multicolored light. It seemed terrifying yet strangely beautiful. Heavens! What happened? Wasn't he already a lamp that ran out of fuel? Why can he still possess this type of strength? Everyone became astonished. It was just a fist, yet it took care of such an enormous descendant. Just how astonishing and terrifying was this scene? Li clan, Kuan clan, Yuan clan, you guys still dare to come over? Was the lesson I gave you within the 100 shattering mountains not enough? The little guy turned around and looked towards the experts from those 4 clans. You? The 4 clans' troops immediately backed off, all of them ranting and raving. Why did things end up like this? It's completely different from the news they received. Everyone was saying that the little guy was already about to die, and there were people from the 4 clans that have already fought with him in the last battle that confirmed this. Now, however, it was completely overturned. When demonic artifacts soared high into the air, suppressing towards that area. The 4 great families' people made their moves, using offense instead of defense before quickly retreating. They were scared of the devilish child rising in revolt, because then they won't have a chance anymore. The little guy coldly snorted. He began to emit golden light from all over his body, causing strand after strand of divine feathers to fly out before turning into countless heavenly swords. Every single one seemed extremely real and sharp. This was the Kuan Peng's precious technique, and it was now being put to use by the current him at the 10th heavenly passage. It was as if a divine creature was slaughtering in all direction with an absolutely terrifying power. Golden heavenly swords pierced out one after another, causing the 4 great clans to suffer countless casualties. Their leaders, in particular, lost control of their demonic artifacts. The little guy advanced, starting to kill and subdue them. The leading figures of the 4 clans were struck by demonic artifacts, immediately bringing about a large shout. They felt unreconciled and fearful as they died. Within the mountain forest, a bloody mist curled about and killing intent shook the skies. Golden wings shook behind the little guy's back as he rushed in like a tiger into a pack of wolves, killing all these outstanding talents. These people all came for him, so he did not have any intention of being lenient. He carved out a bloody path, bringing out his supreme precious techniques. It was like pulling apart rotten roots as he flattened even the peaks of mountains. This place soon became a living hell. There were fleeing figures everywhere, as well as the experts who were utterly defeated. A great number of the ancient great sex people weren't a match for him, immediately trying to flee for their life. What happened? A group of vicious birds rushed over. They came from the northern heaven peak and had flew past just now. They had just turned around, just in time to see this scene. Hong! The little guy's eyes were cold as he smashed his fist into the heavens. A Kuan Peng rushed out, its body carrying black streaks. It filled the sky, immediately blasting apart several leading figures. A rain of blood swirled in the air as feathers dropped down. Flee! Everyone felt their courage vanishing. They fled towards the outskirts of the mountain range, because there was no way to continue this battle. If they battled any longer, everyone here would die. The little guy was like a demon king as trampled over everyone's corpses with large strides. It was just a single person chasing after those outstanding geniuses, but it was completely one-sided because no one could stop him. The outstanding talents were utterly defeated. They began to flee for their lives, frantically escaping from the mountain range depths. Mutilated bloody corpses fell one after another within the mountains. Typically, experts from the various sects would look down on everyone within their region with their high statuses. However, currently they were in complete desperation. They were all fleeing, and as blood splashed outwards, it made everyone tremble. Even after using their precious artifacts to soar into the air, it was still not enough. Behind them, the godlike youth was sweeping away everyone. With a wonglong sound, golden symbols poured over like ocean waves, engulfing even mountains and rivers. Numerous people were immediately blasted apart before blowing up in the void. This area became like demonic land. Blood blossomed 1,000 meters into the air, and people's deaths were decided within the time it took to snap a finger. It was simply too shocking and unbelievable. The little guy was emotionless as he moved in an unhurried and calm manner. With just a single step, he made the entire mountains and valleys retreat. Behind him were a pair of Kuan Peng wings, improving his speed by a great amount. At this moment, he was undisturbed and unfeeling. When his hand was raised, symbols would immediately surge out like an ocean and pour over, completely submerging the mountain region in front. Those people had a difficult time fleeing from it. Even flying in the sky was not enough. After those demonic birds suffered those attacks, They immediately wanted to rush into the clouds. They took to the skies, but never thought that the demon godlike youth would coldly raise his head and look at them with his golden pupils. His entire body exploded with a multitude of divine light, submerging the heaven and earth. Countless golden symbols soared high into the sky to confine them. Following that, several archaic descendants were repelled by the separation in the sky. When they were only 10 zhang from the youth, a loud explosion sound rang out. Blood and shattered bones splashed out in an absolutely terrifying manner. When all the cultivators saw this, they felt their scalps going numb. Was this still the strength of a human? Why was it so terrifying? Was this the extreme peak of the heavenly passage realm? They were at the same cultivation realm, yet to them this youth was like a godlike existence. This was a completely insurmountable force. The difference was too great. This was the complete release of hidden potential, and no matter who it was, no one could contend against him. The little guy's gait was calm. It was as if a dragon or tiger was moving as he traveled towards the outskirts of the mountain range with large strides, fighting with the outstanding talents along the way. It was actually more accurate to say that he was sweeping through them. Move faster. It's a young demon king. He's not someone a normal person can defeat. How could there be such a terrifying enemy? If he continued to grow up, who could keep him under control in the future? Once fully grown, would he even make deities tremble? The outstanding heroes were all fleeing for their lives. They had no choice because stopping meant death. They didn't even dare to think about what was going to happen in the future. They were grand and magnificent ancient powers with great inheritances. Yet currently, they were being swept apart by a single youth. It was simply like a story straight out of a legend. Outside the mountain range, the various sects reinforcements arrived. After seeing this scene, they all began to stare with their mouths opened. What in the world was going on? They received the report to rush over and assist in the struggle over the precious bronze book because that savage youth was already about to fall. In the end, they actually saw this situation. Run quickly. Do not stop. The experts that were fleeing in defeat had blood covering their bodies as they rushed towards their people. They hollered out to warn them. There are so many people here, yet you all couldn't overcome one person? Many people didn't believe this and thought that it was a bit unrealistic. However, none of them responded. The people who were rushing out from the mountain range ran right past them without stopping for a second. Following that, the savage youth began to surge with symbols, and as the golden symbols descended, the ones that had stopped immediately exploded. Simple and direct, ruthless and unrestrained. The little guy forcefully swept through them like this, obliterating everything as he chased after these outstanding individuals. They rushed out of the mountain range and entered the boundless great earth. They ran towards all directions, and finally, many people released a breath before breaking free from this battlefield. This time, the outstanding talents suffered heavy losses. No one knew just how many of them were killed. Those from the four great family in particular suffered great casualties in their upper-level figures, being killed by demonic artifacts. Those that escaped felt a type of appreciation for this world. Being pushed back by a single person endlessly within the great wastelands was definitely a nightmare that shook them to their souls. Even when the various deities were alive, there still weren't supreme youth among them that were this powerful, right? Leave quickly and report back to the clan lord. The devilish child did not lose and actually recovered. It is suspected that his strength actually increased by a large amount. Simply inconceivable. Hurry and report back to the sect. This is too terrifying. He's not even human anymore. The mountain range was in complete chaos. When the people who escaped looked back, they saw corpse after corpse upon the battlefield. The ground was completely dyed red. Just how many people died? The little guy seemed to not have stopped at all, killing his way forward this entire time. He broke into the heavenly passage city, followed the golden passageway, and then directly slaughtered towards the great ancient sect's pure land. He was incredibly powerful, pulling them apart like rotten vines. He was trying to kill them in one go, slaughtering his enemies until they had no way into heaven and no way into the earth. He was fierce to a ridiculous degree. Not good. That savage child didn't die and slaughtered into my clan's pure land. In the real world, there were people shouting loudly within the Tuoba clan to make their reports. Second prince, sixth prince, they were both killed. News traveled over, and all of the ancient families were shaken. The situation truly turned around. Didn't the clan's experts go to take that child's head? Why did the opposite happen and end up like this? Children, my children. An older woman immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and went unconscious. Her favorite two children became living corpses. Their souls were destroyed within the void god realm, turning them into empty fleshy shells, never to recover. Gather troops for me and bring the clan's artifacts. Enter the void god realm and kill that child for me. I want him dead. Go quickly. An old ancestor roared out in anger, seeming to have gone mad. Others were trying to hold him back, but they struggled to do so. The second prince and the sixth prince were the two with the best innate talents. To die like this made his heart feel incomparable pain. Quickly go and report to the Tuoba Lord. Tell him to come out from his training, or else our clan might suffer a huge wound and invite huge chaos. An elder spoke in a soft voice as he rushed towards a restricted zone inside the clan. The little guy was incomparably valiant as he advanced boldly and unleashed a slaughter in all directions. He directly killed into the Tuoba clan's pure land, rupturing the great earth and killing the clan's experts. Large groups of experts were reaped of their lives as blood flew extremely high into the air. They all fell within the wasted land, as no one could stop him from advancing. When the Tuoba clan's experts rushed into the void god realm with their clan's artifacts and saw this scene, they all became stupefied. Their great pure land became ruins, and all of their great formations were shattered as the battle was coming to an end. You guys came just at the right time. The little guy turned around and roared. Golden symbols began to close in on them and purple energy overflowed into the heavens. Behind him, an enormous swan and eye took form before charging forward. Lightning danced about chaotically as purple energy arrived. This mountainous swan and eye curled up in lightning radiance destroyed everything. More than 100 people immediately turning into charred coal on the spot. Impossible to defend against. Everyone was overwhelmed with horror. This was the might of a deity that swept through everything. Ordinary people in the void god realm would only open up to the fourth or fifth heavenly passage. Sixth or seventh heavenly passage was already considered geniuses, and an eighth heavenly passage expert was exceptionally rare, comparable to a phoenix feather or unicorn horn. As for the ninth heavenly passage, for humans, it was something only recorded within ancient texts. 10th heavenly passage. That was even more unfathomable and was a topic that was practically taboo. In an area where the world was restricted to the heavenly passage realm, the little guy who established the 10th heavenly passage possessed the might of a supreme deity. Who could possibly fight back? If a truly heavenly deity descended and came under this restriction to fight with the devilish child, it would still be difficult to say who ate who. This was how savage he was, and the reason why he could sweep through so many enemies. How were the Tuoba clan's reinforcements supposed to deal with this? As soon as they appeared, a majority of them were blown apart. Vast expanses of corpses were left behind as they were quickly defeated. I was wrong. I was crazy. He actually reached such a level. The old ancestor that previously went mad finally became clear-headed as he yelled. In the end, he took out a clan artifact. It wrapped itself around the remaining people in light and rushed towards the ends of the great earth, disappearing from this place. Such a unique, precious artifact. They retreated almost instantly into the horizon. The devilish brat was also at a loss, since he couldn't chase after them. Finally, he left this place. He once again blew away everything along the way. He killed into the 4 great families' pure land with extreme speed. First, it was the Kuan clan that was destroyed. Following that, it was the Li clan whose pure land became ruined. In the end, the Yuan clan's pure land was also razed to the ground. The 4 great clans' inheritances were ancient and powerful. But in this world, their treasure ground was pulled up by the roots, no longer existing. The little guy profited quite a bit, obtaining a pile of precious bones, descendant blood before leaving. His movements were too fast, and only now did news travel. Everyone was shocked and in disbelief when this type of news arrived. The devilish child didn't die, but instead began to bring calamity and chaos everywhere. Of course, there was a group of people who still didn't know, because the little guy was fast like lightning as he continuously uprooted pure lands. He was too ferocious as he roared past like a mountain torrent. Finally, he even destroyed a few ancient sects, stealing everything from them. Only when the Pure Land turned into scorched earth did news finally spread. The Void God realm trembled greatly, and people didn't dare to believe what they were seeing. Just how much time had passed. In just a single day, all of those Pure Lands were destroyed. He was absolutely invincible, truly like a young heavenly deity that descended into this world. Is it true? The savage child didn't die but instead swept through all those outstanding talents and uprooted those large pure lands by himself? I don't believe it. Heavens. This is major news. Explosive news. The devilish child that angers both man and deity alike is defying the heavens. Within a single day, he swept through Tuoba as well as many other great sects, flattening their precious lands. For the rest of the day, regardless of whether it was the Void God realm or the real world, they were both boiling with noise. When the people received the news, they all became stupefied. This was a bit too crazy. Many great ancient lands and sects were in miserable conditions. They were killed to such a state exceeding common sense. The devilish brat blew away all of his enemies in this world, possessing power on a ridiculous and unbelievable level. Within several great ancient countries, countless experts were shaking. Many nobles and sect lords felt alarmed. They came out from seclusion and returned to their clans to understand the situation. Even a few human emperors were surprised. Within the great rumbling sound, they opened their eyes, as if they could see through the endless void to peer into a certain region of the Void God realm. The wastelands shook. These news traveled like a hurricane, engulfing all directions. Everyone was shaken, and the people from Heaven Mending Pavilion that survived began to tremble. Their blood boiled as they couldn't help but shed tears and howl towards the skies. There was no longer anything to worry about. Even if the Heaven Mending Pavilion was completely destroyed and only the little guy was left over, it was still enough for them to establish a great school, once again creating their pure land. This made them gratified and joyous as their tears scattered down. Could it be that he opened the 10th heavenly passage? How else could he be so powerful? It's truly breaking through the limit. Someone came up with this speculation, because there was no other way to explain this. Impossible. If he opened the 10th heavenly passage, then the Void God realm would have definitely revealed it. That stone tablet would have appeared with words informing all the regions. Everyone shook their heads in disbelief. There's something odd about this. Definitely something abnormal. An old elder noticed that something was a bit different. The little guy was too powerful, and should have surpassed the 9th heavenly passage. While the various regions were shaken, the devilish brat did not stop. He continued to advance like before, tearing apart everything like rotten weeds as he advanced into the ancient sections. The bag behind him was about to burst from spoils. Finally, he encountered a great enemy. The horned dragon appeared to fight him. You aren't enough. The little guy's black hair scattered about and his entire body was sparkling and brilliant as it flowed with precious splendor. His eyes were clear, and as he looked at his opponent, he only had these 3 words. The horned dragon's entire body was brilliant as scales covered its body. They seemed like they were forged out of immortal gold, and terrifying symbols wrapped around its body as if a flame was blazing. It gave off a powerful feeling, as if it was unrivaled. In the distance, many people followed. After seeing this scene, they began to feel both stirred up and scared. It was because compared to the 2 creatures within the battlefield, they were simply too inferior. The horned dragon still did not believe that someone that was disturbed during the opening of the 10th heavenly passage was still able to establish it again. As a result, it was the first one to rush over to see what actually happened. After meeting face to face, its heart became cold. It was simply inconceivable. The opposing party definitely stood at the very peak of cultivation, and was comparable to their ancestor who killed deities in the past. Supreme being. This was definitely a young supreme existence that was difficult to contend against. Why? Why didn't anything appear on the stone tablet? Couldn't understand and became doubtful. I couldn't catch you inside the 100 shattering mountains. But now I finally have the chance. Go back and guard my village. The little guy yelled before throwing himself over. Right at this moment, experts began to appear from the distance. They all came to watch this battle, because they wanted to see if the devilish child really did open the 10th heavenly passage. Hong! This battle surpassed everyone's imaginations. When the devilish brat raised his hand, golden symbols covered the sky, as if a divine creature was chanting a spell. It appeared in the sky and poured down like a torrential rain, immediately making the horned dragon cough out large amounts of blood. 9 heavenly passage expert, yet he was still injured just like that. Truly like a legend. Many people couldn't help but shout out. They even felt their souls shaking. The horned dragon shouted loudly before turning around and fleeing. It definitely was not his opponent, because this savage child was too powerful. Where are you going? The little guy chased after it. Suddenly, he stopped once again and looked into the distance. At the horizon, there was a large group of experts that rushed over. There were countless armored horses that trampled over the mountains and rivers. Big fatty, it's you. Could it be that you came to kill me? The little guy could tell with a glance that the group was headed by Hualinger, who was seated on a fiery scaled beast. She was wearing silver-colored battle clothes, making her look valiant and formidable. Her beautiful hair danced about, and her clear eyes looked towards this direction. Within her bosom was the small wolf. Hualinger was initially quite excited to bring her large army, since it was the first time she was able to bring so many men. However, as soon as she heard the words big fatty, she immediately darkened her face. She was so angry she was going to vomit blood. Her complexion filled with anger. My father seems to admire you a bit, so I came to assist you. It seems like it'll make more sense for me to kill you. She grinded her teeth in anger. Hualinger ordered people to enter the Void God realm in search of the little guy. However, when they rushed over to the mountain rain, they arrived just in time to see the little guy obliterate the outstanding talents before leaving. As a result, they chased after him and finally got a bit closer. It was because they didn't know what his next destination was, and each time they could only see the devastated ruins he left behind as he turned pure lands into wastelands. Only at this moment did they catch up to his pace. My thanks, big fatty. The little guy spoke and then turned around. He ran out to chase the horned dragon. I won't forgive you. Chase and catch him. Hualinger's forehead seemed to have veins popping out. Unfortunately, the 9th and 10th heavenly passage individuals were too powerful. They seemed to have disappeared in an instant like streaks of electricity. Everyone was in an uproar, and the outstanding talents were all astonished. Go, we're going to take a look. Many people chased after them. They weren't Tuoba clans or Rain clans people, bearing no grudges against the little guy. However, they still wanted to take a look. Unfortunately, when they hurried over and saw the little guy again, they couldn't help but be petrified. He was preparing soup, a pot of horned dragon soup. As he sat there, his saliva almost dripped out. In addition, there was also a seriously wounded horned dragon. It lost a large chunk of its flesh and was being sat on. What kind of ridiculously heaven-defying thing was this? The outstanding talents were all shaken. Even a 9th heavenly passage horned dragon was subdued and sat on, with even a chunk of its flesh became food. Hualinger also became dumbfounded and held herself back. She did not want to recklessly act out of anger and told her troops to wait from afar. Suddenly, the little guy became alert and raised his head to look in a certain direction. He looked past the outstanding heroes and looked into the forest depths. A fair and graceful figure appeared. She was incredibly beautiful, and her entire body was wrapped up in divine splendor. Her purple clothes drifted about, as if a fairy descended into the mortal world. Beside him, there was another elder that was wrapped up in mist, mysterious and terrifying. Even though she was just standing there, she seemed like she belonged in the indistinct heaven's vicious beast. You also came. This time, return to my village. Okay? This horned dragon wouldn't listen, so I'm going to cook it. Follow me back to guard my home. The little guy stood up and widened his eyes. He prepared his lungs before shouting at the purple-clothed girl.